Too quick. I'd like to call this meeting to order. Good morning, everyone, and thank you all for joining us. This morning, our invocation will be given by Associate Pastor Brandon Cunningham from Grace Community Church. And his helper. And his helper.
You ready to pray? Let's pray. Let's pray. Father God, we just thank you for this day. We thank you for this city that you've given us. We thank you for the leadership you've given us. And we just ask that you bless their conversations, their deliberations, and give them the right discernment to make the best decisions for the city as a whole. And especially for those that are too young to maybe speak up for themselves for what's coming in the future. Father, we just pray your hands on this meeting and on these discussions. It's in your name we pray. Amen.
Amen. Thank you so much. Thank you. And our Pledge of Allegiance to the flag of the United States and to the Texas flag will be given by Sydney Quimby, a proud Mary Carroll Tiger. Sydney?
Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And now for the Texas Pledge. Honor the Texas flag. I pledge allegiance to thee, Texas, one state under God, one and indivisible. Thank you.
Thank you, Sydney. Ms. Huerta, would you please call the roll?
Mayor Paulette Guajardo.
Present.
Council members Roland Barrera.
Here.
Gil Hernandez.
Here.
Michael Hunter.
Here.
Billy Lerma.
Here.
John Martinez. Ben Molina.
Present.
Mike Pesley. Greg Smith. Here. City Manager Peter Zanoni.
Present.
City Attorney Miles Risley.
Here.
Mayor and Council, a quorum of the council and the required charter officers are present to conduct the meeting.
Okay, so this morning, we are reminded that this entire council supports small business, and we believe that small business is the heart of any city, but especially ours. And so this morning, the CEO and president of mattress firm, Mr. James Pettis, was born in Corpus Christi in 1968. As the son and grandson of entrepreneurs Pedro Perez and Art Perez, his passion and love for sales gave him the natural dream of owning his own business. He opened his mattress firm franchise in 1997, with his mom and dad being his first business partners. It was because of them that Mr. James Pettis' love for God, business, and community grew even bigger than what he dreamed. Today, Mattress Firm services all of South Texas and operates 13 stores, 3 distribution centers, and has 52 employees. Mr. James Pettis truly feels blessed and proud to be part of this community. He and his family take serious the years of trust that have been given to them, all for sleep solutions and finding those sleep solutions for us. Giving back to the community is Mattress Firm's passion, especially to those in need. It has been a team effort, and James credits his success to the people working alongside him for the last 24 years. These team members include Mike and Cecil, Christopher Dunn, Karen Perez, and Austin Perez. This team, although James's father is in heaven, he still has his mother by his side, who is his greatest teammate. Mattress Firm supports the Corpus Christi Police Officers Association, Port Aransas EMS, Blue Santa Toys for Tots, the Corpus Christi Blood Center, Foster Angels, Bikes for Kids, Agape Ranch, Education is Our Freedom, Food Bank of the Coastal Bend, Texas A&M Corpus Christi, Hooks Baseball, and CCCA. Mr. Perez is honored to call Corpus Christi, Texas his home, and we thank him for choosing to stay local. So congratulations for 24 years in business in our community, and thank you for your contributions.
Well, anybody that knows me knows I'm usually not a loss for words, but very emotional because I love Corpus Christi. I'm a true native of Corpus Christi, not just born, but I actually did my DNA. I come from the soil, and real cool because when I look out at this audience, I was 29 years old when I started Mattress Firm. I'm 53 today, and I'm a grandpa. But every one of you, and I've seen us age very well, WBA from those days, and we as a community are what represents Corpus Christi. And I knew a long time ago it stands for the body of Christ. But when you're immersed in this community with God-loving people that really care about our city, Mayor, thank you. It allows the best of us to come out. And when I look at everybody here, we're all the same family, every single one of us. So I bleed for you. I support you the way you've done for us for 24 years, because we would not be here without every single one of you. So from the bottom of my heart, my dream team, my partner in business, Mike Enciso, my mama, Mary Helen, my wife, Karen Pettis, we all thank you from the bottom of our hearts. Thank you, Mayor.
Thanks, James. Appreciate it.
Yes. Go get your mattress. Go get your... Okay, so at this time, I'd like to ask those individuals in the audience who are here to be sworn in to a city board, commission, or committee to please come forward. This way, yeah. Okay. So, ladies and gentlemen, these individuals have been appointed by the City Council to serve on one of the city's boards, commissions, committees, or corporations. We appreciate your willingness to volunteer your time and to serve the city of Corpus Christi in the manner that you will be serving. And we ask that you make decisions that you feel are in the best interest of our city, and that is what myself, as the mayor, and your city councilman behind you will be relying upon you for. So, with us today, we have Dr. Vishnu Reddy from Corpus Christi, who will be on the Corpus Christi Regional Economic Development Corporation, John S. Wood, the Marina Advisory Committee, Kurt L. Broomfield, Marina Advisory Committee, Robert Hyatt, Water, Shore, and Beach Advisory Committee, Ruben Macias, Water, Shore, and Beach Advisory Committee. So would you please raise your right hand and repeat after me? And state your own name. Your name. We love that part. Do solemnly swear that I will faithfully execute the duties of a member of the board to which I have been appointed and upon which I am about to enter, and will, to the best of my ability, preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution and laws of the United States and of this state, and of this city. So help me God. Congratulations.
Smile.
Eager to get to work.
Bobby, congratulations. Yeah. Congratulations. Doc?
Sorry. Yes. Oh, yes. Let me go ahead and let him start the Admiral because of the time. Yeah. Peter, you want to? At this time, we are going to go ahead. Admiral Westendorf is here with us to give us a briefing. Thank you very much in advance for your time, and thank you for the last minute kind of moving around here. So we appreciate that. We're going to hear a presentation, gentlemen, and our audience from our Admiral. So thank you.
Well, thank you, Mayor, council members. Thank you for having me today. So as it was said, I'm Rear Admiral Robert Westendorf, and my job is I run naval aviation training. And often I'm referred to as Senator or the Chief of Naval Air Training. But what does that really mean? We train, or we say undergraduate pilot and flight officer training for the Navy, the Marine Corps, the Coast Guard, and select international partners. And although I am stationed here at Corpus Christi, my headquarters and my staff is here at Corpus Christi, I actually have 5 training wings spread out over the southeast United States. I have training wing in Naval Air Station Pensacola, Florida, a training wing at Naval Air Station Meridian, Mississippi, a training wing at Naval Air Station Whiting Field in Milton, Florida, Naval Air Station Kingsville, right down the street here, and then here at Corpus Christi, Texas. So because I'm in Corpus Christi, I'm going to focus on our operations in Corpus Christi. So what do we do here in Corpus Christi, Texas? Well, by and large, I have 2 primary missions that I assign to my units at Corpus Christi. First, I have 2 squadrons that do basic or primary flight training. When a service member joins the Navy, Marine Corps, Coast Guard, and they get an aviation billet, the first airplane they fly is the T-6 Texan II, and I have squadrons, 2 squadrons here in Corpus Christi that trains, or that initial pilot flight training. And then, as they complete their initial flight training and they go on to their advanced syllabus, here in Corpus Christi we train what we call the multi-engine syllabus, or think pilots are going to go fly large multi-engine airplanes. We train them here, and we also train what we call the tilt rotor syllabus. If you're familiar with Navy and Marine Corps aircraft, we have the MV-22. It's a hybrid aircraft between a helicopter and a fixed-wing aircraft, so we train those here. So how do we accomplish the mission in Sinatra? Again, I've already stated I have 4 squadrons. To accomplish that mission, I have about 150 aircraft stationed here. About 600 students a year go through Naval Air Station Corpus Christi, and it takes 200 flight instructors to accomplish that mission. On an annual basis, we fly over 50,000 training sorties a year, which accounts for about 72,000 logged flight hours to accomplish our mission. To put that in an economic perspective, for just the Sinatra mission or the air training mission, it's a little over 3,000 employees, but when you add the Corpus Christi Army Depot and the Border Patrol Agency, it's about 7,000 employees at Corpus Christi Naval Air Station. Economic impact is about $4.4 billion just at Corpus Christi, and when I add in NAS Kingsville down the road, and many of those employees live in Corpus Christi, it's over $5 billion in economic impact to the city here. I've been in the Navy almost 30 years, and I can say the support that this community gives the military and the positive relationship that we enjoy is second to none. And as you may know, it's actually quite adversarial in some communities. So I thank you and the community support for the mission that we do here. We all know the tensions that are occurring across the world. And today, the United States Navy, we are preparing for what we call a near-peer threat. Now, I'm not going to name the 2 countries. I think we all know the 2 countries that we are in active competition for, but the Navy's mission, first and foremost, is to deter conflict. That's why we have aircraft carriers, battle groups, submarines forward, is to deter our potential adversaries from doing things that we wish they would not do. But if called to, and the United States Navy is called to action, the military aviators that we train at Corpus Christi will man the aircraft carriers, will man the fighter squadrons, the helicopter squadrons, the big wing patrol squadrons to carry out and succeed in our United States Navy mission. So again, I look at this community as a team effort to train that next generation of combat aviators to send off to do that deterrence mission, and if deterrence fails, to fight the wars that our nation calls us to fight. One of the main challenges that we've had is underproduction, and we fixed that by and large, but one of the main challenges that we have faced is not enough pilots in the fleet. There have been many reasons for that, mostly centered around aircraft readiness, meaning we just don't have enough up and available airplanes to fly, but the Navy has made great strides in achieving that, and today, in both Corpus Christi and down the road in Kingsville, Texas, we are meeting mission, and we are expecting fiscal year 22 to be an outstanding mission. We are on pace to meet that. I'm going to pause there, and then if whoever has the link to the video, I'd like to play a short video. It's about 2 or 3 minutes. What this video is actually designed to do is to highlight the transformation in the training processes that we have. By and large, since probably the late 60s, early 70s, the methodology that we have used to train a naval aviator has not changed. We, in many cases, have not leveraged new understandings of human performance, the human learning model, or technology. So we're transforming the way that we train an aviator, and those initial projects or test cases started right here in Corpus Christi. We named our experimental cases after World War II Navy fighter aircraft, so we kicked off Project Avenger last year, and it was a test case of 20 students that went through a completely modernized and revolutionized training curriculum here at Corpus Christi. Since then, we've completed 3 Project Avenger primary classes, and last week we kicked off the next project was Corsair down at Kingsville to modernize advanced jets training. So the video you're going to see here is a couple of minutes, by and large all shot here at NAS Corpus Christi and Kingsville, but this highlights naval aviation training next. So if you could play that video, please.
Navy Corpus Tower, Ranger 711, a missile, runway 13 left. Ranger 711, report to numbers, runway 13 left.
So a little promotional video of what we do there, and I challenge you to understand what was actually live video, virtual reality video that our students see in their virtual reality goggles or our high-end training simulation devices. All were presented there, and the training is really on track to really excel. This only happens, though, with the teamwork that we have as a Navy, a Marine Corps, a Coast Guard, international allies and partners, and a city. And I do want to make my final comment that we really appreciate the cooperation, specifically addressing the encroachment issues that we have at our bases. As you may know, aviation mishaps are rare, but they do occur. And so when we do have input of community developments surrounding our bases and concerns that we have, the intent of that is to keep our community members safe in case we would happen to have a mishap and lose an aircraft and crash an aircraft. So again, I'm standing by for any questions that you would like to ask.
Councilman Hernandez.
Admiral, or in the old days it would have been Commodore, right?
True.
You know, we do our best here to try and make sure that we treasure the Navy base here. I mean, we do. We had the whole incident with Carroll High School and that too. But what else can we do to help you in your mission? Or we asked Captain Jason as well to what we can do to help you, because we generally worry about BRAC on some occasions, but we treasure you guys here. We appreciate you. You mentioned the economic impact. What else can we do for you?
Well, I think, and again, I have heard no mention of future BRACs. I think Naval Air Station Corpus Christi is relatively safe anyway. As you know or may know, I only have 2 bases where I conduct primary flight training. We never want to put all our eggs in one basket, so we need a little bit of diversity in our training. Another point, and I'm sure you're aware of this, some may not be aware of this, but in the Navy we have to have some strange chains of command, if you will. So out at Naval Air Station Corpus Christi, I own the airplanes, I own the flight instructors, I own the simulators, but I don't own the base. That's Captain Jason and his chain of command up through Commander Naval Installations Command. So for flight training, for me, having training airspace that I can utilize, we have to take off, we have to go into the working airspace, do our training missions, come back and land. That is very important for us to protect that airspace. And then, as I mentioned earlier, the encroachment issues. The worst thing that we could have happen is if we actually lose an aircraft and that aircraft went down into a community and we injured civilians on the ground. That would be a very bad day for us. So that's that. I know, and I don't want to speak too much for Captain Jason, but I know he appreciates the community partnership with the base improvement, with the utility upgrades. The United States Navy right now is facing some very large challenges in our infrastructure. As we prepare for this near-peer threat, the money goes to airplanes, to ships, to submarines, and often we ignore the basic maintenance and upkeep of our bases. So if anyone has actually been on base at Corpus Christi or at Kingsville, you probably have noticed that sometimes some of the buildings are looking a little run down. Now, I know there are programs in the state, and of course I cannot solicit anything from you, so I'm just talking, but that further community cooperation with infrastructure potentially is one of the most beneficial aspects of the relationship. Thank you.
Thank you.
Admiral, thank you very much, and we will continue, as you well know, to partner with our leadership there and to do what we can to assist you. And thank you for your service. We really appreciate this briefing. I think it's very important that all the different leaderships out there, the different people that represent the different parts of our naval base, come and give us briefings. So
Okay.
we appreciate you very much.
All right. Thank you, Mayor. Appreciate
Yes,
your
sir.
time.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Okay, so it's about 12 noon, so I'm going to go ahead and move over to item F, public comment. Before we begin, I'll ask City Attorney Miles Risley to please review the council meeting rules of decorum.
Each speaker is limited to a total of no more than 3 minutes per speaker per meeting. Citizens are authorized and encouraged to present their views to the council on city-related matters. Such should be done in factual, precise presentation, and questions of council or staff are inappropriate.
Great, thank you, Mr. Risley. So I'll be calling each person up in order in which you signed up, and I'd like to remind everyone that a recording is being made of this meeting. Please speak into the microphone and located at the podium. That is located at the podium. State your name and address before you speak. If you choose to speak during public comment, you're not able to speak during the item. If that's what you are here for, please make sure you make that decision before coming up front. Citizen comment is limited to 3 minutes. And again, on the podium, there is a timer that will indicate as such. So please be respectful of that. And so I think with that, we will go ahead and begin. I'm sorry, if you have a petition, anything you'd like to hand to our council, please give that to Ms. Huerta, our city secretary, prior to coming to the podium. So today we will start with Doreen Kinkle. Doreen? Okay, so Doreen is not with us today. Brandon Marks. Sure.
Is that allowed on the appointment to a board or commission?
Yes, sir. Okay. Are we able, oh, wait a minute. No, I'm sorry. It's not, that's an appointment, so now would be your opportunity.
All right, good afternoon, everybody. My name is Brandon Marks. I live at 319 Rosebud Avenue in District 2, and I'm the Coastal Bend lead organizer with the Texas Campaign for the Environment. I'm here today to call on all of you when you vote to appoint a port commissioner later this afternoon to appoint a People's Port Commissioner. Now, the People's Port is a slate of 7 incredible community leaders who have stepped forward to serve as a voice with no conflict of interest, no professional, personal, or financial ties to the port or port industries, and will serve as a voice on the port to fight for the greater good, for our public health and safety, accountability, the environment, and more. Now, I know a lot of people are unable to be here today, and that because the ability to call in comments was canceled, you are unable to hear from many of those people. But thankfully, so many people have reached out to us to share with you their thoughts on why it's so important to appoint a People's Port Commissioner. Now, I'm going to read some of those to you now.
Sorry.
That's okay. Just I was confused seeing it ticking down to 0. Okay. So I want to read to you what some people have sent in to us. And some people have sent in why they support the People's Port, photos of them holding up signs calling for you to support the People's Port. And I know dozens of people have sent you emails about this as well, adding up to over 100 people who have taken actions in different ways calling for a People's Port commissioner. Now, Robin Cobb said that this would be a great, positive, and future-thinking action for the Corpus Christi City Council to select one of the 7 candidates from the slate of the People's Port to fill the vacant commissioner seat. Alyssa Cuevas said that, I support appointing a People's Port commissioner. Please take to heart the environment and the needs and wants of the people who live here and cherish the wonderful resources of our coastal area. Emily Olivares said, please select a candidate from the People's Port applicants. The Port Commission should have representation by persons from the community who care for our city and its future. These people should not only be those in the oil, gas, chemicals, and banking business. Leanne Hirondell said, be fair, appoint a community member, not a vested business representative. Dewey McGee said that the port constantly claims they care about the environment. Let them prove it by appointing a person without direct ties to large industry. Appoint a People's Port commissioner. And Paul Wilhite, for another example, said it's high time to rid the Port of Corpus Christi of the widespread corruption taking place. Val should be the first person to go, as he's one of the worst offenders profiting personally from his appointed position. These are just a number of the many comments that were submitted to us. And I wanted to bring those to you today because so many people are unable to be here, which is why I also emphasize and implore you to bring back the ability for people to call in their public comments. This is a working class city. We are in the middle of a pandemic. People who work 9 to 5 cannot get here in the middle of a Tuesday. And people who are taking care of family members or have health issues cannot be here as well. So please reinstate the ability to give public comment by phone and appoint a People's Port commissioner. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Marks. Shauna Mondragon.
Hello. My name is Shauna Mondragon. I live at 1615 18th Street, District 2, right next to the cluttered District 1. I am a proud Indigenous Spanish member of this community for over 40 years. I'm a member of the Indigenous Peoples Group of Corpus Christi, as well as a supporter of the Sierra Club, the Clean Economy Coalition, which should just be basically a coalition, shouldn't have to add the clean economy, as well as many others. I'm also an organizer with Texas Campaign for the Environment. I am also a Hall of Fame member with Del Mar College. I am an honors graduate from there, as well as other places here that we do hold, such as the, I won't name it, but the College of San Antonio as well. I try to give us credit. Anyway, I'm here because I'm concerned. I have a big concern. Like, I don't understand why we haven't had a People's Port Commissioner. We shouldn't even have to call it People's Port Commissioner, because whoever is appointed to this position, knowing the importance of it, knowing the impact of it, not only economy-wise, but to the health of our environment, to our resources, to our people, there seems to be no concern to me involved in the repercussions and the negative effects of the toxins that are being placed in our water, in our air, and we have no say over it. That is a concern to me. Why is it not a concern to anybody else in that position? It seems like we're turning a blind eye to what is happening for the simple color green, and it shouldn't be like that. It shouldn't be about lining pockets. It shouldn't be about the corporations. It should be about the people. And there are other resources that we can use. We can go beyond fossil fuels, and for some reason, that's not even coming up as an object or a subject matter, and I don't get that. It does not make any sense to me why. We can go to a clean economy. We can still make money, we can still generate profit, we can still make energy, but we don't have to do it through fossil fuels. So that's why we need somebody that is from here, that is not invested with money or lining pockets, but invested in the community, the health of our people, and the health of our future. And that's why we need a People's Port Commissioner to be able to give representation of not the corporations, but of the people. And yes, we do rely and thrive on the people of here, just like the man from the mattress firm. Families like that. Those are the families, the hard-working families that work their hands to the bone and go to the community colleges and reinvest in the other people that own the businesses here as well. These are the people that should be making the decisions. These are the people that should be listened to, not the people that rent a property or rent a lot or y'all throw out permits like it's Halloween candy. Please support the People's Port.
Thank you, Ms. Mondragon. Aaron Munoz?
Hello, Aaron Munoz, 2961 Rivercrest Road here in wonderful Corpus Christi, Texas. So just a quick thank you to those of you, Mayor and the council members who were able to come and speak at our leadership class last Thursday. Thank you for taking the time out of your very busy schedules to come and address our class. We really appreciate it. It was actually one of our most favorite sessions of the year to date. So thank you so much for that. Today I'm actually coming in front of you to speak on desal and in support of the desal project and the being able to be the leaders to secure a long-term reliable water supply for the city of Corpus Christi. I'm born and raised in Corpus Christi, Texas. I've lived in Los Angeles, I've lived in Chicago, I've lived in Colorado, I've lived in other places across the world as well. And, you know, my friends and family that I bring back here, you know, fall in love with this place. And really the amount of potential, both from an economic standpoint and from a cultural standpoint, for us to really put our imprint on the world is through securing a long-term water supply for this community. That's the only way that growth for our, you know, opportunities for people here in the city and for the future residents of Corpus Christi. You know, there are only 7 states in the United States that don't have a state income tax. Most of them, no disrespect to the Wyomings of the world, are, you know, there's not a whole lot there, right? But Texas, being one of those states, has a lot of people coming from states that do have state income tax. You see a lot of investment in a lot of areas throughout the state of Texas, one of those being Austin. Now, unfortunately for the people that live in Austin and for a lot of small businesses, especially in emerging technologies like blockchain and quantum computing, artificial intelligence, they're going to get priced out of that market. They're going to be paying exorbitant amounts of rent. It's going to cost them a ton of money to have to build something there, if Elon Musk has anything to say about it. And the other thing is they're going to need a place to go, right? San Antonio, Houston, a lot of these places is already built out. And guess what? They don't have a beach, right? And we do. And we have a tremendous opportunity to be the next international destination, not only for business, but for culture, for tourism, and to lead the world. Not the country, but to lead the world as an international community. And the way that we do that is by securing a long-term, reliable water source, not only for industry, but for the people here in the city of Corpus Christi, maybe those who don't even live here yet. We got to think about those. And so I commend your courage and I commend your leadership in being able to push this agenda finally, this item finally, because it's been a long time coming and we desperately, desperately need your action and your leadership. And in history, when we look back on days like today, we will remember that courage that you had, especially in the opposition of a very small yet loud contingent. But show us that courage and that leadership today. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Munoz. Mr. Jack Gordy?
Yes, my name is Jack Gordon. I live at 4118 Bray Drive. The mayor's got pictures of some potholes. The city manager got a copy. The city attorney got a copy. The city has ignored it. They were notified. I notified them 3 times. The manager of the city housing, the potholes are right in front of her office. She's called the city 3 times. The city keeps ignoring it. I mean, they ain't little potholes. They're that deep. I hit the pothole, and it cost me $2,500 to get my car fixed. Now, I know 3 other people that's had their car in the shop because they hit the potholes, because the city would not fill the pothole. This city council is supposed to make sure that the city does what they're supposed to do. How can the city ignore potholes for over 6 months when they're notified? I mean, it's not little potholes, and when they're full of water, you don't realize the pothole is there. And I've got a lawyer, and the lawyer's filing a lawsuit for $2,500. That's what it's costing me, because it wasn't a factory defect, and my insurance won't cover it because it's not a factory defect. And the other three people, I've contacted them, and they're going to contact the same lawyer that I've contacted, because one of them paid about $3,600 to get their car fixed. This city council needs to get involved and ask questions when you find out the city is not doing what they're supposed to do. This city council is allowing them to just ignore it, ignore it, ignore it. And that's not what we elected the city council for. We elected the city council to make sure the city does things right. So it's time to start doing what you were elected for. Make sure the city fixes them. And the potholes that I'm talking about is on Ayers Street, right across from Del Mar College, in front of government housing, or the city housing project.
Mr. Gordy, thank you. Peter, is Roland going to
Yeah,
address
Roland,
that?
Mr. Gordy, get the gentleman standing up right there in the hallway. He'll help you out.
Yeah, and Peter, also, as a statement of fact, could you remind us about the emergency 1.2 million?
Yes.
Regarding potholes?
Right, yeah, so recently I authorized an emergency contract to get a private sector firm to help us repair our potholes. So unfortunately for the city, and we're gradually moving away from this, when we have a pothole on a street, it's more likely than not that there's not just one, there's several. So when our crews go out, on average, they're fixing about 30 holes in a street, which is very unusual or not typical in a Texas city. So it takes us longer to get to a pothole. Also, those recent rains we had this summer are causing our already fragile, mostly neighborhood streets to rapidly deteriorate. So to that end, I even noticed it myself, and I got my team together to say, what's happening, guys? It seems like we're not fixing them as fast as we should, and it's those two reasons. The potholes are coming out more because of the rains we had this summer, and then when we do have them, there's a lot on a street. So to get to a particular pothole, it takes us a little longer. So what we're doing is using the private sector, and we use that model. We have internal crews and teams that we've rebuilt, but we still rely on the private sector. And to that end, an emergency contract to mitigate what Mr. Gordy just talked about of having car damage has been put in place, and we'll have contractors out there soon in the amount of $1.2 million, getting that backlog caught up so we can have decent streets again. So thank you for letting me point that out, Mayor.
Sure. Thank you, Peter. Susie Saldana.
Susie Luna Saldana, 4710 Hackle. I come to you before you today because of your port commissioner appointment. And, you know, I'd hate to tell the people's candidates that they don't have a chance, because you people, some of you have gotten contributions for some of those candidates up to the tune of $10,000 this year. Now, is that going to affect your decision? One can say no, one can say yes, but it is there. And that money has been given by a particular candidate to a particular council person. And you know what? It makes it sad because you guys are not looking at what's good for the city. You have a commissioner now that's a vice chair, okay? You've never had a chair from the city because you haven't looked at what's necessary for the city. You need to look, when you appoint a commissioner, to the port of what's important, what they have. I realize that the people up there on top are going to get the fills, and they're going to get the looks at. The people that are here speaking for the people's choices need to realize that they don't have the money to sponsor some of you. It is a shame. It is a rotten shame. I know what's happened. I know all the innuendos. I know the person that's probably sending you guys bunches of letters to tell you what's going on. What's going on is that you need to have a conscience and vote for the best person qualified to do that job, whether they provide for your money coffin or not. Thank you.
Errol Summerlin.
Madam Secretary, Mayor, members of the council, thank you very much for allowing me to speak today. My name is Errol Summerlin. I live in Portland, and I'm a co-founder of CAPE. I've lived here 37 years, and I've never seen an uproar against the port as much as I have in the last 4 years. Yes, there's been some political give and take between applicants, but the public has generally remained silent on port activities. Not so anymore. Why is that? Well, let's be honest. The port has made a lot of average folks angry about a lot of things. The port's engaged in multiple land grabs under the guise of being a landlord-tenant. They hold communities hostage by threatening Port A's marina, Portland's pier, and preventing seagrass studies in IOB. The port moves forward with desalination projects in Corpus Christi Bay despite overwhelming public opposition, draining the citizens' time and resources in a legal battle that is now 4 years old. And that water is not being provided for the public's general welfare, but industrial expansion. The port wants to risk impacts to our bay to further their own gain in hydrogen production and carbon capture that in and of themselves pose economic risks and, more important, a high risk to public safety. While I am certain the Port's Council disagrees with me, the Port's constitutional authority is directed at keeping the navigable waters of the district open and to ensure the good working order of wharves and docks, transmission lines, roads of ingress and egress, and other infrastructure that accommodates private industry. That mandate does not include seawater desalination that threatens our bays. It doesn't include hydrogen production and its concomitant dangers, carbon capture initiatives that require new pipeline infrastructure, and is merely greenwashing the impacts of continual emissions that threaten climate change here and around the world. The list goes on. Lack of transparency, disrespect to citizens. You know, there was a dedication of a new historical marker here on December 4th honoring the longshoremen who worked the docks. They date back to the early days of the port. And yet, not a single representative from the port was present for the dedication and to hear the words of those retired longshoremen. They had no skin in the game. That's why they weren't there. Folks are upset for a lot of reasons and will remain so as long as the port continues down its current path. The port is out of control, and you don't seem to have any authority to stop it unless you begin by selecting someone who can be a strong voice for residents, by selecting someone who will represent the public interest in the port's activities. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Summerlin. Encarnación Serna.
Okay. Encarnación is too long. Sean Serna, retired engineer. I live in Portland, Texas, 105 Lost Creek, Portland, Texas.
Can you speak in the microphone, sir? That's right.
Sorry.
Thank you.
My name is Encarnación Serna. I go by Sean, retired engineer. I live in Portland, Texas, 105 Lost Creek. There would be many people here, including 10 of my grandchildren's children. They're doing finals right now. On the issue of desalination, by reverse osmosis, open intakes, open discharges in a closed system like our bay systems, those are international scams that end up in financial failures and environmental disasters. The chemistry of the water in Corpus Christi Bay is very complicated, and so are the ecological systems that live there. Why? Because that's where two worlds come together, fresh water, seawater. Nobody understands it. To characterize it, to be able to design and size a pretreatment program. If Sean Serna cannot do it, there's nobody in the world who can do it. You can bring the Russian guy, Nikolai, whatever his last name is, Jorge Arroyo, Friesen Nichols. They're not going to do it. They're just selling you gadgets. It's going to fail. And then when it fails, you're going to keep on spending millions and millions of dollars to buy more gadgets and more chemicals to make it work. So I've said enough, and I've written enough on desalination. I hope people learn. I learn. I don't know everything. And on the issue of the selecting the commissioner for the port, I don't want to know names or anything like that. We read in San Patricio County that there was bribery involved and that some people might have taken the bribery to put a candidate of their choice. If that's the case, I hope you have dropped that person from the list, because that would only be fair for people here that are making an honest effort to be selected. They represent the people. I hope you remove this individual from the list, and that would be the only thing fair to do. Thank you for listening, and move on with desalination. Move on.
Thank you, Mr. Serna. Chloe Torres.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Chloe Torres. I live on 5430 Saratoga Boulevard, so I'm in District 5. So today I'm here to ask you to urge you to consider, at the very least, I think Ms. Saldana had a great point, that we're not hoping for the best. We're not hoping and relying on the fact that you will appoint someone from the People's Court. But I want you to consider about what your legacy will be here once your term is done. It'll be over eventually. These people, again, are not paid for by the oil and gas industry, the banking industry. They have nothing to gain from this position except to protect their community. And they've not seen that from a port commissioner. They are willing to sacrifice time with their family from their careers to serve on this position. And you should be damn proud that they are willing to do that for this city. You should not see it as a nuisance, that's what we've been getting, is condescension, aggressiveness, dismissiveness, from the fact that we are literally just trying to make sure that we, our families and future generations, have clean air, clean water, clean soil to live upon. That's all. We have no other interest besides that. And we're met with such hostility. And I don't understand that from people who are we're not supposed to have an adversarial relationship. You understand? We're not here to do that, but unfortunately that is. And that gets me to my second point of the virtual town hall. It's not a town hall if people can't be there. If you're going to hold your meetings in person, then have it the town hall in person. I just want to read you a quote from Brazilian educator Paulo Freire. It said, "In any situation in which some individuals prevent others from engaging in the process of inquiry is one of violence. The means used are not important. To alienate human beings from their own decision making is to change them into objects instead of subjects." So, in conclusion, because I have 30 seconds left, reinstate public comment by phone. What Brandon said is correct. We are working people. There are disabled people who cannot physically be here but can call in from phone. You ignoring that and disallowing that, again, in the middle of a global pandemic when we're seeing variants pop up every few months, is irresponsible and it's dangerous. I have 5 seconds left, so I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you, Ms. Torres. David Watson.
My name is Brian Watson. I go by Brian, which is my middle name. Most of you don't know that, so that's how that happened. Several things. I want to thank those of you who've taken the time to look at the video on fluoridation of water supplies. I don't know if any of you have had time to look at it, but I hope that you will avail yourself of the opportunity. I think it's important for us to know that, what's in that tape. I have been communicating with the Community Foundation in Abilene, which has managed to procure or acquire whatever, by whatever means, the full complement of housing for every homeless veteran in the city of Abilene. They've managed to do that, and they've maintained their position. I certainly hope we can stay in touch with them, and I hope you won't mind if I say so on your behalf, because they have accomplished a major feat, and they are determined to keep it going. I'm doing what I can. And that and the full complement of the water fluoridation issue are really all about all that I have to talk about this morning, but I do want to thank you for your constant attention to the inner needs of the city and to the quality of life. I would like to take the opportunity to thank Chief Rocha and Chief Merkel for their contributions to the quality of life in this city, and especially the officers stationed across the street from me. They keep us safe, and we really appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Watson. Isabel Araiza.
Isabel Araiza, 326 Ponish. The plan for today, especially after the recent bribery scandal, was to talk about the importance of appointing one of us from the People's Port to the Port Commission. Now, given the sneaky agenda item that gives the city manager the authority to start negotiations for the desal plant, I had to pause and think about how I would use my pathetic 2 or 3 minutes. So know this. My comments are not directed at you. My comments are directed to my community and for the evidence of the record. Your pursuit of desal, despite the clear and present danger it presents to the region, and despite the clear, informed, and growing voices of opposition, is a symptom of a greater problem we have in the coastal bend. We have elected and appointed officials who put corporate greed over public need. The way you govern is not democratic. It is not indicative of a republic. The council acts as dictators, dictators for the port, dictators for an industry that is dying and that kills and corrupts. You are corrupt. When people read about what happened here and review the transcripts, they will see the time and energy and concern of the people in public comments. They will see how you undermine participatory democracy. They will see the arrogance, the dismissiveness, the ignorance, the sloppiness, the ineptness with which you have governed. They will note in this critical historical moment regarding climate change that you had an opportunity to shift in the community, in this state, in this country, and on this planet, and you failed to rise to that occasion. They will use your names and your behaviors and your choices as indicators of how the seeds of devastation were sown. I'm here to tell you, to tell my community, to tell the future historians and sociologists and political scientists and environmental justice warriors and our children's children that when you don't see me here, when you don't see the people here, it is not because we have given up. Nor is it because the council has won, or the port has won, or the fossil fuel industry has won. Know that when you don't see us here, it is because we are directing our efforts at our community to make it impossible for the corrupt, the lazy, the inept, the exploitive to continue to hold positions of power and authority. We are and will be cultivating the people power, the authentic hope and optimism and expectation that we can have better, that we deserve better than the elected and appointed officials we currently have sitting in these seats before me now and in the broader Coastal Bend community. We, for the greater good, will be working so that people like you will no longer be able to govern for the ideals. We'll be working for the ideals we dream about. A healthy environment, healthy people, quality infrastructure, beautiful and accessible public spaces and places for all people. You may not be seeing me here as often, but know what I am doing and know what I am working toward when you don't see me. Remember my words. Know what I'm doing.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Araiza. Judge Barbara Canales.
Thank you for Barbara Test? Okay. Barbara Canales, Nueces County Judge and Nueces County Emergency Manager and private citizen here as well. Thank you for accommodating, Mayor. You had to make a decision, and I very much appreciate you allowing me to have my 3 minutes here in public comment. And the courtesy is always extended to all of you in Nueces County Commissioner's Court as well. I wanted to come over here today, even though I'm Zooming from outside, with mayors from small towns that represent part of the makeup of Nueces County. And I really came for one simple request. And I'm really going to go eye to eye and just simply say, Councilman Hernandez, Molina, Lerma, Smith, Mayor, Councilman Martinez, Councilman Pusley, also in my regard, always a county commissioner, Councilman Hunter, and Councilman Barrera. I'm here to ask you for one simple thing, and that is on behalf of the people that I represent, humbly and respectfully. If this podium were lower, I would swear to God I would get on my knees and beg you for this one thing, and that is time. Because our people are going to be hurt by a rushed process. I submit to you that there are departments that can improve with both efficiency and modernization, both the concept of HR improvements, along with, quite frankly, novel and innovative approaches to public health. If we've learned anything in 2 years, it's learned that we need to invest. We've learned that we need to invest more, not less. That's why last week in Commissioner's Court, Lubbock County joined forces, city and county, with their ARP funds. And this is what we have discovered when we look throughout the state of Texas. There is no urban county that has a population outside the main city, that has a city that provides services to a county. It's the other way around. The county would provide services to the city, like in Harris County. There are some environmental services that are provided, like in El Paso, and we've studied these, and we've hired Steve Aragon. Steve was the former general counsel for dishes. And a month ago, the county, 5-0, unanimously voted to send to you all a document that I'm not sure you've seen, and if you have, please forgive me. But if you have not seen it, please ask your manager to give it to you, because it asks for one thing: time. 6 months, and maybe we can do it faster. But in 6 months, we can address this map. I bet you haven't read this document. And I'm going to give it to the clerk, and I'm sure she can make copies for you. This is our social determinants of health document. It tells you exactly what's wrong with us, and we're not healthy. We're poor, we're uninsured, more than most. We have chronic issues of diabetes and hypertension, et cetera. But mainly it says this, my friends. It says that Bishop, Driscoll, and Robstown need you to give them time. Please, I ask you, for 6 months, please direct your city manager to agree to the letter that county has asked you for. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge Canales.
No, thank you, Mayor.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so that will conclude our public comment for today. Mr. Zanotti, do you have anything to add? Or?
You know, I do have the city manager's report, but just let me talk on health if I can real quick.
Yes,
So we have made a pledge all along, and the council has made that with me, that there will be no interruption in service to anybody in Nueces County as we transition to a city health department and the health district remains. Mm-hmm. We have 3 goals that we're reaching to obtain for the community that have been long in waiting, a couple of decades. That includes better health outcomes for the community, better use of taxpayer dollars when it comes to healthcare service, and better work environment for both city and county employees. And so that goal, though, is centered around no interruption in service. And the 90th day trigger that's in the contract is January 18th, but we have committed all along that it's probably going to take us beyond that time frame for the full transition. And it's not going to be an overnight transition. It'll be rather gradual in time. And so that's the commitment we've made to the community and to the city council.
And I would add to that, you know, publicly and on record, and you can answer this, we are not rushing anything.
That's correct. Yeah, I caught that as well. There's no rush here. This is a very, very thoughtful, thorough process that involves every employee. We told the employees at the health district, I meet with them every week. And we've met 5 times already. Every Friday we meet. It's broadcast live on YouTube and Facebook, and it's transparent. But we said, you're going to be part of the solution. So we're meeting with them in groups. They're also meeting in other work groups. So it's going to take some time. This is not a rush job. Okay. It's a thorough, deliberate, very professional transition, something the community has been asking for 2 decades.
Very good. Mm-hmm. Well, we appreciate your leadership on it, Peter. So we will move on to your comments and updates. And your first item is very exciting.
Yes, well, I think it's changed a little bit since the lineup. I'm going to go actually to Operation Heat Help, which is just as exciting.
I was referring to Cole Park Pier, but we'll wait on that. Okay.
Right, yeah, we're going to keep the audience attuned because that is a great event. But let me begin by talking about Operation Heat Help. And so winter is right around the corner, and it's time to prepare for cooler weather. The City of Corpus Christi Gas Department, with a gas provider for the community, is happy to announce that we have a financial assistance program known as Operation Heat Help. It helps customers with their natural gas bills from November through February by providing up to $100 per household for those who qualify. Just some context, over the past 3 years, we've helped over 400 residents paying a portion of their bill during the wintertime. So to qualify, applicants must meet income guidelines, and the applicant must be a utility account holder. Customers can get information from the program by visiting our website, the Gas Department website, at cctexas.com/gas. Our applications are available by Nueces County Department of Social Service. We partner with them for the application process, and those are at www.nuecesco.com. Finally, customers can go direct into our headquarters for the gas department, located at the RTA building, 602 North Staples, to fill out an application as well. Next, I'm going to have, before the DSAL folks take off, I think I'm going to have Mike Murphy come up and talk about, it didn't come up yet in the citizen comment, but we do have an exciting town hall to talk about our desalinization project. It's this Thursday. And we want as many to hear this because we want a lot of attendees from the hours of 7 to 9 to ask us any questions they may have and get all those answers that haven't been answered that evening. The mayor and council will be there, as well as Mike Murphy, his professional team, our consultants. It is a virtual meeting to accommodate the COVID pandemic. But let me have Mike kind of go into a little more detail on it.
Yeah. Thank you, Peter. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. So just going back to November 16th of 2021, TCEQ held a public meeting for the water right permit for the La Quinta Channel. I'm sure you were all aware, some of you actually sat in on that. It was a long night. We had over 94 attendees. 13 of those were TCEQ staff and panelists, and our panelists. And we had 41 participants that actually called in and voiced their opinion. TCEQ is currently in the process of reviewing and responding to the public comments that were made during that meeting. Even though we have no date at this particular time, we are looking to get a response back, hopefully from TCEQ sometime during the first quarter of next year. Okay, next slide, please. Now, what's coming up, and Peter briefly described this, we have the virtual town hall to discuss the drought-proof solution for the coastal bend. This is for our residents, our customers, business owners, industry to call in and ask questions and be part of the conversation. The date that we've selected is Thursday, December the 16th, and the meeting will last from 7 p.m. until 9 p.m. We've listed the number, and you can go to our website at www.dsal.cctexas.com. All the instructions are there, but the call-in number, 877-229-8493 with the ID code of 120948 hashtag. So this is an opportunity to call in and express your opinions, concerns. Then we've also got, if you just want to listen and watch what's going on or hear what's going on more likely, you can go to Facebook or YouTube or to our closed circuit TV and CCTV, and all the information is here. We'll also be broadcasting on UVerse Channel 99 and Spectrum Channel 1300 if you wish to go there and view that. But so this is a virtual meeting. We will Our plan is to take questions. We will compile those questions, and depending on how much time we have at the end of the meeting, we'll address as many of those as possible. So that's it.
Okay, Mr. Hernandez?
Yes, can you expound on why we didn't do this in person as opposed to doing a virtual meeting?
Yeah, well, logistically, and then with COVID sort of rearing its head back up again, we decided that this would probably be a safer way to do it, and so that's what we're doing.
Considering we're having our council meetings in person, I mean, I don't want us to use the coronavirus as a crutch for doing some things that we should be doing in person. I hope that that is not the case. Just it's better to do things in person because you can actually see the person and get that facial expressions and interaction that you just can't get in a virtual meeting. I had this issue with when we did the budget meetings, and I even suggested having it at a location where you could have social distancing at the Veterans Memorial High School facility. We should be able to do this. I mean, it's not. I mean, there are plenty of venues. I'm sure the American Bank Center could be used if absolutely necessary. So I'll hear your answer.
Was that a question? Was there a question in there?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
I mean.
Well, we were basically following the TCEQ protocols of the meeting that I just announced, and that was the same reason that they gave. But
yeah, and then in addition to that, Councilman, it is an evening meeting, and so we want to be sensitive to people that may be helping children with homework or cooking, and so we know that one positive unintended consequence of COVID is the use of virtual meetings, and in fact, in our regional development plans that we have for our community, our regional economic development plans, we actually have had better participation in the development of those with the community because of the online format. And so given that Omicron is here, unfortunately, that it is an evening meeting, and we want to make it accessible to as many as possible, working with our consultant who specializes in this and community engagement, it was highly recommended by them, and we felt we agreed that we do it virtually to provide better access, better accessibility, and be mindful of the COVID pandemic.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate the answers. I think we can walk and chew gum at the same time and do both, have participation in both ways, but that's my opinion. Thank you.
Councilman Lerma.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to agree with Councilman Hernandez. I've gotten many phone calls about why are we going virtual with this, and I figured that we'd use the pandemic, in my opinion, as an excuse, which, the governor of Texas opened up the whole state of Texas to do business, and I think that includes business at the city hall, to do it the proper way and in person. I think it's important to talk to individuals person to person. I agree about the virtual. I think we can do it both ways, to be quite honest with you. We've had plenty of time to just set this up. There's no reason that we can't, and we do have venues that will accommodate our residents. One thing that, as an elected official, it was tough running an election last year because you had to do it on Facebook, okay? Because we were in the middle of the pandemic. Things have settled down somewhat. People want to see government in action, but they want to see it in person. As you can see, we have a good crowd here. All I say is that when we have future meetings, please look at providing a venue so we can see these people one-on-one. Our citizens, it's important to us as a council that sits up here. Okay, that's all I ask from you, Mr. Murphy, okay? And Peter? Okay, thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you, Councilman.
Councilman Pisley?
Thank you, Mayor. Peter, if we want to come here to participate in that, is there going to be a conference room?
Yes,
here?
there is, Councilman. Yeah, we'll have all the council will be upstairs on the 5th floor.
5th floor?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll call you if you haven't been reached out to already, which I think we have. We'll make sure you have accommodations.
Okay.
Yeah.
Very good. Thank you.
Okay, I think that's all. Were you done, Councilman? Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Murphy.
Okay, good. Okay, Mayor, I'm going to transition back and a few more items. They all kind of center around the holiday season. So the first is holiday recycling tips. We put some information out on our social website, but we thought we'd use this opportunity to talk about recycling. We know that the holidays are a busy time of the year, and we're bringing in more stuff into the homes, and we want to just talk a little bit about how to get rid of some of that garbage and recyclable material. Our partner, Republic, who we know services us from time to time, said that between Thanksgiving and New Year's, the average home produces 25% more waste just in that little time frame. So we want to give the residents some tips on how to recycle trash, recyclable items, and things like that Christmas tree. The department has kind of set up 3 categories, and they're on their website, but I'll go over them here real quick. So recycled items, things that belong in the blue cart, include cardboard boxes, seasonal mail, holiday catalogs, tin and aluminum cans, and plastic bottles. Things that are not recyclable that go into the green cart, the garbage cart, includes holiday ribbons, bows, tinsel, string lights, and ornaments. That doesn't go in the recycle bin. Styrofoam, bubble wrap, padded envelopes, put those in the garbage can. These next things that have glitter or foil.
Where does tamale leaves?
The tamale?
Where are they? Just kidding.
Well, maybe you shouldn't bring those in to begin with.
It'll go up 35%.
Yeah. Right.
I'm sorry, I couldn't. Sorry
No problem.
to interrupt you.
Yeah.
I had to.
Right, gift boxes, wrapping paper, holiday cards that have glitter or foil, just toss those. Wreaths or garlands should be tossed as well. So an additional category that many may not be aware of, we want to highlight, is things like cooking grease, lithium batteries, glass bottles or containers, computers, printers or scanners. All those, and live Christmas trees, all those can be taken to the disposal site at the J.C. Elliott Transfer Station. Okay, so residents can drive to the J.C. Elliott Transfer Station and drop off those things that don't belong in either the recycle or the garbage container.
Okay.
Okay. So if in your neighborhood the brush set out is during the week of Christmas or around Christmas, you can set your tree out. Otherwise, you'll have to take it to J.C. Elliott. Okay. Okay, and then just a quick reminder on the holiday schedule. So the city will be closed for non-essential services between Christmas and New Year's. Our essential services like police and fire and water, wastewater, solid waste, airport will be in full operation. City Hall will be closed during that winter period. However, customers can still reach us on our call center line at 826-2489. And utility payments can be made at HEB or through the city's online website. Seniors will have meals, a 5-day supply of meals that can be taken home from the senior centers. And Mayor Guajardo is sponsoring the meals for the take-home meals from the centers.
In partnership.
In partnership.
With AEP.
Okay, with
Yes.
AEP Texas.
I just bought the
And homebound meals, also a 5-day supply, will be provided from December 28th through the 30th. Okay, now, Mayor, let's talk about the.
Well, before that, would
Sure.
you send us that slide on the recyclables so we can
Yes.
have it for text or for social media?
Okay, we will.
And the schedule, I'm sure the schedule's already to us, correct?
Yes. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Okay. Councilman Lerma, I think, has a.
No, that's what I was going to ask, Madam Mayor, the same thing you did. But I wanted to emphasize on that list, Peter, I see a lot of people with the plastic bottles, they leave the cap on it. You didn't mention that. The cap needs to be removed from that, and that's real important.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, they do encourage to remove that cap.
They do
Yeah.
encourage that, and that's important.
Yeah.
You know, I just wanted to remind people of that,
Okay,
but
thank
I
you,
wanted that
Councilman.
list, also a copy of it.
Okay, good. We'll get you that.
Thank you.
Okay, now we're going to talk about a gift to the community, which is our Cole Park Pier, right? And this Friday, we'll be doing a ribbon cutting, the mayor and city council, a ribbon cutting of Cole Park Pier at the pier itself. It's going to be a community celebration from the hours of 4 to 7 p.m. The actual ribbon cutting ceremony will begin around 4:30, and the ribbon cutting will be close to dusk. So we'll see the lights come on when that happens. We want to invite the entire Coastal Bend to join the mayor and city council. There'll be live music from cruise control, hot cocoa, cookies, kids play, giveaways, and fishing, right? Yeah. So for the first 300 people in attendance, we're going to be giving out commemorative postcards. There'll be water bottles and backpacks as well. Texas Parks and Wildlife will be there to help as part of the celebration. The event's free to the public, and there will be park and ride services, and we have a graphic we'll show you here. So park and ride from the Water's Edge Park, and then the RTA will shuttle you to the pier event. We want to thank a few people. Jacobs Engineering, they are the design firm, and most importantly, we want to thank J.M. Davidson's local firm from Aransas Pass. They have worked tirelessly and relentlessly to include through inclement weather over the weekends into the evening to get the pier ready for the celebration that will take place Friday. So we'll see everybody there on Friday. And then we know that also this is a time of giving, this Christmas season, and I want to highlight the city's executive team, or the city's, actually the city's organization giving through the United Way charitable campaign. It closed out, we had a goal of $135,000 to be raised this year. You may remember that Libby Averett was here, the CEO of United Way. Our team, the city team of 3,500 employees, exceeded the goal by contributing just under $140,000, so $139,255. That'll help 60 local nonprofit agencies in our community over the next year. So maybe a good round of applause for the city team.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay, and then finally, Mayor, speaking of city team, we sadly announced one of our team members, Kevin Norton, is retiring from the city. And is Kevin
Is he
coming?
here?
Is he here somewhere? He's coming out. Kevin has been with the city about 3 years, and that is after he was with a distinguished career in the U.S. Navy for 25 years.
Here he is.
Hey, Kevin. All right. So Kevin has several accomplishments completed in his time here, including the new headworks and lift station at the Oso Water Reclamation Plant. That's a $25 million project. He did the new headworks and grit removal rehabilitation at Greenwood Wastewater Treatment Plant, $3.3 million. He was instrumental in his team replacing more than 100,000 linear feet of water line since 2019. And we probably know him best for his work on the consent decree, where we worked with the federal government to get a good business plan to improve our wastewater treatment system. So Kevin has a lot of respect and camaraderie from his team, not just at the water department, but I think citywide. We had a citywide meeting Monday, and a lot of the executives paid their comments and respects to Kevin. Kevin's going to literally retire, I think, at least for now. Take it easy,
Yes,
up
sir.
in the north of San Antonio. So Kevin, why don't you say a few words, and I'm going to give you a token here of appreciation as well.
Thank you, sir, for the kind words. I appreciate it. It's the time here has gone by very, very fast.
Right.
I mean, it's just like that. I think there's a thing about city time and dog years. It's a similarity to it. But I wanted to thank you, Mayor and Council, and the past councils for all the support and direction that's been provided to us. City Council has challenged us, made us aware of citizens' concerns, and supported our operational requirements, and ultimately made us better public servants under the leadership of our city manager and his executive leadership team. Corpus Christi has a very special place in my heart, and it's not just because I worked here, but my parents actually met here in the 1960s when they both worked at the Driscoll Children's Hospital. And like the city manager said, I'm retiring, but it's for family reasons, and we're moving north to be closer to my family in San Antonio. I would like to thank the city manager, who I've learned a lot from. I have no doubt that you would be an admiral or a general in the military if you were in the military, because of your professional leadership at Presidents, your ability to get things done, and your tremendous work ethic that everyone here knows about. I'd also like to thank Mike Murphy, my COO, who I've also learned a lot from, and who I've thoroughly enjoyed working with the past 7 months. I liked you from the minute that I met you back in March of 2021 when you visited 2 of our treatment plants, when you were trying to decide whether to accept the job here or not. And I'm glad you accepted the job, and I'm glad that you're here. I'd also like to thank the executive leadership team for the great opportunities and the guidance that they provided to me these past years as we've worked on different projects together, just kind of one fashion or another, different things. This was my very first job after retiring from the Navy, and I could not have asked for a better job and a better group of people to work with the past several years. When I was in the military, I always preferred the operational challenges, and being with the city, there's definitely no shortage of operational challenges between like heavy weather events, hurricanes, Winter Storm Uri, COVID, and just the day-to-day operations of managing a very large water and wastewater infrastructures. The job here, it's never ever been dull, and that's a big part of what makes the job so satisfying. I've learned so much and just a lot about running the business from the city manager, and I appreciate the mentorship and the professional development opportunities I was given by you and the ELT. I have tremendous respect for you all and for the entire city staff, and I've thoroughly enjoyed seeing the care and pride that this collective team has in providing municipal services, especially during times of crises. I've seen the city team in action a number of times, and I honestly feel like this group of professionals can really do anything. So thank you for the opportunity to have served our city, and I wish everyone the best. Merry Christmas, and God bless you all. Thank you.
We have, I just see Kevin. We just want to present Kevin with a nice little token of appreciation. It dedicates, or it depicts his time here with the city. And what would we be without a street sign, right? So they even have a base on it.
So cute.
Yeah, that's a new addition. So Kevin Norton, Utilities with his,
I
yep.
love that.
Okay.
Show them, Peter. Yeah.
Audience, yeah. All right, Kevin.
Careful.
Mayor, you think you could have him come up to the front and take a picture with all of us?
Yes, we'll do that, absolutely. Councilman Barrera, did you have a comment, right? Oh, wait. Wait. Okay.
Okay, good. I'll put this in the box. We're gonna go up front? We'll go up front? Okay. You put that in the box.
Oh, you want to go down or stand up? Right? Go ahead.
Mayor, thank you, Mayor. Kevin, before you leave, I just also wanted to say thank you for all the work that you've done. I know there were several times in my particular district that you, I guess he's not listening.
Start over.
That you just, I know there's times in my district that you you were very attentive, and I know everyone appreciated. You know, typically when somebody's got a sewage problem and it's a Saturday evening or it's a Friday, late Saturday morning, you know, your team is out there and they're receptive, and I know that they count on you for that leadership, and I can't tell you enough. You've just got a great team. I saw on LinkedIn that Gabe Ramirez is filling in the interim, and he's another guy. You know, that's the thing is you gentlemen are always receptive, doesn't procrastinate. I sent him an email this morning about 5 a.m. and he responded at 5:05. You know, so, you know, he's very attentive and
He does that to me too. That's about right.
but that's a reflection of your leadership. And particularly for the citizens of this community, I want to thank you for your hard work in Winter Storm Uri. You know, once again, it's, I know, obviously Peter, you know, had that high standard, but it's your department that I know we're working around the clock 24 hours a day, and the community can't thank you enough for what you did to ensure that people had water.
Mm-hmm.
So thank
it
you
is
so
a great
much.
team, and I thank you for the kind words, sir. And regarding Winter Storm Uri, the city manager and Steve Vieira were with us like most of the time there over at Owen Stevens. So.
Yeah.
But thank you so much. Thank you so much. Unless somebody else has something else,
Well,
I got another subject that I want to talk about.
I think we all would echo everything you just said, so you don't hear it 9 times, but very appreciative of your service. You're definitely an asset, and we wish you luck in your next chapter.
Thank you, ma'am. I really
Thank you, Kevin.
appreciate it.
You're
Thank you all.
Okay, and the other subject I had, that's it for you. The other subject I had is I also want to commend Councilman Molina and the Type A Board for their partial funding of what they did for the Cole Park Pier. They set aside, what was it? Was it $3.5, $4 million?
$5 million from the type B funds.
And I know Councilman Molina promised each one of them his oldest child, or the next child that may come along, to be able to get that done. And so, you know, kudos to all the members of, and I think one of the 4A board members is here. Leah, thank you so much for your hard work on that as well. We really, the community appreciates it. Thank you, Ben.
Okay, Councilman Molina.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Councilman Barrera, for the kind words, but really it was this whole body that made the project possible. This would not have happened had it not been for the full and complete support of everyone up here. So thank you all.
Thank you. Okay. Mr. Zoni, is that?
That concludes. I just want to thank the mayor and council for taking that moment to recognize
Absolutely.
Kevin. We know that the great improvements we see in our community of recent are because of our people, our team in the community, our team at the city. And so we're thankful that you took a moment to acknowledge one of our fine executives, and we thank them for the work they do.
Thank you for
Mayor.
doing that. Absolutely. Okay, that concludes your report. We'll move on to Section I, Board and Committee Appointments. Ms. Huerta?
Yes, ma'am. The first board for your consideration is the Coastal Bend Council of Governments. There are 9 vacancies, 5 being regular members and up to 4 alternates. City Manager Zanoni is recommending the new appointments of Tammy Embry, Michael Rodriguez, Peter Collins, Esteban Ramos, Andrea Gardner, Sony Perenel as alternate, and Sarah Munoz as alternate. All right.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. The motion carries.
The next board is the Port of Corpus Christi Authority of Nueces County, Texas. There's 1 vacancy representing the category of city. And council members, please note that Diane Gonzalez Cibrian has withdrawn her name from consideration. And Commissioner Richard Balls is seeking reappointment, also for your information.
Okay. Is there a motion to reappoint?
Mayor, point of inquiry.
Yes.
We all received a letter here this morning, and I wondered if our city council could address it.
Yes. Mr. Risley.
Yes, I've reviewed the letter that everyone received this morning. The letter, it doesn't concern me significantly. The statements that it makes appear to be a bit exaggerated and conflating multiple issues.
Okay. Alrighty, thank you. So do we have a motion to reappoint? If we do not, we're going to open nominations.
I'll move to reappoint, Mayor.
You want to move to reappoint?
Second.
Okay, and there's a second? Pardon? Oh,
Point,
Who seconded?
no.
I did.
Oh, you did, I thought.
Yeah,
Okay.
point of information. I thought last week we changed this process. Did we change it back?
Well, the process, as you saw, was not, it was not very, I don't know what the word is, it wasn't very precise or very organized. And so protocol, we've, for years now, have always reappointed in the matter in which we are today, when we've given that courtesy to the person who is eligible for reappointment first. And so I recall, if you
Okay.
remember that.
Yeah,
So
I-
it was just not, it was not a very good way to move forward. So we are back to protocol, yes.
Mayor.
Okay, no. Okay, thank you.
Yes.
On mine,
Thank you.
if the individual does not make it on their reappointment, we can still nominate them for the, I guess, secondary process.
So they can, their name can go back in. That's my understanding from the city attorney's office.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Would you like to take the roll?
So for reappointment of Commissioner Valls, Councilmember Molina,
Aye.
Pesley,
No.
Smith,
No.
No.
Barrera, Hernandez,
Aye.
Hunter,
Aye.
Lerma,
No.
Martinez,
Aye.
Guajardo.
No.
Okay, the motion fails.
Okay, I'll open up nominations.
Madam Mayor,
Yes, sir.
I nominate Kenneth Berry.
Okay.
Kenneth Berry.
Mayor, I nominate Gabe Guetta.
Okay. Any other nominations?
Commissioner Valls.
So we have, okay. Okay. Okay, Ms. Whitaker,
You
go
ready?
ahead.
You want to start with Mr. Barrera? Okay. Okay, Mr. Barrera?
Guerra.
Valls.
Yes, sir.
Kinberry.
Balls.
Guerra.
Guerra.
Berry.
Walls.
Guetta.
Okay. So we have a tie between, I can't see your sheet.
You have a tie.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, we have 4, 3, and 2.
Okay. Okay, so so we need a runoff between Guerra and Balls, because we need 5. Someone needs to get 5 votes.
Okay, why don't we start on my left? We're going to start on this side.
Okay. Mr. Hernandez?
Guetta.
Walls.
Guerra.
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 Balls.
Guerra.
Valls.
Guerra.
Okay. Mr. Guerra is appointed.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor, if
Yes,
I
sir.
have a point of privilege here.
Yes.
I want to say that this was probably the most difficult decision and probably the most difficult process. I know I was attacked personally. I want to say Commissioner Valls and Port were attacked, and they shouldn't have been. People volunteer for this. They don't get paid for this. And, I want to say I appreciate Commissioner Valls' time on the port. He was the one that contacted me personally the most out of all the commissioners that we appointed, and it's sad that we, that this has to be done this way. But I appreciate his time, and I personally want to say I'm sorry that you had to go through this. So thank you, Mayor, for the point of privilege.
Okay. We will move on to section K, motion to reconsider item number 3. So, Ms. Huerta, would you like to?
Yes, ma'am. So according to Council Policy 16N, council members can make a motion to reconsider, and it says any member of the council who voted with the prevailing side on any question may move its reconsideration no later than the next regular meeting, and reconsideration shall require 2/3 vote. So a motion to reconsider a previous vote or action of the council shall only be permitted when the requesting council member and a council member seconding the request submit a written request to the city secretary at least 1 business day prior to the expiration of the 72-hour posting deadline. And that's to request placement on the next regular city council meeting agenda. So I did receive that request from Councilmember Pusley and Councilmember Hernandez. And as such, the item is appearing on our agenda. It was item 10 on the December 7th agenda. So the reconsideration, it's placed back on the agenda for the council to consider today. So a motion to reconsider, that means it's like the item appears before the council anew if it's approved. So the first thing we would do is consider the motion to reconsider. It requires 6 votes for it to pass. And if it passes, then we'll open consideration on the item again.
Okay.
So I'm up.
So, right, so you're up, sir. So you will motion.
Okay, well, all of you probably remember, there's probably nothing I dislike more than motions to reconsider. I think once you're done, you're done. But anyway, I had one of our very important businessmen here in our community contact me, who owns one of the waste services that works here with the city, but also worked with us at the county and still does. He's with Absolute Waste Services, and he had some concerns about how all of this went down. I met with staff. Councilman Hernandez and I both met with staff and discussed this at length. And it's a complex issue, and when we met with staff, I learned a lot more about it than even when I did when we had the issue before us in council. And so I want to extend my thanks to David and everybody that met with us, Neiman and everybody, to help us kind of work through this. But my purpose of bringing this back was to give Mr. Davis an opportunity to have his day in court, to present his side of the story with respect to the charges that we're going to implement here with respect to waste services. So, Mayor, with your permission and council permission, I'd like to ask Mr. Davis to come up and speak
Well,
to
sir,
us.
can we do the motion to reconsider first,
Oh,
and then
okay.
we'll do
You
that?
make the
Yes.
motion first.
I knew there'd be something I'd forget. I'm sorry. So I'd like to make a motion to reconsider this item.
Second.
Second. Let's go ahead and do we prefer a voice vote here? I mean, individual or not?
We can do it individually, but just to make sure we have the 6 votes.
No,
Well,
yeah, that's okay.
If you want to do voice, we can do voice.
No, I don't. I thought that was the preference.
Okay, yes, ma'am.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. Okay, motion carries.
Thank you. So now,
Okay.
can we have Mr.
So
Davis?
now we
Yes,
can have
we
him.
can open the
yes.
item. Yes, sir.
Mr. Davis, the floor is yours.
Good morning, Mayor, Council, staff. I certainly appreciate the opportunity to address disposal increases, something you don't have to deal with very much. 20 years ago, I spent quite a bit of time in this chamber. Excuse me. My name is William Davis. I live at 715 South Upper Broadway. I'm the majority owner of Absolute Waste Services, Inc., located in Robstown, Texas. I've been associated with Absolute Waste for 19 years now. Prior to that, I was with BFI and Allied Waste for a combined 15 years. So hard to believe it's been 34 years in the industry. Anyhow, I thought I'd give you a little bit of history. Not a lot of familiar faces around here from when I was here 20 years ago. In fact, none. Well, one. Ms. Sanchez. History, when I was employed at Allied Services, actually at the turn of the century, if you can believe that as well, the city of Corpus Christi was in solid waste crisis. The landfill was getting full. Cefe Valenzuela landfill was a speck on the map that they had trouble finding. And they were having trouble formulating how to fund all of this. Some of the ideas the city was tossing around at the time were $77,000 per truck operating in the city limits, an annual fee. Then the city of Corpus Christi gave me a call and said they were interested in building rate structures that would be to the benefit of the city of Corpus Christi and the haulers that took waste to the landfill and collected waste inside the city. So we worked on rates for, it actually came together fairly quickly, and a structure that would be fair to all haulers, not just favor the larger haulers like I was associated with at that time. The structure was twofold. A rate charged at the landfill, sometimes called a tipping fee, that would be attractive to local, to all the haulers, both for city collected waste and outside city waste. And then in addition to that, MSWS, a fee charged solely upon the businesses inside the city limits of Corpus Christi. And the concept was the landfill rate would be fixed for the term of the contract, which was 20 years, and that the MSW fee would be reviewed on an annual basis. So that's a little bit of the history. Present day, just to let you know, this municipal solid waste fee to be charged to City of Corpus Christi residents has not been altered in 12 years. The first couple years of it, it actually doubled. It was 40-some cents a cubic yard, and then it became 90 cents. So it doubled rather quickly, and then hasn't been dealt with for 12 years, even though I believe it's required to be reviewed on an annual basis. And again, when all of us signed the contracts with the city, it was said that the rates were fixed. And I will admit the language in the contract is not strong. I still have the same attorney I had then, and I gave Scott an earful on that one. Because it doesn't say you can increase rates, but it also doesn't have a mechanism for increasing rates. But in September 2021, the landfill rate was changed. I was notified on September 8th that the new rates were going through in 3 weeks. Y'all remember that discussion. Mr. Young, I appreciate the time. He organized a call with me. I got the 5 largest contract haulers with the city. It's like herding cats sometimes getting us all together, but we actually think the same way on the subject, so that's somewhat rare. So it was a nice time for us to exchange information with city staff and share some of our thoughts. All the 5 haulers said the same thing. The promise from the city was rates would not change when they signed the contract. And then we had a second call and then reviewed some of the same information, but staff was pretty adamant that it was going to stay as it was. You know, and I was personally hopeful that when the 90-day postponement occurred of the increase, that would give ample time to visit on this. I've offered my time several times. Somebody else smarter than me can, on one of the other companies, can certainly represent as well, to come up, because there are better solutions to what's out there, better solutions that will not be in conflict with the haulers in the marketplace. So again, 20 years ago, we were able to pull rope in the same direction. You know, I'd like to think that we could do the same thing again. But, you know, the reason it's been brought up is because trying to discuss things hasn't gone anywhere. So, and what adds to the problem in the marketplace is there are some flaws in the existing structure, which would be great to hammer those out. The largest hauler in the marketplace, my former employer, doesn't even have a contract with the city because of a large flaw in how the municipal solid waste fee is levied, which makes a little uneven playing field for the rest of us. So I think that it seems like a small issue when you deal with it a couple of months ago, but really we're 20 years into a 20-year contract. So there's a major issue here that needs to be addressed, as well as what does the contract the city have with haulers on an ongoing basis look like? And you know, obviously that would take some time and energy. It did the first time. But I think it's time to develop a new contract for the haulers, but I think it's also, you know, I would like our voices heard. Sometimes history is dismissed. And, you know, I was a young pup once too, but, you know, I'm a little longer in the teeth now. But that history I have, I mean, I negotiated at the table with a whiteboard with the city of Corpus Christi 20 years ago. You know, that can be done again. Things can be mutually beneficial. And I'm a big believer in doing things that are mutually beneficial. It's worked out well. I've been involved in the community many, many years. The time is right, so let's do this right.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. Mr. Zanoni, would you, I know you got your light on.
Right, yeah, thank you. I just want to kind of speak for Neiman, who was our lead on this. Subsequent to the council members submitting that 2 signatures necessary to place us back on the agenda, the councilman did reach out, or I reached out to Councilman Pusley, and we scheduled a meeting with Neiman and Mr. Davis, and Miles was there as well. And so we appreciate Mr. Davis being a partner. We talked about that this morning at our streets media briefing, which is that the city can't do it alone. We often rely on the private sector and our partners to have a great community. What I understand from Miles and the team, the 2 council members that met with Mr. Davis on Friday, is that Mr. Davis believes that a handshake agreement, a verbal agreement, may have locked in those rates, but unfortunately we deal in written contracts here at the city. And as was evidenced through that meeting, in the written contract that were signed by the parties, there's no statements about a locked-in fee. And so I think both council members and Mr. Davis and the city team were pretty confident walking out of that meeting that, in fact, the contract that we have allows for fee increases or rate increases. And that I think we made it clear in that meeting that we have to deal with contracts, written documents, not verbal handshake agreements to conduct business with the city. So we appreciate you, Mr. Davis, coming in today and visiting with the team last week. I just wanted to add that for context, Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Zanoni. Councilman Hernandez?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. You know, when me and Councilman Pusley sat down and looked at this, we realized how convoluted this was. And they gave me this flow chart that kind of described how the fees were assessed, and this is the simplified one, right? So we need a better system, right? So I understand that a lot of these contracts are going to be up in the next 3 to 5 years. We need to look at a different direction on how we charge individuals, so we have some more understanding and consistency, so there's not questions like this in the future. And you know, I appreciate, but this is, and I appreciate getting this, even though it was hard to fathom. The other portion of this is, in the discovery of this, is that the MSWSC fee or charge. A lot of that, some of that was supposed to be for infrastructure that the trucks go over in the city. Well, I don't think we have that specifically assigned to infrastructure as it's stated in this fee.
We Councilman Hannah, excuse me for interrupting, but and I thought you were copied on the email. I'm sorry, I didn't look. Neiman did send a breakdown of where the fees go to, and for the council's education, the MSWSC fees were supposed to be a fee that offsets the cost of the city providing the streets and the roads and whatnot for the garbage haulers to use. And you know, these big heavy trucks, they cause damage to the road. There's no doubt about that. So Neiman tracked this down, and what it shows is that those fees generate a little over and I think I have this right, name is $7 million in revenue for the city. 1.7 million of that went to the solid waste department's line items for landfill maintenance and education programs, and the remaining 5.4 million was included in the 14.5 and was transferred to the street maintenance fund. So we were able to track it down. I apologize for interruption.
Okay, so from what I understand, it goes into the general fund, and then we pull it from the general fund. It's not specifically it doesn't specifically go to it as a line item, does it?
Yes, sir. It's captured here as a transfer, and correct me if I'm wrong, sir, but it's captured as a transfer to the street fund.
Right. All of it but 1 million, so 6 million go to the streets fund. Yes, sir.
Okay.
That's for streets. For street maintenance.
We'll highlight that out in the next budget process. Okay.
Right.
If we're collecting money for it, I expect it to go to the streets.
It is.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
we appreciate that interest in that.
Okay, Councilman Pusley.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. Well, look, folks, my goal here today was to not change the direction the council took. I think we took a vote, and as everybody understood it, I will agree with Councilman Hernandez when we met with staff. This is a very convoluted system, and I think David and Neiman and everybody involved have plans to improve this as these contracts that we have existing come off the books. And that will be better, I think, for everybody. It'll be better for the haulers. It's going to be better for the city. It'll be easier for them to understand, and then we'll have a clear understanding. And Mr. Davis, I appreciate you coming up here and apologize for the confusion. And he's been a valuable member of this community for a long time, and he is the waste hauler for the county in the rural areas of Nueces County, and does a great job, and we appreciate that. And so that's all I had.
Okay, so then at this time, we would need to either, I will entertain a motion to either amend or to consider as is, which is what was. So would you like to?
Well, it would, at the best, I would have made a motion to table this, but I think at this point, we're better served by moving the process forward and letting staff work with the waste haulers to try to come to an agreement in the future about how this is going to work.
Okay, so your motion is to,
Unless Councilman Hernandez feels different.
so motion to, as is, to pass as is, right? Well, we need to do something.
Some
and
kind of
you're-
motion?
Yes, sir, to approve it, if you want to approve it as presented,
Yes.
or if we're approving it
Okay.
as amended.
Motion to approve as it was originally.
As original. Okay, do we have a second?
Second.
Any opposed or any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion carries. So moving on to section L, consent agenda items 4 through 33. Do we have any requests from council to pull any item for individual consideration?
Yes, Mayor, I'd like to pull number 24, 25, and 33.
24, 25, and 33. Anyone else?
Madam Mayor, I'd like to pull item 9, please.
Number 9. Anyone else?
Yes, Mayor, I'd like to pull item 18 and 20, and then item 32 really should be discussed along with item 37.
Right.
So if we could pull that one and discuss at the same time, and I discussed that with staff, and they kind of agreed with that.
So we need to pull that one? I mean,
Pull it. We'll bring it up as an individual item with 37, which is another housing fee waiver
Okay.
program.
Okay, I'll entertain a motion to approve consent agenda with the exception of items number 24, 25, 33, 9, 18, and 20.
And Mayor,
And
just
32, right? You're going to pull 32?
Pardon? Oh,
32.
And
Pull
32.
32, yes.
Sorry.
So moved.
Mayor, I'm sorry.
Yes, sir.
Can you, 33, we're going to discuss an executive session before the vote on it.
Okay.
That's the real estate item for the
Okay.
seawater desalinization locations.
So we'll pull it, but we'll discuss after the E-session.
Yes, we'll consider it after the executive session, number 33.
Okay, so we have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. The motion carries. Okay, so item number 24 is in motion authorizing amendment number 1 to a professional services contract with HDR, Inc., Corpus Christi, Texas, to provide design, bid, and construction phase services for improvements to the booster pump stations located at Bloomdale, Texas, and Woodsboro, associated with the Mary Roads Pipeline raw water delivery system in an amount of $831,000. Who, Mr. Hernandez, right? Okay.
Yeah. Okay, and Mr. Edmonds, I reached out to you a little bit about this, and my concern is not necessarily with the project itself, but on the purchasing process on how we did this. As I understand, the original contract, or since this is amendment number 1, the original contract was for less than $50,000, so we never saw it at council. It was approved upon prior to that, and then we went to an amendment for a much larger amount. My concern is that, this is, I understand that HDR did some of the design work previous to this, but that was a long, long time ago, right? I feel like we've gone to a process where we didn't do the bid option or the request for qualification process to go through this whole thing. So I was wondering if you can explain how we came about this, because I just want to be clear. I don't want to have another engineering firm saying we never got a chance. Okay, so I want to go through the purchasing process or qualification process on how we did this and how we did a contract that was less than $50,000, and then come to council with an amendment for $800,000.
Okay. So this was actually solicited on an RFQ that was published in 2014. This is actually before I joined the city. It was on RFQ 2014-08, which is how we used to number them. This was probably the standard for how we would start off most of our engineering agreements. And we would start them off what we call a small AE, a sub $50,000 contract. So a lot of engineering efforts start out with preliminary work that needs to be done, or with some kind of study that needs to be done. And this was a way that we used to expedite the process.
Okay, Mr. Edmonds, if I can interrupt you, and I understand that, because when we did the Bill Witt pool, you did something similar, and you went with Hanson, and then you put again an RFQ to put it out, and we went with a different engineering firm. I think we went with, right?
That was
we went with Kimley Horn.
That's a little different because we hired them through an MSA. To do preliminary engineering work, undefined, and so we assigned them to do some preliminary work on that. This is one where we knew it was going to be a large effort. It was put on an RFQ, but they started off with a small AE, and for various reasons, they decided not to move it forward at the end of that time. But what we're saying to you with this amendment is that we think the right thing to do is move forward with the same firm that was selected under that. Normally, there's not this big of a temporal separation. Normally, they follow right behind each other, and normally, we do that small AE back then when we did it. We've tried to stop doing those to that extent, but we used to do them to expedite starting the work, to get things underway that need to be done, get surveying started if it's a design project, while you're negotiating with the AE. And sometimes it informs, sometimes that preliminary work helps inform with the scoping and negotiation of the full-blown design contract.
Yeah, okay. If you don't mind, can I just add, so Councilman, this business process was changed pretty much when my first couple of weeks here at the city over 2 years ago. So this one here is kind of a leftover one that did go out for the RFI, or RFP.
RFQ.
But that was the practice where we did what they called small contracts, and then it went to a large contract. And we wanted fair and impartial and transparency, so we kind of abandoned that business process. And in the bond program that the voters approved, we know that all street projects are under design right now with a selected firm through a solicitation process, through the mass selection process. So we've changed the business process. This one is on the docket today because of we didn't take it to council for approval, but we want to secure the bid prices that we got. The company's willing to acknowledge the bid prices that they gave some time ago.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I hope not to see something like this in the future because when you go with a small contract and a larger contract, it doesn't lend a lot of visibility to it. And I want to make sure that we're giving a fair shot to every engineering firm out there. I don't want to pick winners and losers. I want to pick, I want to have a fair playing field for everybody to compete equally. So I understand we're not going to see like this going forward because that's a huge difference, right? Okay, so as long as you don't see something like this again, let's move forward with this and get it out. But I want to make sure that we're all clear on it.
Yeah, we have moved away from that process.
Okay. All right, I appreciate it. Thank you. And with that, if there's no questions, I will make a motion to approve.
Okay, do we have a second? Second. Great. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed say no. The motion carries. So the next item pulled is item number 25, and that is a motion awarding a construction contract to Associated Construction Partners for the installation of control valves and pumps at the Holly and Rand Morgan elevated storage tanks.
Okay, this one is me too.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, this one's a little concerning. These are the water tanks, and I know they're not online now, and we're going through this process to try and get them online by putting, valves or pressure reducers so we can get them online. I wasn't expecting it to be $4.6 million to put in some pressure reducers on these. Maybe you can explain a little bit about that. And secondly, I went through the CIP pages from previous years. In 2019, the total amount for these elevated water tanks was $11.3 million. In 2020, it was it raised up to 15.9. I'm assuming that's because we looked at this issue with the pressure reducers, and now it's at 26.9 million total. If you can give some description as to why this continues to increase. And the justifications for it.
Hi, good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Gabriel Ramirez, Assistant Director of Water Quality and Treatment. So I have in here, in the CIP page, one of the things I did was outline our 10-year plan for the elevated storage tanks. And what this does is it gets us ultimately to meeting the Texas Commission on Environmental Quality requirement on elevated storage. The requirement is 100 gallons per connection, and that's the requirement to meet the elevated storage. And so for FY22, the plan is to get these Holly and Rand Morgan tanks back online by May, and that's what this current project is allowing us to do with the pressure relief valves and the pumps. Gradually over time, as we continue to improve the infrastructure and the distribution system, we can adjust those pressure relief valves and eventually raise the pressure the way the tanks were intended to be used and change the hydraulic grade line. And the other project planned for FY22 is to begin the construction of the new Flower Bluff elevated storage tank on Division Road there across from the existing tank. So that tank's in need of replacement, and it's going to be a larger tank that can get us toward our goal of the 100 gallons per connection. After that, in future years, we have another tank planned for Nueces Bay Boulevard, and that'll help out our industrial area there with the pressure in that area of the city. Following that, the demolition of the older tanks that have been in place since 1950 and 1930, actually the Morgan tank, 1930, Alameda and Flower Bluff, Alameda and Galahar, 1950, and then Flower Bluff, 1970. So those will be demolished as well in the future years in the plan. To ultimately meet the 100 gallons per connection, it will require an additional tank after that. And that's the one that we have in the long-term CIP plan. And that'll go either in the Cal Allen area or back at Galahar for that one to meet that requirement. And so that's why the amounts have changed for the grand total of the project there.
Okay, thank you so you added to the scope of the CIP plan.
Yes, sir. We had to add to the scope, and currently our water system's rated a superior water system. In order to become an outstanding water system, which is the highest achievable recognition from TCEQ, we have to meet the 100 gallons per connection on the elevated water tanks on the storage. That's
Okay.
one of the requirements that we have not met yet, and that's the long-term goal.
Okay, last question. There's only one bidder. And, I have trouble with when you just have one bidder. Because your estimates were, $1.2 million less than what this bid came in under. I understand, my history with utilities is let's get it done, move forward. And I know it's going to cost more, but it's going to cost less in the long run, kind of thought process. But I'd like to understand how we didn't think about this as a process and saying we should go out for more time or get more bids. A single bidder is really hard to, especially with an amount this high.
Okay.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Josh Cronley, the Assistant Director for Finance and Procurement. So we had the solicitation out for an extended period of time. I think we did it for 60 days this time around. What we're noticing specifically with some of the water projects, and you'll actually see some items on the agenda for today where we have certain parts that aren't available due to supply chain shortages. And so we're noticing that there are less contractors willing to assume the risk to bid out a project like this because of the availability of resources and the fluctuation in pricing. So we had, I think, two different items on the agenda today that were related to different water valve parts that we had to discontinue with our supplier because they can't meet our need. And I think that you're seeing this on that same level with the contractors who could do the work.
Well, it looks like they built in a pretty substantial cushion in terms of how this is going to be priced. I think this will be a consideration going forward if we're going to, that's a significant amount for one bidder. I understand we have some market challenges with supply chain and that kind of stuff, but it's still, with one bidder, it's really difficult to determine whether or not this is the best course of action. Thank you.
All right, let me follow up a little bit on what Josh said. So I would say the standard operating procedure when we get just one bid is to consider re-advertising. We have discussions about it. One, do you have a good bidder, the one that submitted? Two, are you likely to get a better outcome if you do re-advertise? And three is, what is the urgency of the project? And this is a project we've been trying to expedite. This is a good contractor. They've done multiple projects for us. They've just completed the OSO. I got the right contractor here. Is it the OSO headquarters?
ACP.
Oh, this is ACP. No, they've
with
done
the
several
elevated
pump
tanks.
stations with us, and they are kind of a go-to contractor, so we feel like we got a good contractor. It's hard to say that you're likely to have a better outcome if you put it back out, other than just delaying the project. So that's why we decided to bring the item forward.
And Jeff, can I add to that, Mayor, if you don't mind? So just to remind the community, this is a legacy issue that we've been working on. We may recall the city built the water towers, these two, but we may not have had the best execution plan of the turn-on plan. When they did turn them on, there was some substantial breaks in the water system. Water pipes broke. So short of repeating that same scenario, I asked for an independent assessment from an engineering firm that specializes in Texas and water systems. And they studied the water towers as well as the water delivery system, the pipes underground, and told us definitely do not repeat the thing you did the first time. And they suggested a redesign of the tanks And I'd like to have either Murphy or Jeff talk about what it is, because it's not just some valves that you would get from Home Depot. It's a pretty big reconstruction to include a pump house, right? You guys, so explain it, because it's a $4.6 million project, but it's a substantial redirect or reconstruction of these 2 water towers that we want to get back online. This is a good news story, despite the big financial investment, but it's part of the project delivery cost. But the goal is to get these water towers online so we have better water pressure for the community in these areas. And given some of the proactive work that Mike Murphy did with Jeff Edmonds, they should be online by May, we're saying, this coming May, which will erase a 3 or 4 year issue that that has been ongoing. So I just want to point out those, and maybe just explain a little bit about the design and what this entails, if you could, Jeff.
Okay, well, technically, the pressure in the distribution system is determined by the water level in the tanks. And the higher the water level, the higher the pressure in the distribution system. And ideally, you want to have that full range utilized and your normal pressure fluctuations in the distribution system. The problem that we had with these tanks, when we tried to raise the pressure and utilize that working volume in that tank, we got about a third of the way up to full, and that's when we started having water breaks all over the city. And we basically stopped the presses on that, went back to the prior working pressure. You might remember there were some big projects that we did where we had a lot of breaks, like on Alameda. We replaced that water line in Alameda.
Say, Jeff, not to interrupt, but can you just describe what the work is going to be for 4.6? Yeah, we already went over the history. What's going to be happening in this project?
What this project is, there's basically a booster pumping station that's being installed at each of these tanks. So the only way that you can get to use that working range on the tank is by pumping lower pressure water out of the distribution system into the tank, and then it's going to have a pressure reducing valve that will reduce the pressure as it comes out. So this allows us to use the full working pressure, but the tank will be on a higher pressure gradient than your distribution system. Plus you've got telemetry and everything back to the control room.
Okay.
Did I miss anything?
No, you got it.
Councilman Smith.
Thank you. I just want to compliment the department on moving to meet TCEQ standards. I was always concerned on the prior design that we were trying to get waivers to it and go, why get waivers? Just make it like they want. So thank you all. If you're out there listening and you had part of it, this is really good news that this is how we as a city are going. We're going to meet standards. We're not going to try to jigger around and get a waiver on there. Let's just meet the standards. And like you said, Gabe, that now we can rise from a superior to what's
Outstanding's the next one.
An outstanding, and that's measured in double digits in this state. It's a very hard.
It's very prestigious. Maybe 1%
yes.
of water systems have it.
Yeah.
So.
Okay. Well, thank you.
Councilman Pesley.
Thank you, Mayor. Okay, so these things were built before I got here, and I just have a couple of questions that have been really bugging me, but I'll make a comment first about the cost. If we weren't a governmental entity, it would probably cost a lot less for these to be built. We obviously had an engineering firm design these for us, and then we hired some contractor to build them for us. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Who missed putting pressure relief valve on here?
It wasn't really an omission. I would have to say the original sin on those came when we developed, as Councilman Smith was referring to, there was an agreement that was sought and reached with the TCEQ that was dated around 2012 timeframe, and it was it probably started around 2010 would be my guess, but TCEQ came in and said the standard is 100 gallons per connection and elevated storage capacity. We negotiated a reduced standard. We call it the alternate capacity requirement, and we negotiated 50 gallons per connection. And as part of that, there was a series of works that needed to be done. They involved new power generators at some of the ground storage tanks and new elevated storage tanks to be installed. And there was somewhere in there, and this is before I joined the city. I don't know that we've got many folks here that were involved with that decision, but someone made the decision to elevate the pressure gradient to this new level. Now, you could make a case for it that it should be within the working pressure on a normal water distribution pipeline. If you get a spec sheet on any kind of approved material for water distribution, it's normally rated for 150 psi. But nobody knew how the existing distribution system was going to respond to the increase in pressure. So,
but those decisions were made before we built them, right?
that was made before, and there could have been two ways to go. One would have involved more tanks at a lower elevation. I think that the decision was made to go with fewer tanks at a higher elevation.
Okay.
Councilman, if I can, so we hired a firm to study the issue. I asked the same question. Let's figure out what's going on here, because we were about to just do the same thing, and I'm like, you know what? I don't think I'm going to do that. So,
yeah.
The issue is this: simply put, that the system, when they designed and built the tanks, they did not consider the distribution system, the lines. There was no consideration, zero, on the strength, the quality of the lines underground. There wasn't. I asked the consultant point blank that helped design these things, and the answer is no, we didn't look into that. We weren't asked to, so we didn't. So when they put the higher pressure on, naturally the lines broke. What this council has done, though, in that time is we've increased tremendously the amount of money the city is investing. Prior to 3 years ago, we were spending about less than $3 million on line replacement, especially in the older sections of the city where these water towers are. Right. Today, we're spending close to $30 million. And we need to spend close to $30 million for several years to come, and then gradually maybe taper down to $20 million. So it's an issue of the distribution system below ground that we can't see. Believe it or not, it was not factored into the analysis of can we distribute the water from a higher pressure gradient. And so the result was just that. That's confirmed. It's in the report that the consultant that we hired looked at, and I asked the question myself to the design firm that did the water tanks back several years ago.
Yeah, it just always baffled me because I come from an industry where we put pressure control on everything. If we put a pipe or a valve or anything anywhere that's going to have pressure on one side, we've got pressure control. And it just always baffled me why we didn't do that to begin with. But anyway, not to belabor the point. Thank you very much.
Okay. I will entertain a motion to approve. Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no.
No.
Okay, we have one no. Councilman Hernandez, the motion carries. So that will, we'll get to item number 33, Councilman Hernandez, after the E-session. And so we'll go over item number 9, Mr. Smith, ordinance accepting and appropriating $30,000 from PetSmart charities to be used for animal medical expenses. I hope you're not against this, sir. I hope this is not an anti-animal.
I think really the reason I brought this up, Council, is we've got two items today, and this is our last meeting before the end of the year. Later on, we're going to be considering accepting a $30,000 grant from Judge Perks for playground equipment. And as we go through the year, we're putting these things on consent. And we've got some outstanding members of this community that are coming to this city to make it a better city, just like this PetSmart grant in there to help our four-legged friends. And it would be nice, as we 9 members of this council have kind of we recognize everybody that's come before us this year, the many fine companies that have come before us and individuals that have given us these kind of grants to move our city ahead. So I guess what I'm asking for, could we get a compilation of that? And a big thank you from this council, all 9 of us, for helping our city go ahead. So on that, I'll make a motion to approve. Thank you,
Very good point. Yes. Is there a second? Who did? Yeah, Melina. Okay. Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. Thank you. The motion carries. Great. And
Slow.
also, I would say, Peter, to congratulate staff, because all of these grants are sitting out there, but they're just doing that if we don't go after them, our staff. So thank you to all the people throughout this entire organization who seek these out. This is the first time. And I want to say, Ms. Gardner over here was, am I right or wrong?
Gardner?
Well, Andrea.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes,
You know,
okay, yeah.
You're assistant city manager.
Yeah.
Right. I think you brought, did she bring this forward?
I think it was
Or
in the works already.
was it
right,
in the
Andrea?
works?
Yeah. Joel?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
Miss- yeah,
Joe,
Andre-
our animal
yeah.
care services, it's a team effort. I'm just very
Right.
proud of, and we all know the TASP, that's a huge one. Another great example. Pat Aldridge, she works on, and her team, numerous grants
Yeah.
that make a huge difference here.
Right, and you may recall, Mayor, in this budget, the city council approved a grants writer for the
Yes.
first time in the city's
Yes,
history.
the
So that
second time.
position, I'm not sure if it's, is it
For
filled
the
yet?
second time,
I think we're
yes.
close to filling it, so that'll help bring in even more grants.
Right, very good. So, okay, thank you very much. Let's see, that'll take us to item number 18. Item number 18 is a motion authorizing a professional services contract with HVJ Associates for an amount not to exceed 1.4 million for pavement condition evaluation survey and pavement management software system project.
Mayor, Council, I'm Roland Mata with the Public Works. There's a presentation. The payment evaluation system that we're going to do for HVJ is basically in 2018, we did that program. Now we're going back, doing a payment evaluation. We're also going to be looking at some other additional items that we'll be talking later. Ultimately, this is one of the things that we want to do to optimize our payment life expectancy. One of the things that we want to do is add more applications to basically our toolbox. Right now, if you notice, if we can do a lot more payment preservations, if we can do a lot more rehabs, we start extending the life of our payment up to 25 years. We started in 2019, our PCI was at 56, and currently right now in 2021, we're at 62. And that's still below the average nationwide, and even Texas-wide. So we've got a long ways to go, and as one said, Rome wasn't built in one day, so we got some time to get this thing. We're aggressively looking to do a lot of these improvements. We're looking to see what other applications we can start doing. But I wanted to give you an idea of what the payment indexing and numerical grading, just to give you an idea, anything between 71 to 100, we want to do some maintenance payment preservations on these, thin overlays, micros. We can also do slurries, we can do crack sealings and things to that nature. Unfortunately, because we're at a low PCI, we're having to do more overlays, more basin payments, more reconstruction projects. We're right now in the 59. If you notice the area that we're in, we're working within those parameters at this point in time. The industry standard is for us to, every 3 years, doing a payment evaluation so that you have that degradation factor that you need to look at and consider as part of your scenario building. And this is one of the things that we're going to look at in a little bit with the software. Again, our project scope is to look at all of the streets. We have 1,210 miles that we're going to be looking at for payment evaluations. We're going to be going through every district and then taking that information, evaluating it, and then giving us a PCI score. We're going to be working closely with the contractor and going from that point. One additional item that we're going to be also looking at is we need to get a confirmation on the payment width. We also need to get a PCI score on our alleys. I know we've heard a lot of concerns regarding alleys. This is one of the ways that we're going to be looking at. We're also going to be inventorying our guardrail. We do not have an inventory for guardrails. Curb and gutters, we want to take basically, we want to know what the conditions are. Sidewalks, ADA ramps, we're going to be looking at pavement markings, whether or not how fast we need to do our pavement markings, and then looking at our pavement striping as well, and street signs. So this is not just a payment evaluation. What we're looking at is an OCI, which basically stands for an overall conditioning index of our street network. So we're looking at pavement, we're looking at curb and gutters, because if you're doing a rehab, you want to make sure that your curb and gutters are at the right elevation, so in order for you to have good conveyance. One of the things that we're going to be looking at is to implement Cartograph. This is a payment management system. This gives us the ability to create scenarios. As you noticed on one of the features here, we're going to be able to say if the council approves, let's say $50 million into the street maintenance program, what would it do? How much PCI change will we do in 1 year, in the next 5 years, with the same amount of money? If we continue with the same amount of money, what would be our PCI score? The software itself, Cartograph, gives us that ability to start running scenarios. Start looking at it and saying, what would be the cost to get everything to 100 or everything to a 70? And this could build that scenarios for us. It basically takes everything into consideration, your budget. It takes a look at your PCI score. It takes a look at some of the complaints. And then one of the things that it's also going to be looking at different applications. What payment preservations can we do versus how many total reconstruction projects are we doing? We want to have a well-balanced tool that will manage our system, because you don't want to go all heavy reconstruction and not maintain those good payment integrities or good streets that you have out there. So you want to have a mixture of both items, and this is the software is going to be able to give us that ability. In the next 15 months, we're going to go through a timeline, basically looking at the kickoff, taking a look at the right-of-way and street assets, and then we're going to come back. They're going to collect all the data. We're going to implement the software, and we may implement it a little bit sooner just because we need to get some information in there. We need to use the tools that we have right now or the information that we have. We don't have a method of you starting using those tools, so we may implement that a little bit earlier. And then the last portion of that is doing the analysis of that data. Once you collect the data, you're going to have to look at it and say, okay, wait a minute, your rutting factor may be too high. We need to lower a little bit because we're certainly not looking at freeways. We're looking more at residential streets. So you don't want to take all that into consideration if it's going to tweak it so PCI is so low. So we want a well-balanced evaluation on it. This is something that we'll be working with the consultant and then going from that point on. I'm here to stand and see if you guys have any questions.
Okay. Councilman Presley?
Roland, thank you very much for that presentation. And obviously, this is a very technical way of doing this, and it's going to be very sophisticated because if memory serves me correct, the city did something similar to this a few years ago where they hired somebody that came in and evaluated all of our streets and gave them a score of 1 to 6 or whatever. But this is going to be sort of a step up where you're going to collect this data and you can toss it and spin it however you want to with the software.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
We're also going to be comparing the old data to the new data and seeing whether or not what that degradation factor is going on.
Okay.
If it's increased or not.
And I think all that's good. My concern and my question is when I look at your evaluation, your bid matrix here, the company that scored the best on the technical evaluation and experience and team experience and understanding of the project scope, and on the technical evaluation, they scored 4 points higher than the company that was selected. And I'm just wondering if this, given the technical level of this, why we selected company that has a lower technical expertise.
It might have been just the software tools that will be applied to this. If their software tool wasn't something that was commonly used through the industry, that might have knocked it off, sir.
Okay.
But I was hoping to have Josh here.
Council, Josh Cronley with Finance and Procurement. So when the evaluations are done, we establish a panel of 5 experts from the department and from outside the department, but within the city, to sit on those panels. And so, the technical nature in the analysis, for the technical proposal, when that's looked at, that can differ than the software demonstration. So, it might have looked very good on paper, but then when you actually had the firms in the office and they were showing the usability and the ease of use of their software and their pitch to the city, that could have, influenced the scores you saw in the second half. But, we're completely impartial on it, and so the individuals that sit on the panel develop their scores, and they come out the way that they are. And but I'm telling you, that's what I believe happened here.
Okay. Okay, well, I understand the process. I've sat in on many of those, but I just want to make sure, given the level of technical information and data that you're going to utilize here, that you have the best solution. And if you're convinced that that's true, then I'm fine.
Yes, I think all of the companies had wonderful software, but this one stood out
As the best.
as the best.
Okay.
Councilman, and can I point out too that the team of professionals that did review these written proposals also conducted interviews, and a lot of times that can impact the scoring or the impression of the firm.
Sure.
That the staff has. So the interview points were a 5-point spread between the firm we're recommending and the firm that you recognize as being the high technical evaluated firm.
Right.
So the team that they brought to the table, the exchange with the staff and the persons that were scoring these, that often makes a big difference in who we recommend.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
All right, understand. I'd make a motion to approve.
Other questions? That's okay. Councilman Hernandez.
Thank you, Mayor. Just out of curiosity, are all these firms engineering firms?
Yes, sir.
They're
They
all-
all have to be certified in the payment industry evaluation process.
Okay, that's not exactly what my question was. I mean, they're all engineering companies
Yes, sir.
that do design work, or I mean, because this is not a design type item, is it?
No, sir. This is not a
Okay,
design.
so the reason I ask that is because we do have certain regulations around when you hire professional services, that you have a certain requirement that you have to go out for an RFQ. But this is something that seems like it's more of a service that they're actually going to perform, right? That they're going to look at our streets and give us a report, right? Is this something that required us to do specifically just the RFQ?
Yes, sir. It did fall under the professional services
Okay.
category of the.
All right, because it seemed like you had few of these companies that were pretty close, right? You had HVJ Associates and IMS Infrastructure that were within 1 point of each other, and then you had another one that was at Applied Research that was at 77 points. It just seems like this didn't seem to me like a professional service that, in the traditional sense, architects and engineers. It seems like you could have gone to bid with some of these companies. I don't,
They required some certifications, and that's what legally pushed them into the professional services category.
Okay, I get that. It just seems like if we could add a bid component to something like this, because they're not designing anything for us, so they're not. Well, anyway, I think if we can get bids on this, we might have gotten a better price than $1.4 million. I didn't pull it because I've already pulled a few other items, so I appreciate Councilman Pusley pulling it. Thank you.
Okay, I believe we have a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion carries. And we'll go on to item number 20. Item number 20 is a resolution authorizing a 5-year service agreement with Area Electronic Systems in the amount not to exceed $225,354 for the purchase of Azure Stack hyper-converged infrastructure hardware with support and warranty. Mr. Collins, or I'm sorry, Councilman Pusley, your question.
Yeah, this will be real quick, Mayor. Peter, I think I discussed this with you before, and I understand what this is. This is off-site storage, and I understand what that's all about. I would like for you at some point to reach out to the Education Service Center, because the county did several contracts with them. They're in this business, and they were always much cheaper than anybody we've got bids from. They have fiber backbone. They have off-site storage. They do all kinds of stuff like that, and I think it'd be worthwhile to, on the next opportunity you have, to look at their prices as compared to what we've been getting.
I can do that, Councilmember.
Okay, thank you. That's all I had.
Okay, I'll entertain a motion to approve item number 20.
Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion carries. We only have 2 more, gentlemen. Item number 32. Item number 32 is,
32 is one we'd say we would consider with 37.
Yeah, I'd just like
Okay.
to discuss it along with 37.
okay, well, we did pull it. So do we need it? I mean, it'll stay?
We get to item 37, we'll vote on
Okay,
both
so
of
it
them.
stays pulled.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so then that will complete our consent agenda. We are going to go quickly to item number 39 because we do have a consultant here out of Houston. And so I'd like to pull up item number 39, please.
Point of information, Mr. Summerlin is kind of confused on item number 33. We're going to wait until after our conversation in executive session and bring it back.
Well, because we can't vote on that until we have our session. So, okay, item number 39 is, well, no, we have someone here from Houston.
Does the consultant have a time constraint? What? No, sir. Okay, the consultant's,
Well, it's a courtesy I'm giving.
Yeah, okay.
And I think, we've done it for others, and
yeah,
how long is this item going to be?
it's, Mayor, yeah, this is an item that does deserve some attention from the council and the staff. It's a review of our purchasing policies. We
Right.
need Councilman Barrera, who's talked about it a lot, to come back and join us. But so this is 2 things. It's one, an independent assessment of our procurement policies by Weaver, and then also a conversation on a local preference ordinance that the council has asked us to look at. So today is the presentation of it. No vote today on a local preference ordinance. That would be considered in January after we hear from the council today. So it's 2 things: an independent review, the report of an independent review on our procurement policies, and then secondly, an overview of a recommended local preference ordinance.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, that's fine. We
Yeah.
can do that. Well, you're welcome. I just don't agree with how that was done, but that's
Yeah.
fine. We do have 3 executive session items.
3, is it 4
During
or 3
lunch?
miles?
Is it 4?
No, 3.
We have
It's 4.
We can do
Well, I
3
know
during
4,
lunch,
but
and I think it'd
during
be
lunch.
wise to hold off on the first executive session until after the council meeting.
Repeat that, I'm sorry.
We can do 3 during lunch because 2 I think will be pretty quick.
Yes, that's what we need to do. Okay, so, Josh, thank you.
Thank you.
Where are these, 43 through 46, is that correct?
44,
yes, ma'am.
45, and 46.
Yes.
Yes, it's on page 8 of your agenda where your note is.
I'm looking at 9, but, all right, so the council will go into executive session on items 43 through 46.
44 through 46.
Okay, 44 through 46 per Texas Government Code Sections 551.071 and 551.072. We will return. we are reconvening our meeting. And I think we have some action items. Gentlemen, item number 33. Who was doing that one? Oh, we lost track.
The motion to approve the item that's on the
that
agenda.
was Councilman Smith. Okay,
Yeah,
let's
okay.
move on to number, Councilman Pesley, you go ahead.
So for 45, sir,
45.
the Graham Construction Executive Session. You turn your microphone on? Thank you
Sorry
very
about
much.
that. With respect to item number 45 on our agenda, Mayor and Council, I'd like to make a motion to authorize the city manager to execute all documents necessary to release claims concerning the new Broadway wastewater treatment plant aeration basins and clarifiers, but reserving other claims in City of Corpus Christi versus Corolla Engineers PC in exchange for $1.65 million to the city. That's my motion.
Okay.
Okay, second, Mr. Barrera.
Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed say no. The motion carries. We skipped over. You want to do, go ahead.
With regards to item number 46, I motion to approve a resolution authorizing participation in the proposed opioid crisis settlement through the Texas Attorney General's office, and adopting and approving the Texas Opioid Abatement Fund Council and Settlement Allocation Term Sheet.
Second.
Okay. Gil and Michael.
Any further discussion?
Yeah, I'd like to.
You go ahead.
I think we're coming out of executive session on there, Miles, but could you real briefly tell us that about $1.8 million to $2.2 million?
Yeah, that's what they call the allocation funds. It's one tranche of funds. The other tranche of funds is going to be provided to the Opioid Abatement Council for potential for grants. So the majority of the money might end up coming to us for specific grants, but the 1.8 to 2.2 is the specific allocation funds that we merely have to provide for the purpose of opioid abatement in general.
Okay, and this is a result of a lawsuit by the Attorney General against some opioid manufacturers and things, part of that settlement?
And in general, this information has been publicly available by the Attorney General for the last 3 to 4 months, and on the Attorney General's website, and you'll see full data support concerning this information in the council's in the packet.
Yeah. Okay. Well, yeah, about 100 pages of it. Well, I think the fact that it's a really good news item that we're going to get a minimum of $1.8 million. Correct.
Correct.
Okay.
That's what we're hoping for.
Thanks.
Okay, where did you make the motion?
I made the motion. It was
There's some-
seconded.
Yes, sir. That's
Okay,
right.
all in favor say aye.
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 Any opposed say no. The motion carries.
Okay, so
And-
back to 33. So
33, yes.
ma'am. That's related to East
Right, do
Session
we have
item
public
44.
comment on this?
On 33?
Right.
Yes, it's on the
Well, no,
regular
it is
agenda if you want.
Okay, so can we do public comment on this?
Yes.
Okay. Mr. Summerlin, or is there anyone in our audience who would like to make public comment on item number 33?
Yes, who didn't speak on it during
You did.
general public comment period. Yes, ma'am.
I don't think you did.
I didn't speak to that.
That's right.
Right.
Port Commission.
Yes, thank you, Mayor, and I appreciate Councilman Hernandez pulling it for at least some consideration. I thought you might have some words before I spoke. I just, and Mr. Murphy several months ago indicated that the purchase, while the selection of the site was very important, obviously it's important, that that you would not actually purchase until you had permits in hand, okay? And now, I don't know if that means an actual purchase or if it means an option to purchase. I realize that y'all have to go out and look at these sites and determine, whether or not the terms are going to be acceptable to the city. I get that. But in terms of the actual pulling the trigger to make the purchase, I would merely ask that, for the public's sake, that there be clarification on what the public process will be with regard to the actual purchase of the property. And that's what I'm asking for. I think the public in general thinks that there will be another council meeting wherein y'all will come together. I imagine y'all will, in executive session, decide which site or both sites. But then when the actual purchase time to purchase and execute a contract, that we are assuming that will be in public. And I'm just seeking clarification on that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Summerlin. Do you want to speak on that?
Okay, Madam Mayor, I'd like to make a motion, and I'm going to read something I should have read when we had all of our port people here, old commissioners, prospective commissioners, but the city of Corpus Christi is the supplier of water for the surrounding region, which includes Nueces and San Patricio County, in addition to other areas which water is provided by the city on a retail or wholesale basis. And I think, I'm really going more toward the port there, but with those commissioners, the Port of Corpus Christi needs to always keep that in consideration. The city of Corpus Christi is the regional water supplier. But, Madam Mayor, I digress. The resolution, I'd like to make a resolution authorizing the city manager to negotiate a final real estate term sheet necessary to acquire real property interest at or near the Inner Harbor, Nueces Bay Boulevard, and the La Quinta Channel for seawater desalination and treatment plants from Flint Hills Resources, Corpus Christi, and Occidental Chemical Corporation, respectively.
Okay, any further discussion?
Yes, I
Yes.
have my light on.
I'm sorry. And Councilman Newton, sir.
Okay. And I'll use a proverbial thing that I do all the time. I'm not against desal. And I've told even Mr. Summerlin and his group that was the case, that I'm supportive if that is the right decision to make. However, I have asked on numerous occasions about alternatives in terms of how we go about this. And I have yet to get any response from city staff. It feels like I'm talking to a wall. I don't get any information whatsoever from our water department, from our city manager, from any member of staff. I feel it's disrespectful, it is uncalled for, and it should be provided to me before making a decision of this kind of magnitude. This is ultimately this is going to be over a $200 million decision that we're going to put on the ratepayers of our community. Because of that, I will be voting no on this because I have yet to receive that information. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. So I just wanted to make sure that was clear. I also made some comments about, and it's not in the resolution, but I want to make sure that we're not boxed in with a large amount of money for putting money down. You had addressed that specifically, and that it is predicated on us receiving permits. So if we don't receive the permit, we get the funding back and we step away from it. So I just want to make sure that those things are put on record, that I put it, that I stated publicly, and the reasons why I will be voting no on this item. Again, I'm not against desal. I've never been against desal, but I just want to make sure we're doing this the right way and we're crossing the T's and dotting the I's in terms of a financial discussion. So thank you.
Okay. I'm sorry, Councilman Barrera.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to make it make it clear, and first off, I appreciate all the due diligence everybody's done to make sure that we're all clear. So we're obviously pursuing the two properties, and we're obviously pursuing the two properties to get a term sheet to put together the terms. However, the first property that is brought to us, it's going to be brought to the council as soon as the terms are agreed on for review of the council, versus having both of them at the same time, correct?
Correct, Councilman. That seems to be the desire of the council at this time.
Okay, and we also want, so at what time are we going to start with the power study? Once we put money down as an option?
We may bring a power study agreement with the real estate option if one's ready sooner than the other. So more specifically, we know that we've negotiated more with the Inner Harbor site. So if there's a term sheet that's ready to bring to council and a power purchase agreement is also ready, we would probably bring both of those at the same time.
All right, excellent.
They would be contingent based, though. It would not be for acquisition of the property. It'd be a contingent contract, right? We'd put the option to place it on the contract subsequent to several things. One, getting permits approved for intake and discharge. And then secondly, city council approval for the real estate acquisition.
Exactly, and that fulfills the transparency request that Mr. Summerlin had brought about. So
Yes, sir, Mr.
I think that fulfills that. So yeah, in the sake of transparency as well. Okay, I just wanted to be clear. So I obviously will be voting in support.
Councilman Smith.
Well, and I just basically was going to ask the same question, that we're giving you the authority to negotiate, but to not consummate the deal. That has to come before this body, correct?
That's absolutely
We're not
correct.
binding this body, this city, to anything by this resolution. We're just giving you the authority to negotiate with these people.
That's correct, Councilman. I have no authority, nor does any staff member, to purchase any property for any desal site.
Okay.
So what you're giving us is the authority to negotiate term sheets and then bring a site, if a term sheet is ready, to this board, this council, for decision on should we place it under contract, not even buy it from the council, but place it under an option contract. We think that we may be here as early as February, maybe March, for one of the site locations. And when that's done, we'll also have a power purchase agreement concept for the council to consider as well.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Councilman Lerma.
Thank you, Mayor. As everybody knows, and I've always made it clear, that I'm not a big supporter of the Inner Harbor site. I have some concerns. Staff brought to our attention or brought to the council that they've done more work on the Inner Harbor. I understand that, but we've had plenty of time, staff has had plenty of time to be working on both sites, to give us proper information for both sites, to be able to compare apples to apples, cost to cost, and yet we've only put all our apples in one basket, which is the Inner Harbor. I think that's inexcusable. Staff should have been working on both sites from the beginning, not just one. And I'm not blaming this staff that's here present. I'm talking about, this has been being talked about for years. They've had plenty of time to do the research on both areas. So at this point, because the Inner Harbor is in this resolution, I will be voting no.
Councilman Pasley.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify, if I can turn my light off. Oh, well. To your question, Mr. Sumlin, this is a standard real estate deal. It's an option deal. We're going to go out and see if we can get an option on the properties. And then once we get a few factors in line, we may or may not make a purchase. So one of which would be predicated on our ability to obtain a permit. So that's all this is.
Right.
Take away all the fluff.
Yeah.
That's what this is.
And that's exactly right. And I will add to that, it's both. It isn't just one property, although, as was mentioned, one has been worked on more so and longer. Therefore, that can come back sooner, as was also mentioned. But we've made it also very clear that both, because we don't know. We have 2 permits. So, okay.
Yeah, and Mayor, one other thing to point out, with your and the council's leadership, we want to hear from the community again.
Right.
Before the council makes a final decision on location. Permits are necessary, but this Thursday at 7 o'clock, we have a community meeting to answer any questions from the community that may still be out there, to include on location and site. So staff, including our staff and our consultants, will be available that evening, this Thursday at 7 o'clock.
Right. Great. Yes. Thank you. Okay. So you read that?
Yeah.
Did we have a
Motion a second. We have a second. Yeah.
okay. We had discussion. Okay. All in favor, say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed, say no.
No.
So we have 2 council members. No. The motion passes. Okay. So now we will move on to item number 39. And item number 39 is an overview of the procurement policy analysis performed by Weaver and presentation on proposed local preference ordinance.
Josh Crongley, our Assistant Director, is going to introduce this item, but I just want to remind Council that this is something we promised we'd be bringing back around this time. It's a review of our procurement policies and practices. Since the summer when we last talked about this in one contract in particular, we've appointed Josh Crongley as the kind of the Director over Purchasing. The position title is an Assistant Director that reports to Heather. So the purchasing function is within the Finance Department, as it used to be and as it is in many cities in Texas. But we did bring in an external partner of ours, Weaver, from Houston, who has actually studied our procurement policies some years ago. So it was a good company to bring in because they were able to check what we said we should have done years ago. Did we do it? And then they looked to see what else do we need to do. So that's item 1. And then item 2 is a presentation on a local preference ordinance that this council was asked for. There's no vote required on it today. We wanted to show it to you today, what the staff recommendation is, with some input from Weaver and using best practice examples from the state of Texas. And then council will have some time. We'll bring back a first reading ordinance in January when we return from the winter break. So let me turn it over to Josh Crongley.
All right. Well, thank you, Mayor, Council, City Manager, and staff. Again, for the audience, my name is Josh Cronley. I'm the Assistant Director for Finance and Procurement. I'm over the Procurement Division. Today, in conjunction with Brandon Weaver, who is our representative from Weaver, we'll be providing you a brief on the procurement assessment performed, as well as the City Manager mentioned our local preference policy. Today I'm going to talk a little bit about the procurement office itself, give you a brief overview of the division, talk about the core services we offer. Then I'm going to talk a little bit about the fact that we do have new management in the office and some of the changes that we've implemented that were leading up to the study we implemented with Weaver. And then I'll talk a little bit about I'll turn the microphone over to Brandon and let him talk to you about the assessment itself and the recommendations that he has. And then I'll come back to the microphone and provide to you guys a response of some of the actions that we've taken and that we are taking to address all of their recommendations. And then we'll go through the local preference ordinance and talk about next steps. So when talking about the procurement department, I think it's important to mention that, basically the kind of core vision statement for our department is that we provide a unified procurement system to ensure integrity and fairness with standardized processes and procedures for the oversight of the solicitation, vendor selection, negotiation, contract award, and reporting. Additionally, we help oversee the disposal of surplus property. We help with emergency logistical support, the P-card or purchase card services, printing services, our inner courier services, mail services, and the city warehouse operations. The management team for my division is as follows. Heather Holbert, the Director of Finance, which is now called Finance and Procurement. Myself, Josh Cronley, who I said is the assistant director who oversees the actual procurement division, and then Maria Pedraza, who is my procurement manager. When we look at the department overview, you can see that essentially there are a total of 32 positions that support 6 core services that we offer to the city. Those include goods and services purchasing, capital services, P-card services, print services, mail services, and the warehouse. The chart has the breakdown of the positions basically for every area, but I do want to bring attention to the fact that we have about 12 different individuals that handle all of the purchasing for the city. As most of you might remember, as Peter mentioned in his introduction, the city's former procurement department merged with the finance department. And so Heather and myself both came to the procurement area around December of 2020. It was at that time that Heather and I assumed administrative control and began looking at operational processes and implementing improvements, which started in January 2021. One of the first changes we implemented was, in addition to our staunch compliance and regulatory function, was to put an emphasis on customer service. We feel that partnering with the departments will help engage us in their procurements so that we can guide them into compliance instead of just being a barrier, one that they might look to try to go around. In order to lower our dependency on paper and the slower physical document routing methodology, we've started digitizing the department. And so basically what we've done is we've leveraged the technology available to us to digitize many of our processes. These include digital signatures, digital bid and proposal submissions, and a digital record system that is in compliance with all the state record retention requirements. One of the major functions of the procurement office is to help facilitate the creation of the agenda items for council in order for you all to take action on. The process was very manual and primarily utilized email communication to collect the information needed to create these items. Heather and I worked to utilize the software available to us in the Legistar system to create a workflow that established clear channels for document creation in order to optimize the flow and help get things to council quicker. Staff also worked with our legal department to develop standardized templates that were based on the specific type of solicitation. The idea here is to help reduce the errors that were occurring when we were using a one-size-fits-all template. There are many sections of the bid documents that need to be customized based off of the type of procurement. And so when we were utilizing a single document, it required changes to many parts of the document, which could lead to errors. And so instead, we've created some standardized templates based solely off of the purpose of the solicitation in order to better facilitate that. Staff also worked with the risk department to implement what we're calling a risk matrix. The idea is that one of the single biggest bottlenecks in the solicitation process when Heather and I came on board was that assigning the correct insurance requirements to different solicitations could take time. It all revolved getting sent to the risk department for their analysis and their assignment of the insurances. They worked hard and put together a matrix for us that says that as long as it falls within pretty standardized criteria, that we can make that assignment based off of their matrix. If, of course, at all it is a complex procedure or procurement, then we can absolutely reach out to them and they would be able to make that assignment for us. They also do a great job of reviewing these items through the agenda process to make sure we have made that assignment correctly. Another major change implemented under the new leadership was the establishment of buyer teams in order to better facilitate procurements. The prior structure separated the various buyers, the senior buyer and junior buyer, across the value of the procurement, and they didn't have any inner communication between themselves. So one department may have 2 or 3 buyers assigned to them, And if they would call one to ask for help on a procurement, they may get told that they have to pick up the phone and call a different one, and they couldn't help because it wasn't their area. So what Heather and I did is established a new team structure that engages, forms a buying team, which includes a senior buyer, buyer, and junior buyer. And these individuals work as a team on all levels of the procurement. It's also created a really great mentoring program for the younger and more junior buyers, allows them to work with the senior buyers on procurements that normally would have been more complex and higher. And it also creates an extra layer of accountability. So if somebody wants to go on vacation or is out sick, the work doesn't get dropped. Everybody on the team is aware of what's going on. The last major change that we worked on prior to the study that Weaver performed is we started trying to separate the policy from procedures. So the former document that we were operating off of was a joint policy and procedure handbook, and what made that made it very difficult to try to understand what can and cannot be deviated from, because we don't deviate from policy, but we can from the procedure. So we worked, so it's during this process and we were working on these changes that we approached the city manager, and that's when we had the discussion about bringing the consultant on board to analyze our policies and procedures and take a better look at some of the controls we have in place. So with that, I'd like to introduce to you guys Brandon, who's with Weaver, Brandon Tanos, who's going to come up and he's going to talk to you a little bit about the study and the findings that they had.
Good afternoon, Madam Mayor, Councilman. It is my pleasure to be here today to present the results of our assessment. Again, my name is Brandon Tanis. I'm a partner with Risk Advisory Services, and we were brought in to do an assessment of the procurement department, including its processes. This is a, just hold on, where's the clicker? Oh, the keyboard, sorry. I was looking for a clicker. To give a history on kind of what our assessment, originally in 2016, Weaver was brought in to do a complete evaluation of the finance department, which included all the departments in finance, including procurement, accounts payable, and so forth, where we provided recommendations for improvement then, working with Constance at that time. We were asked to come back and reevaluate what has occurred, including our policy and procedure updates, internal controls, processes, and so forth. So from our scope, we came back to leverage those results from 2016 and evaluate, of course, the policy and procedures that are currently in place, the internal controls, practices, and comparison to those key functions to comparable Texas cities. So we performed this evaluation really in 3 phases. The first is a policy and procedure review. And so we evaluated really policy and procedures to the authoritative guidance, which in this case would be local government code, along with best practices from the GFOA, along with the State of Texas Procurement and Contract Management Guide. Those would be your best practices that you should employ in instances such as the city. Not every part of that State of Texas guide must be followed because a lot of that is intended for state agencies and higher education. But in this case, that is what a best practice for procurement function would utilize. We also did an internal control evaluation. So this is where we evaluated the processes, the controls, what we do the day-to-day to actually process procurement, from the initiation of a procurement all the way through vendor management. And the final is peer comparison. We looked at 7 peers for the city, working with city management to identify those peers and compare key functions. We have 7 different functions, or 6 different functions that we evaluated against. So I'm going to jump into the results. So the policy procedures, as using our authoritative guidance that we discussed, all the GFO best practices that are identified were in the current policies and procedures. When we evaluated to the State of Texas Procurement Management Guide, we had 12.5 of the 14. Those 1.5 that were not present, we've identified some areas for improvement. Those included, of course, a vendor performance assessment documentation process, also with exercising renewal options with contracts, and really the process of how we do that. Not that we're not doing that, but how we are doing it. Definitely with the formal vendor performance assessment is a process that would need to be stand up. The next was the internal control results. Again, we performed what we call a design evaluation, which includes interviews and walkthroughs and looking at supporting documentation. We did not test compliance, so we did not pool specific procurement transactions, much like many of the ones that you all are approving today, to go make sure that they followed the exact process that is prescribed. But we evaluated controls over what we call the 7 key process areas from initiation all the way to vendor management. We identified 59 different controls in place. That's not 59 processes, but controls. So making sure that we're following our authoritative guidance, our policies, our procedures, ensuring that we have the right approvals through the authority matrix and so forth. From those, we also evaluated prior implementation. So we talked about in 2016 when we came, we had about 59 different points for consideration or recommendations for improvement, but that was over the entire finance department. There was 19 that were specific to procurement. Of those, Josh and his team, we sat down and talked through these and also evaluated the current status. We identified that 11 of those 19 were implemented, so that a new process, controls, and so forth were implemented during that time frame. There were 7 that we would say were partially remediated, so some of those action has occurred, but they're not fully implemented or considered closed at this time. And then we have identified 6 new areas under this phase for improvement. And our final area was our peer city comparison results. So as we discussed, there was 7 different cities that we did comparisons and research of 6 different areas. Of those, there's 3 that we're highlighting here that looked at staffing. On average, we found that about 27 procurement staff compared to what 20 is at currently. Also, local preference. 5 of the 7 cities have a local preference ordinance, which was not currently in place. I know y'all will be discussing that later today. And warehouse, 0 of the cities that we identified had warehouse functions within the procurement department. And so we looked at those results and shared those with, of course, management to talk about, 1, are we within norm? So are we aligned with our peer cities, or are we out of norm? Those that were not in norm, we had recommendations for improvement, which definitely included having a local preference program along with a warehouse function being transferred to utilities, who is your primary user of that warehouse. So on our last slide here, we'll talk about our recommendations. Overall, there were 16 recommendations. We say 8 were moderate and 8 were low. To give you some insight on that, moderate is definitely more impactful to the department. We didn't have any high-risk areas here. I'd say high-risk are those areas that are impactful citywide. I know definitely procurement does have an impact citywide, but when you looked at the recommendations for improvement in the controls and policies and so forth, we had those as moderate and high or low, with 4 specific categories that included structure and staffing, your policies and procedures, data management, and warehouse. And of course, on the table to the right, you'll see how those are aligned. The knowledge skills assessment for structure and staffing, that had to do with what Josh just presented about having his buyer groups and how those are aligned to make sure that those are meeting the current needs of the city. Having vendor fairs, we talk about going out and getting new vendors and making sure that we are really reaching out to everybody in the coastal bend area that can provide services to the city. That includes leveraging other procurement organizations, the university, Del Mar, and so forth that are around here to leverage those vendors. Cooperative monitoring our cooperative purchase usage, cooperative guidance on how we want to be able to use those here at the city. Vendor performance evaluation, so actually conducting vendor performance and documenting those within the files, so that if we do have a bad experience per se with a vendor, we can go back in the files and evaluate that and make sure that we're not using that vendor for future purchases, not just in one department, but could be citywide. Contract administration training. So this is more about how do decentralized contract managers at the city really manage their contracts in their department? What is going to be the city expectations? Policy and procedure, we had contract renewal process. So that was really about when we have contracts that already have renewals built in, those should be automatically renewed and not have to go through a formal process. Capital procurement process to make sure those are followed consistently with the centralized procurement function and follow those guidelines. The change order process, when there's no significant amounts or changes in any funds, but maybe minor date changes, those being formally processed within procurement. The reference check process, this includes not conducting multiple reference checks in a row for the same vendor if we're already doing that. This is an efficiency and effectiveness for the procurement department. Local preference of definitely having a local preference ordinance, utilizing that, and Josh will definitely be presenting on that here further. Under data management, having your vendor profiles, so your vendor management system updated, making sure that we're looking for duplicate vendors or there's dormant vendors to clean up our vendor master files so that we're not using those. And also making sure that if we do have a vendor with a key contact that leaves, that they're not locked out of that system anymore. And so being able to reinitiate that will help and prevent having duplicate vendors in your system. And of course, the functional setup of the warehouse, and that includes, I would say, transferring that to utilities, since it's not really being utilized as a just-in-time approach procurement department. So those are the recommendations that we identified through our evaluation. Again, we leveraged the 2016 evaluation to see really where were you at and how far you came.
Okay, so now I would like to talk a little bit with you guys about the steps that the department is taking in order to address these points for consideration. So I think you'll be excited to know that within the 2022 budget, 4 of the 6 staffing recommendations were approved. So we were able to address 4 of those concerns, starting with addition of a senior buyer that's going to allow us to create a 4th buying team to better spread out the bulk of the procuring that's happening amongst the departments. And then we also got 2 staff realignments, so we were able to restructure some of the existing staff to create that 4th buying team. We also got some reclassifications that are going to help us better target procurement staff instead of more clerical administrative staff. And then we also included a certification program. So we're working hand in hand with HR right now to define this, but we're going to try to achieve the Texas certification standard with all of our senior and junior buyers senior buyers and buyers, so that we can make sure that they have the highest level of education and scrutiny when it comes to be able to do contract negotiations. There are 2 additional positions or two additional staffing requests that we need to address. One being the contract manager, and this would be the person who would coordinate all of the contracts, this is the person who would coordinate with all of the contract administrators within the departments. So they would be the person that do all the training, that develop all the documentation and the policy and procedure that governs them to make sure that there's compliance amongst all of our departments. And I think it's okay to say this, but I think that the plan at this point is that Peter's going to be bringing a request to council at the mid-year in January on adding that contract manager. And then we also will talk a little bit potentially about a local business liaison. So this is another request, and this really kind of goes hand in hand with what City Council does with the local preference ordinance. But one component that we've learned from both our consultant and from other cities is that just having a policy doesn't mean we'll necessarily increase the amount of local bidding that occurs, because we need to really have somebody who goes to these job fairs, these vendor fairs, who gets one-on-one with the potential bidders and talk to them about the city processes and how to bid and what you need to go through in order to be able to participate in city business. Because a lot of the local business is small business. Not all of it, but a lot of it. We've also got a policy that's sitting with the manager now, and based off of what goes on today with the what happens in the near future with the local preference, he'll be signing a policy, new policy for us that implements all 5 of the recommended changes that Weaver brought to our attention. The N4 financial system limitations that Brandon talked about are all kind of tied to the fact that we're running a relatively dated version of our software. Back in April of this year, IT with procurement, brought forward an item for your guys to consider, and you adopted the approval of an upgrade for our M4 financial system. This upgrade is going to alleviate all 4 of the points for consideration. They all have to do with either enhanced vendor systems or the ability to do additional reporting. And all of those capabilities are going to be inside of this new upgrade, and it's going to bring in a whole new layer of functionality that's going to allow us to do a better job of managing our contracts and the data associated with the vendors. The next thing I'd like to talk a little bit about is the warehouse operations. So as Brandon mentioned, the current operational model for the warehouse has become a little dated and doesn't serve the organization with the same efficiency it once did. So the plan is to change the model from a warehouse to a storeroom to still allow the utilities to have access to the facilities, but to not have this model where we currently buy the equipment or materials and then sell it back to the utilities because of the overhead charges that have to occur during that process. We're also going to be transitioning the building itself to asset management, which is going to allow them to have some additional shelf space so that they can procure the things that they need, such as light bulbs and air filters and things that they can get in bulk, and so they're not so subject to the fluctuation that we've had in price of late. And with that, that concludes the portion about the procurement study. With that, I'm going to transition us into the local preference, and we're going to talk a little bit about local preference. Oh,
Yeah,
sorry.
We've got a question.
Sure.
Councilman Hernandez.
You know, I know we talked a little bit about this, you know, when we had the discussion, and I just wanted to bring up some of those things, and I have a question on local preference, but I'll wait till you cover on that. But you have several different buyer groups that you deal with, and I know that you mentioned it. And the ones that I've seen recently are Buy Board, Goodbye, Sourcewell, HGAC, which I don't know what it represents, but I mean, tell me the process on what his recommendation were versus how you go about it.
Well, his recommendation when he was talking about cooperative use is that right now I don't have a contract manager who's managing the use of the cooperatives. I mean, I have some data that's being collected on the individual level that I can run, or, you know, on the global level, which I can run to see how much, but I don't have somebody who, I don't have a contracted manager who gets to oversee those individual contracts. So the city enters into.
Hold on a second. Now, this is one of the things that we talked about through the audit committee about having contract managers. You're going to be hiring one, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so that should take care of this.
Correct.
Okay, all right, thank you. Keep going.
So when it comes to the use of cooperatives, it really comes down to several factors. There's an analysis that we do with every procurement. And so we look at availability. Is it something that's available in the local market? Is it something that isn't available in the local market? We also look at the cost associated. So if we know, you know, upfront, you know, if it's not available locally, you know, are we going to go out for bid? Are we going to come back? And then we also have to look at whether or not the time is of essence. So what is the urgency with the department? Do they need the material today or the object today? If it's a vehicle, you know, we do a cost analysis basically to decide whether or not we can use the cooperative, because it wouldn't be advantageous to save $1,000 or $2,000 on the purchase of a vehicle if it's going to have a staff member not be able to function their job for multiple months while we wait on additional delivery time. So we're trying to find that sweet spot where we look for where can we get the best bang for our buck.
Okay, so this kind of goes to the question of, you know, a local preference, because these buy boards, when I see them, are Lake Jackson, you know, some other location in San Antonio. There's very little, like for any purchase of vehicles, there's very few, if any, that are locally sourced. So how do they, you know, you have kind of competing interests there. How do we get our local dealers to be a part of either a buy board or one of these other services in order to where we can have some local preferences? I mean, I've had those conversations with other council members about how can we get, you know, a Ford dealership here to get us the F-150s we need.
That's a big challenge, and I think it's a little bit more complex than just being able to approach a dealership and enter into that discussion. And the reason it's a little bit more complicated is because a lot of it has to do with being able to coordinate with the manufacturers, which we're not allowed to do directly, in order to make sure we get the vehicles that we need on their manufacturing run in order to meet our specifications. And the timing all happens right around the same time that we're adopting the budget, and so it's just very difficult under the current model that we operate in order to communicate directly with local dealerships, because by the time we have the budgets approved and we're able to approach, if we were to go out to market and say we want to purchase the vehicles, it's too late in the cycle for those dealerships to then be able to reach out to the manufacturer and make it on that run for the same year. And so we've been discussing with Charles, we don't have anything ready for you today, but we've been discussing looking at some models where we bring in an outside consultant who can negotiate directly with the manufacturers as well as local dealerships, so that we have a funnel, because we can't purchase directly from the manufacturers. We have to purchase through a dealership of some sort. So we were looking at finding that middle ground where we can find a consultant that we can coordinate with who can help us organize that the way that it needs to happen.
Okay, thank you.
Councilman Pusley.
I want to just offer council a little insight on the whole buy board deal. It used to drive me crazy at the county every time we'd go out for bid for a vehicle or 6 sheriff cars or whatever it was. They always came from some auto dealership outside of town. And it used to just drive me crazy, because I said, we've got auto dealerships, all over Corpus Christi. So I convened a meeting of all the auto, sent a letter, official letter out, certified letter to all the local auto dealers. And I had great participation. They all came to the courthouse, and we had a big meeting. And the bottom line is, they don't want to fool with the paperwork. To get on the buy board, it's a tremendous amount of paperwork that they have to go through to do it. And they said the volume of business just wasn't large enough for them to justify it. And, if we were buying 300 automobiles, yeah, maybe. But to buy 5 or 6, they just said it wasn't worth it. So I could never get them interested in doing it. And that went for a lot of different things.
Josh, let me add something too. A lot of times those dealerships that are on the buy board specialize in the type of vehicles that governments buy, whether it be the pursuit vehicles or whether it be the standardized trucks or things like that. And so the quantity that they place orders in with the manufacturers are such a large amount, they're able to negotiate much better discounts and offer them at lower prices. And so it does put the local dealerships at a little bit of a disadvantage, because they just can't price them the same way. Silsbee Ford, I believe, is one that is always has some of the lowest prices on those standardized trucks. And it's just because of the volume that they order in.
Yeah, I had purchasing put together a list of what we were paying for different things off the buy board, and automobiles was one of them. And the dealers looked at those prices and they said, there's no way we can compete with that. So.
Other questions?
I may proceed. Okay. Okay, well, now I'd like to talk a little bit about local preference. But before I get into the specifics of what we're going to do here, I think it's important to talk about the two systems at place when we talk about local preference. So there are kind of two methodologies when scoring competitive solicitations. There are your request for bids, or RFBs, which are based solely off of price. And then you have your request for qualifications and your request for proposals, which are qualitative, right? So there's a set of criteria that we issue as part of their request that we will be scoring against. And so I provided some tertiary information here on basically the length of time we issue them, and again, some of the other pieces there. It's usually a 100-point scale that we operate the grading system off of for the qualification section. But today that we have no local preference. Now I'm going to talk about, well, before I talk about it, I'm going to show you what other cities are doing first, or what other cities are participating in local preference. So when we look at the Texas comparison, this map I put together kind of shows you that basically 5 of the 7 largest cities in Texas do have a local preference. The 2 cities that do not are both Arlington and Fort Worth. I think it's important to note that because I think that both of those cities do not have local preference because they're part of the Dallas greater area. And so for them to box out other potential businesses may be the reason that they do not have it. It's a lot of the isolated cities that seem to have local preference. So when we talk about the bidding portion or the price component, the question is, well, then how can we do a local preference? And the way to do that is to pay more. And what I mean by that is basically we would say that we would award to the lowest Texas bidder as long as it's within a certain percentage of the actual low bid. And so the way that would work, and it's different and it's defined differently through state legislation, but basically the way that would work is up to $500,000 for goods, we could grant a 5% preference. So if they were within, the second lowest bidder was a Texas bidder, we could go with them as long as it was within 5% of the low bid. And I broke down all of the different percentages there, but basically that's, there are some statutes that govern it. When it comes to services, we're not allowed to grant a preference above $500,000. And then starting in 2019, the Texas legislation capped construction at $100,000. So we could still grant construction preference, local preference under the qualifications and under the proposal section, and I'll go through that next. But under the bidding section, we are prohibited from being able to offer it above $100,000. So now when we talk about the request for qualifications and the request for proposals, again, what we would be doing here is we would be offering extra points for local businesses. And local businesses would basically be a business that has a substantial portion of their business organization within the city limits. So whether or not that's a corporate headquarters or a local branch, as long as we felt that it was as long as we were able to establish that it's a substantial portion of the business that's going to be helping on the project, we could qualify them. Joint ventures would basically be when we have a national chain who partners with a local branch, and for those kinds of bidders, we could award partial points. So we're offering half. This table you see before you now is basically a summary that breaks it down by solicitation type and shows you the amount of preference we would be able to grant under the local preference policy or ordinance. Again, construction is capped at $100,000. We don't do qualifications for goods, so those are the reasons that you see NA available on those and the reason that you see no preference on the construction. But the rest of the different categories all have it shown here, so we could grant a preference.
Okay, Councilman Smith.
Thank you. So Josh, this isn't on the RFPs, but when you were talking about the purchase of goods and services with it, you mentioned Texas. Is local defined as Texas then?
No, we would be defining local as within the city limits.
Okay, but you said it has to be a Texas firm.
I'm sorry, the Texas legislation is what capped the 5% on $100,000 on construction. That's what I was meaning to get across.
And purchases. So when we say local means a local firm on the purchases, not a Texas firm. That, I understand.
Correct. Local will always, when I say local business, I mean within the city of Corpus Christi
local
limits.
Is local.
Local is local, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry for.
Okay, so.
Thank you for the clarification.
And on local, defining local in addition to inside the city limits, do you mean headquartered here or an office here or?
Correct, and that criteria will be
Which
available to you all in the policy. I think you could qualify under both. Whether if you, as long as it was a substantial portion of your business, you would qualify. Now, if you just had a storefront with one employee, I don't think we would qualify that as a substantial portion of their business, depending on the project. If it was a one-person project, that might be the entirety that we need for that. But so it's very discretionary based off of the type of solicitation and the amount of people that would be working on the project, right?
And how did you come to the 10-point Or you guys come to a 10-point?
We looked at we looked at all the other Texas cities that do local preference, and we felt like this was a good middle ground. There were some extremes with a couple of cities that took it a step farther, but that 10 points was just what staff recommended. You guys absolutely have the option to move it up or down. You could move it down if you
What
wanted.
was the
as
highest
well.
you found? I'm just
20
curious.
points.
20? Where was this?
San Antonio.
Yeah, 10 is a staff recommendation, right, based on
Correct.
7 cities?
Yes.
Okay,
Looking
so
at
we-
the others.
Right, we said we're recommending 10 points.
Right. What was your lowest? Or do you recall?
Our lowest was 5 points, but
5?
yeah.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. Councilman Hernandez?
Yes, and this is something I brought up during our discussion was there's a very big difference between a local preference for San Antonio and Houston than it is for us, right? And why didn't we compare to cities that were smaller and that were remote, like Lubbock or Laredo or someplace like that, that would have more issues sourcing professional services or something like that, to where, maybe having the local preference may not always be advantageous. Now, I think there should be a local preference for, some aspect of that. But I'd also want to see what we're compared to versus smaller cities that are more isolated, that don't have the pool of, suppliers that San Antonio does or Houston does. Houston, or, the fact that they have a local preference, it really doesn't mean anything, right?
Everything's local to
right.
them.
Everything's local, right? So, but for us, it has a different meaning. And please, if you
Well,
can
that's why
reference
we
that.
wanted to limit the points to 10, so that it could be the factor that pushes it over the edge, but it won't be the deciding factor for the procurement. And, it would just bring, if a local firm didn't have the other qualifications that was necessary, then they would score lower. And so even though they were local and they may have gotten additional points for being a local business, that wouldn't be enough to put them ahead of a firm that was more qualified.
Okay, I understand, but I'd also like to see, I'd ask you to look at, what Lubbock does, what Amarillo does, what Midland, Odessa, I understand they're smaller, but they've got kind of a similar situation in the sense that they're remote from a larger city.
Councilman, I can answer that as looking at those other cities and doing work for those. When you have those more remote cities, when you're seeing more of a local preference, be Texas-based. You have those cities that are outliers, but they're also competing with New Mexico, Oklahoma. You see more of a not restrictive on the locale, but more of a Texas-based, which local
More
preference.
regional is what you're referring to. Well, you say Texas, but I can see us being more
So
regional.
local preference by the state legislature allows Texas to really be local. So the whole state can be considered local preference. And so from there, cities have the option to narrow that down. You can narrow it to your local, just within the city limits. It could be a multiple county area. So, for example, Houston, Galveston area can be everything from Montgomery down to Galveston, and those can be local within those combined county areas. When you're looking at those more remote areas, you're going to have more of a local, as in just Texas-based, or a multiple county area.
Okay, so basically what you're saying is that I'm extrapolating, okay, that we should have somewhat of a tiered system, that, local could mean, you're headquartered here, you get the full points. If you're got an office here, but you're headquartered in Houston, you get 5 points. Or if you're in Texas in general, you may get a couple points or something like that. Is that?
That could be the option for the city to consider. Definitely, if you're trying to promote local vendors, you would want to definitely look at the higher tiers for your local vendors, but also not, you're still in the coastal bend, so you're going to deal with more Texas-based vendors than out-of-state, like some of those others,
Right.
Midland, Lubbock, El Paso, Amarillo, and so forth.
Yeah, I would imagine El Paso gets a lot from New Mexico
Yes.
and Arizona. Okay, thank you.
Councilman Barrera?
Josh, Constance, Heather, and Brandon, thank you for all the hard work on this. I've got several questions backing up, but I guess while we're talking about local, just keep in mind that the city of Corpus Christi is in 3 counties. So obviously we don't have any residents that live in the San Patricio County area or the Clayburgh County, but just something as to where to consider local. The other thing is that, I don't know how you look at it from a standpoint. I know the ones that have been coming up has been like engineering firms. Like say, for example, you may have, and we discussed it yesterday, that you may have an engineering firm that may have an office here and they may have staff, but they don't have local PEs. So I think you could, just I don't know how you factor that in. I think you look at the expertise that is in the office because sometimes the investment is not so much in the infrastructure, but in the personnel that they have. So I'm glad to see that we're looking at that and we're offering some type of local preference. Just some other things with regard to the procurement process. When we talked yesterday, some of the challenge is the expertise of the department that's putting together the policy when they come to the procurement office. Hence, I've been real vocal about the benefit consultant that we've had. I think there's been times where I think there's something to review. And Brandon, I don't know if you look at that from that perspective, is that, at times you may have a department that maybe does not have the level of expertise of what they're looking for, and they're bringing this procurement, bringing this project or contract for procurement, and how do we find out what the best practices are for that?
Well, before I speak to the best practices on that, I do just want to quickly mention that, some of the ways that we're taking initiative to try to combat that is by certifying our buyers, right? So that they have more tools in their quiver, so that when a department approaches them with a scope for whatever it is that they want to procure, that they have a better idea of what questions to ask and a better idea of how to facilitate that for those departments. And so that's one of the major changes that's going to help that. The other thing is that when we get this contract manager in the future, we're going to be able to develop the contract management oversight that's going to train those contract managers, and those are oftentimes the people who are doing the purchasing, right? I want to do this contract for this, and I'll oversee it. And so if we're training the contract manager on the components behind what it means to be able to monitor, contract, the deliverables, and all those pieces, that will also help them in their future contract selection and their future scoping for the types of things that they purchase, and doing a better job of what to ask for up front so that we get good results.
Okay, and then do you, let's say for example, going back into my world, there's times that I've been asked to put together a scope of work for the procurement officer, and then they'll come in, and the reason being is because obviously the situation I'm in, I have that level of expertise to say, okay, these are the resources that you should be looking for, and I think that's the thing, that we just need to find out what it is that we're trying to accomplish. So that's good. The other thing is there's some common sense issues. Like I go back to there's been times where when you have to submit a proposal and you're asked to provide 5 copies, in this digitized age, I just think that's completely unnecessary, because you'll have a situation where somebody's going to spend $1,500 in printing just to submit, and then to find that because some inordinate policy, they're deemed non-responsive because they didn't fill out their DUNS number and copy, page number 10-2, so I'm sure that it's just that's an old practice, and I saw where you put in there that you're going to use a more digital format.
We already have, and that's what I was just going to speak to, is that it's now written in for all the future procurements that we do, that we're allowing for total digital submissions, and so it's made that process significantly smoother.
Okay. The other thing is that there's been some times here recently where I've voiced frustration, where particularly on a construction contract, where we've not been satisfied with, we've not been comfortable with the low bidder. So there's been at least 3 instances here that I can remember of specifically where we bypassed the low bidder because we've deemed that they were not qualified. And I feel that there needs to be that process.
Right. We title that non-responsive. And part of that, I think, again, council member, will be addressed with the contract management training. Because really the problem that we're having today is that there is no centralized person that's monitoring the complaints across all of the contracts across the city, so that if we see a trend in somebody that is having poor performance, that we can make sure we get out those cure letters, or we terminate that contract. And then if we need to take it a step further where we debar them, that we could go through that process. I've also spoken with the manager about maybe in the future looking at the council policy on debarment, to maybe make some changes to that to make it
Well, and the instances that I speak of were two in particular where we'd never done business with the low bidder. However, once we went back and we reviewed their proposal, then we determined that they had litigation that wasn't. I mean, you could say, I wouldn't want to do business with the city of Corpus Christi because of the amount of litigation that they're in.
Well,
so I think that's a thing that needs to be predetermined, so that way that individual doesn't go through the time and effort. Now we're on a slippery slope when we do that, because then we're discouraging individuals from submitting proposals or bids.
Right. It's a fine line, because the pre-screening sounds like a great idea, but then it becomes very problematic early on, because what if a certain vendor qualified under certain specific criteria? I'm a contractor that wants to do work on city streets, and then all of a sudden I decide, well, I want to also do work on the water garden fountain. And then that's a totally different area, but we've qualified them, and it's very difficult to manage that sort of thing, because then they could still bid. And so the way that we operate now is, we try to have these pre-submittal meetings, and we have them scheduled on every one of our bids, in which we bring people in and we explain what the scope and the criteria is, and we say, look, are you sure this is something you still, that you would want to bid on, because here's what we're looking for. And all of that is spelled out. And sometimes they still want to, apply, just like I'm sure, anybody who's ever employed anybody has seen some job applications that come in and thought, well, why did they apply here? But I think sometimes they do that, despite the fact that they know it's a challenge.
Now, yesterday I told you about a very close friend of mine that at one time worked for the comptroller's office, and before that she worked for TCEQ as a procurement officer. Anyway, and she received a national award, and it was specifically because she was reviewing proposals for technical review. In other words, she didn't review. And it was for submissions such as whether you had to have a DUNS number, whether you had to provide your bond, whether you had to provide the adequate amount of insurance. So whether you had all those technical components that would typically disqualify an individual from being non-responsive. Because I can give you an example. Once again, I've been involved in them where we've had 10 proposers and 7 have been disqualified. And a lot of it has been because of technical requirements of the procurement department. And what have you, and in that particular instance, they were able to determine for my friend that they were getting more proposers and more bidders than ever before, simply because the procurement officer they offered it as long as it was before the proposals were due, that they'll take that opportunity and say, okay, let's make sure from the standpoint for technical review that it's completely done, so that way we're not disqualifying you on a technicality. So something to review with your contract manager or whoever it is that you hire to do that. Now, my last thing, and I know you said when you went into this before, it's a good thing we did this after lunch. We may be having dinner. Anyway, a small and minority business component. Now, in order to do that accurately, to do that from a compliance perspective, we have to have a disparity study. So I would please ask that in the next budget cycle, that because now we're at a point where within the metropolitan area we have about 500,000 people. And I said it 20 years ago when the city of Corpus Christi did their last disparity study, when 60% of the community is Hispanic, and they're getting, in essence at that time, 8% of the purchasing dollars of one of the largest purchasers in the entire region, then we're undermining the economic development of the community. So as we continue to grow, we need to look at it from that perspective and see how can we improve upon that. Because that $1 billion in procurement that we set aside as capital, it's best to serve that it goes back directly into the community. So anyway, so please look at that as you're expanding that. thank you very much. Thank you for all the hard work you did.
Great. I think that's all the questions.
Well, thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Josh. Good job. Yes, good job. Thank you. Okay, so I think we're going to go back to section N, our public hearings, items 34 and 35. Item number 34 is a zoning case number 1021-06, Walker Holdings and Development, LLC.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council. Nina Nixon Mendez, Assistant Director. The case before you is to rezone a property from RS6 Single Family 6 District to RS 4.5 Single Family 4.5 District. And the purpose is to allow for the construction of a single-family residential subdivision. The applicant is Walker Holdings and Development, LLC. The property is located along the east side of Interstate 69, south of County Road 52, and north of the city limits. The property has approximately 290 feet of street frontage along the Interstate 69 access road, which is designated as an F1 freeway expressway. The properties total 117.29 acres in size, and the property is partially platted. To the north is a manufactured home subdivision and a zoned RMH manufactured house district. To the south are properties outside of the city limits that consist of a mobile home community, vacant properties, and light industrial properties. To the east are vacant properties and large tract single-family homes, zoned RE, residential estate district. And to the west are commercial properties, zoned CG2, general commercial district. There are no proposed CIP or bond projects for the adjacent street. The proposed zoning is consistent with the adopted comprehensive plan, which designates the area as medium-density residential. The original preliminary plat for Cal Island South subdivision was 408 dwelling units, and the proposed increase of single-family homes will be an increase of 97 units to a total of 505 dwelling units. 9 public notices were mailed, 0 received in favor, and 0 in opposition. Planning Commission met on October 27th, and the unanimous recommendation is approval of the zoning change, and I stand by for questions.
Councilman Lerma.
Thank you, Mayor. Excuse me. As I've stated before, I'm not a big proponent of the 4.5 ordinance. This is in the Naval, Cal Island area, which we have much bigger lots out there. The RS6, I think, fits in much better in the surrounding area. I've heard from several people out there that they want to keep the RS6, and I believe that we should keep the RS6. We need bigger lot subdivisions out in that area. I don't want to convert them over to the 4.5, so at this point, I'm not in support of the ordinance change. Thank you.
Okay, Councilman Pusley.
So, Nana, was there any discussion at the planning commission level about why the change, other than they just gained, what would you say, 75 more homes, or?
97 units. They gave 97
additional
units, right. And, you know, it's really related to the subdivision design. For example, if it were RS6, if you take that 117 acres, right, and you multiply it by 7.2 dwelling units, that comes to 849 gross. If we take out 20% for the infrastructure, you're looking at 675 dwelling units. So you can still get that same amount of dwelling units in an RS6. I think it has more to do with the subdivision design, and but the applicant is representative is here, and they can address that further.
Okay. All right. So the applicant is here, or their representative?
Yes, the representative is here.
Okay. Well, I'll wait and hear from them.
Okay, Councilman Hernandez.
Yes, thank you. And what are the actual lot sizes? You have that information?
I
mean,
don't have it with this particular zoning case, but it's.
Well, the reason I ask
but
is
they're
that-
asking for that minimum for flexibility.
Okay, so normally the setbacks for RS 4.5 is 20 feet, right?
Yes.
Okay, and it says 25 feet here. Is that accurate? Or is
Okay.
that from the street, or is it from the sidewalk? Or from the
Okay,
easement?
so you're talking about so the street setback is 20. For RS6, it's 25.
Okay, so it says 25, so from what I understood, the setback was from the easement, not from the street.
Well, you have a side and rear setback for an RS 4.5 lot, which is 5 feet. And then you have the street setback, which is 20 for a 4.5.
Is it from the street or from the easement? Because the easement includes a sidewalk. And I'm assuming they're going to have sidewalks.
It's the property line setback. So where the property line begins, the setback would be 20. It would be a yard, 20 yards.
Okay. So, but it says
20.
25.
Okay, well,
So
I
they're-
apologize, that's there.
Is that correct? Are they
That's,
going to be 25 or are they going to do 20?
Well, it's 20 for 4.5, for 4.
I understand that.
RS6, it's 25.
Okay, so this is stating what RS6 would be, not what RS 4.5 would be.
Are you referencing the slide?
I'm referencing slide number 3.
Yes, that's an error. It should be 20.
Okay.
No, I'm sorry. Take that back. No, that's correct. 25. 20 for RS.
RS 4.5 is
4.5,
20.
it's 20. Yes, sir.
Which is honestly the biggest issue I have with it. And then RS6 is 25 feet.
That is
right?
correct.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, why? It's more homes. People can only afford that. Okay. I'm going to go ahead and open there. I don't see any more questions. Open public hearing. And we can hear from the applicant.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and Council. My name is James McKnight. I am representing the buyer in this case. That's Lennar Homes. So I'm from Brown and Ortiz. We do land use law in San Antonio, but we represent Lennar all over the state of Texas. So the request here is this property had already been planned for one unit, which has already been platted and started construction. And Lennar has come in and said, you know, we actually can make this a little bit more efficient. One of the questions you asked was about the lot size. We have not fully platted this yet, but the lot sizes vary. I mean, the minimum is 4,500 square feet, but it goes up to 6,000 square feet. The reason for the lot, or for this rezoning, is really for the lot size. It has to do with bringing down the size of the yards. What has happened, what they've noticed, is that the desire for larger yards hasn't happened, but the size of the home is the same. So we're still looking at a 1,400 to 2,000 square foot home, which is the same size home that they would have done on a lot that is a 6,000 square foot lot. You just don't have as large of a yard. A lot of times people look at this and say smaller lot, smaller home. That isn't really the case with Lennar. So it really is just about what they've noticed in this market for the desire for that yard. But at the same time, it provides an increase in housing, needed housing for, you know, one of the markets we're looking at is the steel plant that's almost completed down the road. I mean, this is one of the things that we've said, it looks like there's a real need for this, and this allows us to get the kind of demand that we really are looking for, but with still the same quality of product. I mean, the price point that we're looking at here is from minimum from $180,000 to up to a $250,000 home. So these aren't small homes, these are not low quality homes. It's just a smaller yard. But I mean, go ahead. I'm sorry, here to answer any questions.
No. I was just gonna go back and what what was it? 6, right? R6.
Yes, ma'am.
What was that square footage? Did you say that's gonna? What was that square footage?
The square foot is 6,000 square foot lot where we're.
No,
at
I'm sorry. The home.
Oh, it's the same size. It's a between 1,400 and a 2,000 square foot home.
Okay, that's what it allows. And then the 4.5,
It doesn't
doesn't
change the
change
size of the home
at all.
in the zoning. I'm saying the size of
Okay.
home that Lennar constructs is the same, whether it's
so
that-
you would
the
be
size of
building the
lot.
same size home.
Yes, ma'am.
The only thing that's changing here is the yard.
Yes,
The
ma'am.
amount of yard.
That's correct. It allows for a smaller frontage on the street. It gets more efficient when we put in the utilities. And as Nina mentioned, we're looking at a 97 home increase. So the density goes from 3.4 units an acre to 4.3. It's not even a full unit per acre increase in density. We're not talking about a huge number of homes. It's just a little bit more efficient to capture the need that's in this area.
Okay, excuse me, Councilman Pusley.
So is this going to have sidewalks on both sides of the street?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Yeah, you know, I understand the desire for less yard. I put as much concrete on my lot as I could, and I still have too much yard to take care of. But I just get a little concerned about what Councilman Hernandez brought up, and that is parking space. You know, if you have two-car families, and if somebody in that family has a pickup truck, they don't fit on a 20-foot driveway. They just don't. I mean, you're not going to pull your bumper up against the garage door, and so there's going to be 2 feet of pickup truck sticking over the sidewalk, which prevents the pedestrian traffic, and especially is an impedance to people who are handicapped. And so that's a concern I've always had about these. And I know we need these kind of homes, but it just seems like Corpus is getting inundated with this type of model. And I've already reached out to the Builders Association and told them that there has to be a balance here. We have to figure out where the balance is with respect to the 6,000 square foot lot versus these. But anyway, thank you very much for the information.
And in response to that, I would say we are, for one thing, all of these homes would have a 2-car garage and 2 parking spaces out front. But of course, you're talking about the length from that sidewalk. That is from the sidewalk, the back of the sidewalk to the home. That's 20 feet. But that is something that actually could be addressed if it was an issue. There are, further approvals as part of this project. Obviously, we're doing through the plat approval, but there are other approvals on this project that I think that if that was a real concern, we could look at that. We could add that 5 feet in if that was necessary.
And I'm just curious, on that note, is the width of that driveway the same as it would be? Or
Yes, ma'am.
it is?
It's a 2-car garage. It's the width is the
It's
same.
just the length.
It's just the length.
Yeah,
That's correct.
which
That's
I
from-
agree is an issue, but that's good to know if we can make that a prerequisite, if you will. Okay. Councilman Lerma.
Yes, ma'am, thank you. And the reason I say that I'm not a big proponent of it is that I have 2 of them that were built within the last year, and that's exactly what Councilman Pusley says and what Councilman Hernandez says. The vehicles are parked there. You can't get around them. You got to go on the street to get around them in a wheelchair. I've seen 2 people already doing that. The vehicles that you park in the driveway don't give you enough room they're blocking part of the sidewalk. And that right there, in my opinion, should be illegal to park that way to where pedestrians can't get around.
Yes, sir.
And that's a big concern of mine because the new subdivision they just finished was a 4.5. And I don't really think it's even a 4.5, to be quite honest with you. When you have 2.5 feet on each side of the house and 6 feet at the backyard, I don't know if that's a 4.5, but it was passed as a 4.5.
Right.
The problem is that our developers aren't sticking to what the rules are, and we don't have the manpower to be out there and making sure that every lot is exactly 4,500 square feet.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so that's an issue I have too. I mean, that's on our side, the city side.
Right, that's part of the planning process.
That's why I just, my biggest issue is sidewalks, lot size. I think if you're going to raise a family in this city, people keep telling me that that's not the way to go. The new way, the new generation don't want a yard. Well, then buy a condo or buy an apartment, get an apartment. But houses, everything that's been sold out in the Annabelle, Cal Island area has been sold immediately before you even finish a house. I don't care if it's 10,000 square feet. they're going to buy it. It makes no difference to me. So my preference is the 6,000 minimum, and that's just what I'm going to stick to. Thank you.
Well, and certainly if this is, I would say, if there is more time to discuss this, we would request a continuance at this time. It's something we wouldn't want to just close the door on today if that's possible. I just, because there are things that we can do. I think if we can look at our full plat about what all of the lots that we're providing, the distance that we have from the home to that sidewalk, if that's a real issue, but be able to show you some of the market numbers we have and really prove up what Lennar is capable of.
Okay.
Well, Madam Mayor, if I may, I would make a motion that we table this and study it further with the developer and see what we can come up with, Madam.
Okay, Councilman, Councilman Hernandez he's got a question, and then so does Councilman Pusley.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. This is not on you, okay?
Sure.
Just want to make sure you're aware of this.
I'm okay with it.
I beat up all the.
I've been here before.
I beat them up all. So
It's
about
fine.
about the setbacks.
Sure.
And, we have something that we need to fix internally in our UDC, because right now 4.5 allows for that 20-foot setback.
Right.
And last time I checked, we were in Texas, right? Okay.
Trucks.
And everybody, I have neighbors and they all have big trucks. I have a big truck, okay? I just put it straight out to you. But I live in an RS6, okay? It fits on my driveway. But, I see in these new developments where the truck sticks out at least a foot, and then you got the tow thing that sticks out even more. And if you have anybody that's ADA, you can't get by. I mean, just straight out. And then I've asked our developers not to do this ever again, but sidewalks on both sides, right? No more PUDs with just one sidewalk. It's important that we have a vision zero, right? This is your initiative, okay? And you can't do that if you don't have sidewalks and if you don't have the space to get around and understanding of what the consumer base is. You're going to be building up in Cal Allen. Those guys work in the oil fields. They all have trucks, every one of them. I mean, big trucks.
Big trucks.
Okay, so the concern is real, and I've asked those that are doing 4.5 if at least have 5,000 square feet and put 25 feet of setback to the garage.
Yeah.
Something along those lines, and that's why I asked Nina specifically, because it said in here 25 feet.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So let me ask you, are you willing, if we do 4.5 for you, are you willing to do the setbacks at 25 feet?
Yes, sir.
Or is there a problem with that?
No, Councilman,
Okay, so if we can't do that, so that's going to have to be during plating, but we don't see plating.
That's right.
So that's the only way we can, I don't know if we could put something on, attach it on it.
And
but-
that's what you just mentioned, is that you're willing to work with us in terms
Correct.
of this particular issue, right?
Right. If there are, I've been doing it long enough to find a way to solve that, whether it's through zoning. The councilman mentioned you can't do that here, but there are other ways to do it, whether it's
Sure.
platting and a building setback line or some other kind of agreement. But
And could I get Miles, can you give us a reason for that?
Yeah, I think what you're wanting is maybe a special permit, RS 4.5 with a special permit requiring a minimum of 25-foot setback, something like that.
Right.
But I think probably, or PUD. Yeah, so I think there are some solutions, but they probably want to be talking about those solutions with planning.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
That's fine.
Councilman Pusley, you have a thought on that?
Yeah, so let me offer this as a compromise. Why don't we do just that? And instead of killing this deal, let's send this back to planning. And planning does the plats anyway. They don't come to us.
Yes, sir.
But I think, as Miles said, a special permit or a PUD, however we want to do it, to get the setbacks like we need it. And then, Peter, we really need to fix this in our UDC. We need to fix this once and for all. So we have this discussion 20 times a month, and we need to fix it.
Yeah, Councilman, I got up a few minutes ago and told Steve the same thing. So
Yeah.
we're going to work with Michael Dice, who has experience in San Antonio, and see, does this exist in other cities? But
Yeah.
whether or not it does, we know it's a problem, which we shouldn't be continuing to repeat the problems up here for the council, so
Yeah.
we're looking into it already.
Okay.
Yep.
So let's do that. So, Councilman Lerma, does that sound like a alternative for you?
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, I don't mind. We'll send it back to Development Services and take a look at it. Let's just, like I said before, let's table this.
Okay. I second that motion.
Okay, we also need to hold the public hearing, though.
Well,
Okay.
yeah,
I thought we were doing.
I mean, ask for public comment, I'm sorry.
Oh, okay.
right.
sorry.
Is there anyone in the audience that has public comment on item number 34? No. Okay, no one is wanting to make public comment, so I will close public hearing and entertain a motion. We have our,
I move that we table this until later date and send it back to Development Services, ma'am.
and we have a second.
Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. The motion carries.
Okay, was it to Development Services or Planning?
Development
Commission?
Services
Development
Department.
Services.
The department, yes.
Yeah. And then they'll take it to planning.
Okay.
Okay, item number 35. It's an ordinance adopting text amendments to the Unified Development Code to remove the Planning Commission from historic designation review process and to identify grounds for undue hardship the Board of Adjustments may consider for a variance.
Okay. Today, I'm presenting proposed text amendments to the Unified Development Code due to the recent statutes passed by the state legislature. As part of the 87th Texas Legislature, bills were passed into laws that became effective on September 1 of 2021. Such new laws are related to the boards of municipalities that determine historic designations and the required findings involving variances of structures by the Board of Adjustment. Okay, with respect to Senate Bill 1585, relating to requirements for the designation of a property as historic landmark and the inclusion of a property in a historic district by a municipality, the City Council must elect whether to appoint the Landmark Commission or the Planning Commission regarding the recommendation of designating historic designations or districts. So the state statute says that when there are multiple commissions that are engaged in historic designation, that they must designate one of those commissions. Staff is recommending the Landmark Commission being designated. So you will find that in the amended ordinance language. And additionally, if a property owner does not consent to their property receiving a designation or inclusion into a historic district, a 3/4 vote of the commission and council would be required to overrule the property owner's wishes. And the next couple of slides show the amendments. This amends the application initiation table. The next table removes the Planning Commission as the recommending body concerning historic designations. And then this is the language concerning, again, the historic district designation and the 3/4 vote requirement being added. Again, an amendment related to Planning Commission, and then this removes the Planning Commission as the recommending body concerning historic designations. Then the second amendment is related to the Board of Adjustment, zoning variances based on unnecessary hardship. Language is added to provide additional clarity to the Board of Adjustment regarding the required findings in the event of deliberating a potential variance of a structure. So we will be removing the financial hardship as insufficient finding and inserting the language of the state mandate. So essentially, we will be, the board will be allowed to consider the following as grounds when determining compliance with the UDC. The financial cost of compliance is greater than 50% of the appraised value of the structure as shown on most recent appraisal rules certified in the Nueces County Appraisal District. Compliance would result in a loss to the lot on which the structure is located of at least 25% of the area on which development may physically occur. Compliance would result in the structure not being in compliance with a requirement of a UDC, municipal code, building code, or other requirement. Compliance would result in the unreasonable encroachment on an adjacent property or easement, or the city considers the structure to be a non-conforming structure. And staff recommends approval. I stand by for questions. The Planning Commission did meet on October 27th and recommended approval.
So moved.
Councilman Pusley?
Yeah, Nina, is this premature based on the fact that our historic preservation plan has been tabled until the first of the year?
No, it's not premature because this actually went into effect September 1st of this year.
Okay, by state law is what you're saying?
By state law, yes, sir.
Okay, so this is something we have to do?
It's something we have to do. It's a mandate, yes, sir.
Okay, all right.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead and open public hearing. And public comment. Is there any public comment on item number 35? So we'll close public hearing, and I'll entertain a motion to approve item number 35.
So moved.
Do we have a second? Yes?
Mayor, I just have one question. Yes. You know, I'm looking at this, and, you know, we're having trouble kind of filling some positions on the Landmark Commission. Am I?
Well, we only have 3 vacancies right now. So it's 11 members, and we have 8.
Okay.
And you just reappointed, and you just filled one that was going
I just
off.
remember we're looking for people that have title experience and all that, you know, several.
That's right.
There's some specifics
Right.
onto it. Is this something that you know, do we need to have 2 commissions do this? I mean, is Landmark enough to where that can be absorbed by the Planning Commission, or do we need to have it separate?
Well, I think it's important to have them separate because the Landmark Commission, of course, would have knowledge related to architecture, history, et cetera, where your Planning Commission doesn't have that. And those are the kinds of criteria that are reviewed with respect to a historic designation. So to me, it's a better fit to have Landmark Commission review it.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion carries. We'll skip over to section P, first reading ordinances, items number 36 through 38. Number 36 is zoning case number 1021-03 SRPC Properties LLC.
Okay, this case was tabled at the last council meeting due to the applicant not being present to address questions. And, you know, there were some questions related to the site itself. And so we've invited the applicant to be present. And we do have, as the applicant is out of state, we do have her present, I believe, available WebEx. And so any questions you might have related to that. Yes, she is available. She's out of state, but she's available WebEx. So.
Hello? My name is Shirley Carson. Can you hear me?
Ma'am?
Yes.
Yes, we can.
Thank you. I'm the representative for SRPC Properties, LLC, and I'll be very happy to answer any of your questions as to this proposal.
Okay.
Thank you. Oh, yeah. Okay. Councilman Molina?
Thank you, Mayor. Nina, what has there been any discussion or changes to the project since the last meeting?
I'm not aware of any specific changes, although we did impart the concern related to the design to the applicant. So, you know, if she has any changes, she would be able to express those to you.
If there are any changes, I would like to know.
Okay.
No, sir, there are no changes. This request is for a rezoning and replat. The property presently is comprised of 3 lots. It contains 2 duplexes and 1 single family. I would like to rezone it into multifamily, just like it is, 2 of the lots already are. The 3rd lot isn't. And then I would like to replat it into one lot.
Okay, the only issue I have with this project is the proposed design of the building, which I know should not be part of the discussion here, but that was included in our presentation package. And the overall design of the project does not fit the character of the neighborhood, and so I have a major issue with that.
Okay, sir, I'm very willing to, I'm very flexible with this design. And I would like to have the opportunity to have it rezoned and replatted so that we could look at the design at a later time.
Mr. Zanoni, what assurance do we have from staff that this project would move forward with a more standard type of design? Would that do we have any?
Yeah, I'm gonna have to defer to Andrew, who's coming up, but he's shaking his head. I think with well, Andrew, can you
Yes, sir.
answer? Yeah.
Good afternoon, Council. So the only route you could take to potentially prohibit a specific design would be a special permit. It's a little bit of a gray area since zoning is only covering land use. So you have to be cautious that if this is a land use related issue versus design, that gets into a bit of a predicament. So it would be no different than saying you couldn't have circular buildings or you couldn't have a certain style. These areas do not have architectural overlays similar to Padre Island. So we're limited in how far we can take enforcement to a very specific design.
If I could follow that, if we did a special permit, you could approve a site plan that would show the configuration of the building.
When would that be? I guess that would go to
If
the
the
planning
applicant,
first.
if the applicant could provide that site plan, and then that would show the footprint of the building.
Would you be bound to have that footprint?
Yes, if
Is it
you're adopting the site plan, yes.
What is the footprint? Is it the view of is it the face of the building or the?
No, it's the building boundary
The
on
boundary,
the site.
so you really won't see the building style then, right?
That's right. But
So you could hope to not get that octagonal building, but it still could be there, right?
It's just if I could add, so as every step with any project, you start with zoning, then to plating, then to building permit. If you have a person bound to a site plan up front, they're going to have to spend X amount of dollars in engineering and design that may end up not working if something goes wrong with the plat. So if they discover an easement that shouldn't be there, or it just doesn't meet setbacks, as we talked in the past case. So you could be binding someone to a site plan that may not inevitably work because we're simply not at that stage yet.
So if this were to pass today, what's the next step for the developer?
The property still needs to be replatted. It's still 3 separate lots. Those need to be combined. You would have the buffer yards that would need to be installed. At building permit, we would enforce minimum setbacks due to the 2-foot or 2-story height. So we would have to be so far away from the property lines. You would still have to install landscaping, parking. So even with this design, as we tell any customer coming in for zoning, density doesn't dictate a guarantee. Just because you propose 8 units doesn't mean by the time you factor in parking, landscaping, buffers, you will actually be able to fit 8 units. It could actually be half of the size at the end of the day. That's why it's just a preliminary design. By no means is she bound by it. She could say, today I want to do this Decadron style, and tomorrow I want to do Spanish style. No zoning case is bound by design unless, as Nina mentioned, it's by site plan.
Okay, and what's the next step if this is not approved today?
If it is not approved today, it would keep the same zoning as it has today, which is, I believe, single family, or it is, I'm
Two-family,
sorry,
it's
duplexes.
two-family and CG2.
So the interesting thing is, under the zoning today of duplexes, if she wanted to have the same style and build a two-story duplex with the same decadron configuration, she could today. If it was 3 separate ones on 3 independent lots, that still gets you to 6 units. So she might not get 8, but she'll get 6 with the same multifaceted design.
Councilman Molina, do you want to, we could hear, well, I can open public comment and we can continue discussion? Okay. I think actually, Councilman Pusley, do you want to comment now?
You know, I thought about this a lot after the meeting the other day, and I guess at this point, I started feeling that, you know, I'm not sure we should be dictating what kind of structure they build if they want to go through the trouble and expense of replatting this. And, you know, who knows, after she builds a dodecadon in there, maybe everybody in the neighborhood will want one. You know, but I don't know. I think we probably ought to let this, and I'm going to defer to the council member, but I would say we ought to let this go and let her go through the planning process and see what happens from there.
Okay, thank you, Councilman. I'm going to go ahead and open public comment.
My name is Rex Musselwhite. I feel I represent the neighborhood. I own 8 properties, or 8 units in immediate area. I have 6 bedrooms that's going to be directly up against this fence. I am very much concerned about traffic coming through there. I see the apartments across the street and what they have done. When they came to us, they were saying that they were going to build 12 units. They had 6 lots. The councilman for that area asked how many units could be there right now without rezoning, and he was told 12. He asked the builder, how many are you going to put in there? And he said 12. There's 28 there now. There is wall-to-wall concrete over there, yet there's a vacant lot that adjoins that property over to Brownlee, and it would be a green space, which they have none, and the dogs could run there, and the vehicles could go in and out, and we wouldn't have the truck problem that we have now. This side of 14th Street that is, we're talking about rezoning, it has an area we call the donut hole. The donut hole is in the middle of the block on Ayers. The donut hole is closed, it belongs to you. It was taken back for taxes, and that would make an entrance and exit for any units. If duplexes were built on this property, it would look fantastic if we had 2-story duplexes. But when you start talking about putting in 4 units, you're starting to crowd, just like they crowded across the street. And I ask that you deny it, because it's not just 3 duplexes, it's 4 duplexes. It's changing the neighborhood. I paid big bucks to put new construction in this same area right across the fence from it. And I feel that it would not be a good thing. I'd like to look at my notes. I would like a setback if we had windows on the second-story window looking down into my tenants' bedrooms. I think that we have done that in other parts of the city, and I'd like to see it done here. When I look at the work that you have done, you have made a plat, you have made a sign. The sign is supposed to be put in front of the property that is going to be rezoned. My property is not being rezoned, but you put your sign in front of my property, confusing the entire neighborhood. When I complained about it, you sent your people out and pulled the sign out and put it over to the side of my house, in front of my house. It's still there. I have pictures of it. The traffic flow is a big problem that I see, and I would like to see if they're going to make this, if you're going to approve it, I'd like to see them purchase that donut hole, which should be pretty cheap, and use that as an entrance and an exit onto Ayers and not onto 14th. We have no idea what it's going to look like right now. We went through that last week. I really don't like to see all concrete, and that is what we have right now across the street. I would ask you, each of you, would you build a house next to this? If the answer is no, then why would you expect the rest of us to build houses next to it? I build houses. I have people in that neighborhood. I see people that think that this is a low-income neighborhood. Let me describe the kitchen for the house that is right next to it. She has a 4-foot wide, 7 feet tall Bosch refrigerator. She has a 4-foot wide stove that is stainless steel, 6 burners, 1 griddle, 2 ovens. She has a Bosch dishwasher. It's a quartz counter, double cavity stainless steel sink with a stained glass window over it. She has a large dining table that she can put her entire family around. This is not what you would think of as low income. There are several houses that I have there just about the same way.
Okay. I think, and we do hear you, and I am a little confused. I thought this was all going to be addressed, wasn't it? No, from last time?
That's what I had thought.
Yeah. Why, Peter, none of this was?
Andrew and Nina can provide a response. Sarah, let Nina, yes, sir, thank you.
I mean, that's the whole reason we tabled it, wasn't it?
Okay. Well, again, we spoke with the applicant, and she had, understood the council's request regarding the design, and she agreed to speak today related to that. And so that's what was discussed. As far as the open space, there's an open space requirement. He's talking about wall-to-wall concrete, right? There's an open space requirement in RM2, which is 30%. Also, there's setbacks. So I believe when that apartment was built across the street, it was probably prior UDC, prior to these standards. So, whatever's constructed there would have to respect the open space requirement.
So his, just to go down the list, 12 units, 28 units. I know that's across the street, but could that happen here? That's that's the harm.
No, it cannot. At most,
Just built that across the street, that last block.
the
Last building was just constructed.
Okay.
the apartments across the street were built prior to the UDC in 2008, so that is why it has reduced landscape requirements. With new standards coming in, our new tree requirement now established, that requires far more landscaping and screening as a minimum standard now for all multifamily uses. Additional setbacks were adopted with UDC based on the height of the structure, so there is no instance in which anyone's balcony or window will look onto an adjacent property. And I know that's been brought up with several different multifamily zoning cases. That is the very reason we established that ordinance. We borrowed from other cities to see what works. For every foot you go above 12 feet in height on any structure, you must now set an additional 2 feet off of a property line. So this structure, if it's 2 stories, will have a 16 to 17-foot setback. So there is absolutely no way you can peer into anyone's backyard or their bedroom windows or what have you. That's designed specifically to protect privacy of adjacent residences. Now, keep in mind, if it is a duplex or single-family home going in there, that cuts your setbacks down to 5 feet, and there is no longer a privacy concern. That person could build a 3-story home and look into anyone's backyard or bedroom window they want. So by going to multifamily zoning, this applicant is actually imposing a greater restriction on their property.
Okay, Councilman Hernandez.
Forgive me if I understand. Sir, do you live next to this pier, to this property?
I entered that area when I was 1 year old. I learned to walk there. I went to school there. Mr. Allen used to.
I understand. You'd mentioned that before, but do you live in this neighborhood?
I do not live there.
Okay.
I own property there. I'm there every day.
Okay.
I work on my property every day.
I just misunderstood that. I thought you lived next to this property.
I do not live next to it. I have property that is next to it that I rent out. I furnish washing machines, dryers, stoves, refrigerators, central air and heat, and you name it, security systems.
Okay. I mean, I've never seen one of these buildings with the shape and design she has, so I mean, it's bold. But is this for rent or is this going to be for sale?
They would be for rent.
They'd be for rent. So these are designed for maybe people that are going to Del Mar?
You could have small families that may have children at Winseal or now Metro Elementary. Del Mar College would be another likely choice for tenants. But in speaking with Ms. Carson in between our 2 council meetings, she did reaffirm that she wasn't married to a specific design. She hasn't even had this reviewed by a windstorm engineer yet. So that's the first thing I brought to her attention of this design may not meet our windstorm standards. It may work in Wyoming where she's from, but here the standard's a little bit higher. You know, we do have the 140 mile an hour winds we have to design to. So
is this, I mean, you can only see the kind of from the top view, but is this going to be like a dome? Is it going to be?
It appears to look more just a slightly raised roof, but it looks more of a dome-ish shape. Honestly,
so I mean, they build domes in like, you know, West Texas for tornadoes. I mean,
correct.
I would imagine it'd be fine for hurricanes.
I did not see an engineered set of plans, and that's the key thing I expressed to her is, yes, it's a bold design, it's an idea, but that doesn't guarantee it will actually meet our city standards. It hasn't been evaluated for structural.
So I mean, we're talking about things that may or may not happen.
Correct.
Based on what it looks like on this site.
It's just her idea.
And this is why Al was kicking himself for putting it on the. Okay, that's all the questions I have. Thank you.
Okay, Councilman Molina.
You know, I'll be honest, had I not seen that design included with the with the agenda package, I would be in favor. But it is, and I'm struggling with this. I think the right thing to do here is to move forward with this and put that design out of mind and let your office work with the applicant to hash out those details. Is there any, at any other point, would there be an opportunity for, I guess, your office to review the design and approve the design?
Absolutely. At plating stage, the great thing about it is now having a quote-unquote concept, we would be able to not kill the design, but say at plating stage, this may not work even with replating the lots together. Even if the applicant were trying to move forward with this design, which she sounded very shaky about it over the phone, it would have to be evaluated at building permit. That is where the engineering standards come into play all of our, if any floodplain issues come into play, again, fitting, parking, landscaping, buffer yards, that in itself may not fit this design. So it's very much a what if. At the end of the day, the cost may be so much, you may decide to just go with your just traditional box rectangle design.
I think, anytime that we have development like this, you're taking out old dilapidated structures and coming in with something new. Has a strong potential to improve the area, and so I think I'm going to support this project.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Barrera.
I move for approval.
Second.
Okay. Okay, great. Did we open public? Oh, yeah, so we'll close public comment. Yes, thank you. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say no. The motion carries. Item number 37. Ordinance revising the infill housing incentive program guidelines as authorized by Article 2, Chapter 20 of the City of Corpus Christi Code of Ordinances, authorizing a 2-year agreement with the Corpus Christi B Corporation to provide Type B affordable housing funding in the amount of $1 million for costs related to the infill housing incentive program.
And Barrett, we're also taking 32 in
With it,
conjunction.
yes.
Yes, ma'am, with this item.
32. So 32 will be directly after? Okay.
Good afternoon, Jennifer Buxton with Neighborhood Services. This is a revision to the infill housing incentive program guidelines and an acceptance of the agreement with the Type B Corporation for $1 million. May I have the next slide, please? So this revises the infill housing incentive program guidelines. It removes the community development block grant group requirements and allows for use of the program citywide. When we were here originally with the program, that was the comment most heard was that we didn't want to have to force people to live in certain neighborhoods. We wanted it available citywide, so we've made that change. This also authorizes the $1 million funding agreement with Type B. It appropriates $500,000 into this year's budget, and the additional $500,000 will be appropriated into a future budget. Next slide, please. The program hasn't changed in terms of what's eligible for reimbursement. It's up to $25,000. That's for building permit fees, tap fees, demolition, water, wastewater infrastructure, and street improvements. The program still requires that the home sale and the value must be at $204,800 or less. Home buyers have to have incomes at or below 80% of the area median income, and there's a 5-year recapture period that is placed on the home buyer. Next slide, please. And then there's any questions that you may have.
Okay, Councilman Pusley.
Yes, Mayor, thank you. I met, what was it, 2 days ago or?
Yesterday.
Yesterday. What time flies?
I don't know when that was.
Sorry. And I met with everybody involved in this, and I invited Dan Brown with Thanksgiving Homes to come up, and he sat down, and he seemed to be very pleased with these changes and thought they would work for them and for other builders as well, to help promote this program and move the infill housing forward. So I think the two of these items together were good changes, and I appreciate staff having the flexibility and to do that. And we've already got the Type B board has already approved this.
Yes, sir.
And so I guess we're ready to go.
We'll have one more reading because it's an ordinance.
Yeah, one of them requires 2 readings. Yeah.
Yes,
so,
sir.
Anyway, thank you very much. I appreciate your time yesterday, and appreciate Mr. Brown's comments as well.
Okay, great. Councilman Hunter.
Thank you for everything you've done, and I'd like to move for approval.
We have one more question. Councilman Hernandez.
Yeah, just real quick. I remember when we first discussed this during the budget process that there was specific issues because we were following the requirements of Type B and their requirements. Does this change any of that?
No, this is still the program that is going to be funded with Type B and has to follow the Type B rules.
Okay.
I think what you might be referring to is the $100,000 that was placed in the budget for the fee waivers, which is the item we'll do next.
No, it was
Oh,
specifically
okay,
this item.
sorry.
That
Okay.
I know this is different,
Yes, this
right?
is still tied to Type B, and it has to follow Type B rules.
Okay, and this won't require any expenditures out of the general fund?
It does not.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I think that's it. So we have a motion. Do we have a second? Second. Okay, any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion carries. So now we'll go to item number 32.
Again,
And-
Jennifer Buxton with Neighborhood Services. This is a new item before council. This is the housing development fee waivers for non-qualifying home buyers. Next slide, please. In this FY22 operating budget, City Council approved $100,000 for housing development fee waivers if the home is built on an infill lot. Homes must be in established neighborhoods with existing infrastructure. Fee waivers are for building permits, plan review, municipal solid waste fees, and tap fees for water, wastewater, and gas. Reinspection fees will not be waived, and waivers are not to exceed $7,000. This is based on several scenarios run by Development Services. They did those scenarios based on an 1,800 square foot home, and $7,000 was always adequate. Next slide, please. There are 120 days to start construction and 9 months to finish. The home needs to be at least 900 square feet. The sales price and finished value can't exceed the $204,800. The builder will agree to have a lien placed on the property at the time the waivers are granted, and then the city will release that lien when they sell the home. And other than being on an infill lot, there's no requirement on location. And it can be sold to a non-qualifying buyer, meaning they do not qualify as 80% and below. They can, they don't, that is not a requirement of the purchase. Anyone can purchase the home regardless of income. Next slide, please. And I'm available for questions.
Okay, I don't see any lights on, so I'll entertain a motion to approve item number 32. Any further discussion? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say no. The motion carries.
Thank you.
And now we'll go back to briefings, section Q. Item number 40, North Beach Canal request for
Mayor,
information.
we have 38 also, the short-term rental
Oh,
policy.
I'm so sorry, I skipped that. Item number 38, briefing on short-term rental policy development and ordinance amending Chapter 5 of the Corpus Christi Code to require a permit for the operation of short-term rentals and providing for publication.
And Mayor, before Dan presents, this has been a multiple departmental effort to get to today. And I know both you and Councilman Smith made a promise, as we did, to the island that we'd be here today with an ordinance, and we are. And so this is
Yes.
part one of a two, maybe three-part ordinance. We have to work more with the community on the next phase of this that Dan will explain.
Perfect.
But this is a great first step. This is another legacy issue being addressed today where the city really hasn't addressed short-term rentals
Right.
ever. And so many cities have, obviously, across the country and in Texas especially. So we're glad to be here today. This is a good first step, and we have some more work to bring forth early next year.
Great,
Okay.
thank you.
All right. Good evening, Mayor, Council members. Daniel McGinn, Director of the Planning Department. This next item is an ordinance that will create a short-term rental registration permitting system. Most, like Peter mentioned, most Texas cities that have any level of tourism activity do have a registration requirement in place that assists with the management of the program and also with the enforcement of STR units that would be operating illegally. And again, we view this ordinance as kind of the first phase approach. We have a second phase that we would recommend that we work with a set of public stakeholders to look at the land use component of this. And that would be that kind of identifying areas within the city that are appropriate for short-term rental use. And so, like Peter mentioned, we did have a large team. I'm kind of acting as the spokesperson here, but we do have a large team. This STR issue does cover a lot of different departments with development services, of course, my group with planning. The project lead was Andrea Gardner when she took over this project when she came in. We've been working closely with the legal department and Tracy in code enforcement, along with Heather in our financing group. Just to kind of give you an idea, this issue has been discussed here in the community. In 2018, the CVB did lead an effort to look at this issue. There was a briefing in November. At that time, there wasn't any action taken, but we were kind of right, it was just before the 2019 legislative session, and at the time, we felt like there was probably going to be some bills passed related to this issue, so there wasn't really a need to kind of move with anything at that time. Kind of fast forward, kind of COVID, and then more so this year, the issue got some more attention. The Padre Island Properties Association, they actually did their own survey internally, and they passed on that information, or really a letter that their membership was really opposed to any kind of use within the single-family areas. They were okay with kind of multifamily and more of the commercial areas, but they just wanted to make us aware that they did that work, and they passed that on. The ISAC group also did quite a bit of work. They had a subcommittee that was formed in 21, and so they provided a lot of research. They did a lot of benchmarking of other cities and provided that background, which we were kind of incorporate, and I think we'll utilize that moving forward as well as we move into the next phase of this project. Of course, we had a city council briefing this summer, and then I know we had a town hall meeting in October, and again, there was another meeting over at Scuttlebutts, I think more recently, with the mayor and several council members along with staff. So this issue has been obviously talked about quite a bit here in the last couple of years. This is kind of, I think at this point, everyone kind of knows short-term rentals. They can be a variety of different things: condo, townhomes, single-family homes. We see RVs, boats are being used. It's not a new concept. You could rent a beach house or cottage for the last 100 years in this country. So it's just that the technology connecting homeowners and potential guests or users is obviously improved quite a bit with the new platforms that are available. Currently, this is what we have on the books today. We don't have a whole lot to address short-term rentals, but just this one particular section in the Unified Development Code, 5.2.24, and it really addresses just single-family units within single-family districts. And so the only provision that it kind of restricts is that you cannot have a lease less than 30 days. And so that's all we have currently. That's what we have to utilize when in enforcement. It's an illegal land use case if they have a lease that is less than that 30-day period. There are exceptions, of course, bed and breakfast, which we haven't permitted one in several years now, and I think maybe we have one or two that are currently in operation. So it's not a widely used exception. And of course, we have had a few planned unit developments, mostly on the island, that have included that language within their ordinance to allow for short-term rental use. Okay, getting to the enforcement, I know Miles has talked about this at our last briefing and it's come up at some of these different town hall meetings, but just the enforcement aspect of this is extremely difficult because we do have to kind of lean on that Unified Development Code section. And so it is an illegal land use, and so it's very difficult to prove. You have to have admission by the party that it took place, the transaction to lease it, or you could have somewhat of a sting operation to catch the folks in the act. So it's an extremely difficult avenue to pursue and make a case on. So this registration, as you'll see in the next slide, is really going to help us, I think. Maybe one of the most important things it does for us is help us with this particular enforcement issue. Okay, getting into just why would you want to do a registration ordinance? There's some elements of protection of health and safety for the occupants that will be in that unit, as you'll see as we kind of go through some of the details. It will also help us protect the integrity of some of the single-family neighborhoods where some of the illegal operations are occurring today. This is a best practice among some of the top Texas cities that we see and across the country, really. And it's going to allow for a better management and tracking of the units that we have in our city. And it will become the primary tool for enforcement. So we won't have to lean on this illegal land use and the elements that go into prosecuting a case. We'll really be looking at if a unit is operating without a permit, then they're subject to citation and enforcement that way. Just kind of quickly going through some of the summary of what's within the ordinance. Of course, we had to add some definitions to help us out with defining certain terms that are new, that don't exist in the code today. And a permit will only be able to be issued for it'll be issued for non-single family zoning districts. So anything beyond our RS 4.5, RS 6, RS 22, those districts will not be eligible to get a permit. So your multifamily, your commercial will all be eligible. Anywhere where you can have residential activity outside of those single-family districts. We're proposing a fee of $100, which would be good for 2 years. And of course, they'd have quite a bit of information that they would have to put in that application, contact information. We're asking for a 24-hour, someone that we can get a hold of in case there's issues at the property. Police would be able to contact someone. We're going to have a sketch of the floor plan to have an idea of what the unit looks like. And then we're asking for a kind of a self-certification that the owner is going to provide different life safety things within the unit, smoke detectors, and that they have insurance for the guests that would be at the property. General standards, if you own a unit, these are things that, probably most kind of owners are already doing anyway, that are operating STRs here in our community. But there's going to be occupancy limitations, insurance requirement, life safety. All units will need to have a fire extinguisher, smoke detector, carbon monoxide detection, and then posting of an evacuation plan. You see these on hotels all the time on the door, and they kind of direct you how to get out of the building. And of course, conduct on premises, just make the occupants aware of city regulation and rules related to noise, trash, that type of thing. And then finally, the advertisement, which will be the item that will be using kind of in the enforcement of tracking these units. We will issue a permit number, and so that permit number will have to be on every advertisement that the owner would do of the property on any of the different platforms. Again, if you've ever stayed at an STR, these are some of the things that you typically will find posted within the unit. The number of occupants, they'll kind of show you where the parking spaces are within the property that you're allowed to use. Quiet hours with, related to city ordinance, restriction on some of the outdoor facilities, the contact information. It's just basic things in how, when you're in the unit, things that you should be aware of and how to kind of just function within that particular complex or home. This last part, the inspection, we're not proposing that there would be any kind of annual inspection of these units. If there was an issue, we would just follow the regular code enforcement policies when they have to go into a property, but we're not proposing any kind of annual inspection to get into the home or unit for any reason. There will be, obviously, enforcement if there's violations of the ordinance, which could eventually lead to revocation of the permit. And of course, there is some appeal process built in. We hope we don't have to utilize that, but it would be all administrative if that would occur. And so we are recommending approval of this ordinance today. This is first reading, second readings in January. But these are some of the next steps. We would have to create an STR website and then reconfigure some of the software. We're in good shape, actually, with some of the software that Heather recently was able to get for the community. And so that is really, we're really ahead of the game with that. But there will be time that we'll have to set that up and configure it to accept registration. And then it will also help us with some of the enforcement aspects as well. And then, of course, providing the staffing and resources to manage this new program will be part of that. And then again, kind of as we mentioned in the beginning, we anticipate a phase 2 that would involve a stakeholder group that would look at the land use and zoning components of this, and that this would be part of the Unified Development Code, any changes. So we would have to go before the Planning Commission. So we would develop a draft, take that draft in front of the Planning Commission, get their feedback, and eventually end up with a recommendation from both the staff, the stakeholders, and Planning Commission back to Council about where these may be appropriate and what zoning districts. So I have the team here that was involved in putting this together, so if there's any questions, I'd be happy to take those at this time.
Okay, great. Actually, that's after we ask questions. It's after we do.
Well, Madam Mayor, I'd like to hear public comment before I ask any questions.
Okay, we can do that. Do we have anyone here that would like to make public comment on item number 38? You've been waiting a long time.
I think everybody knew I was going to be here for this one, right? Hey, good afternoon, everybody. I'm Charles Duffley, and for the people that don't know, I was actually the person that chaired the ISAC subcommittee for STRs for the island. Number of different issues. I mean, so just to give you guys kind of a flavor, I think, Mr. Husby, you asked on one of the presentations, who was comprised of that group and whether there was realtors involved. A couple people that were involved in that subcommittee were people like Keith McMullen, the former mayor of Port A. So tremendous insights with all the issues that they've had in Port A and the growth issues. We had Alex Harris, who is one of the biggest builders on the island, especially in regards to STR product. And then we had a number of different realtors. We had Hannah, who with the CVB that was part of it as well. So we really felt like we had a good collective team. Obviously, took our findings back to the ISAC team and presented that, and basically made the recommendations. So with that, sorry, keep losing the screen. I wanted to also share with you guys, to Dan's point, the cities that we benchmarked and why we benchmarked these cities. So we originally kind of took a snapshot of about 15 cities, and we broke it down to basically Destin, New Braunfels, St. Pete Beach in Florida, Port A, Galveston, Rockport, South Padre Island, Hilton Head, and Asheville, South Carolina. And the primary reason why we chose these communities were because they were very similar in regards to, other than Port A, put them aside, but we're just trying to take a best practice, obviously, from a neighbor down the street. But the balance of them were people or communities that were mixed communities where you had permanent residents and non-permanent residents. And I use the term non-permanent residents because today, as I think all of you would agree, what's happened with STRs is that it's no longer an issue of secondary home, because most of these people that own these units or own these homes or whatever, they're not secondary homes, they're third, fourth, or fifths. They're investment properties, they're businesses. So there's a lot of different issues that come down to, but anyway, to try to keep it kind of short and sweet for you guys today from my perspective on this, the biggest challenge we have as Corpus, and I'll tell you that, again, I've been quoted this a couple different times. A lot of different people will say, hey, Corpus is behind the times. Well, in this particular case, right, as Peter has said, it's actually benefited us. And what I mean by that is that we can learn from the mistakes of these other communities, prevent the lawsuits that will happen if we don't get the right systems in place. So with that said, I personally believe that what we have to address, and these two terms are really simple terms, tremendous amount of detail that go with them. But we as a community, we as a city have, I think, two fundamental issues. One is collections, okay? Because the reality is that hot tax is a significant amount of money that obviously the hotel, we're losing from hotels and going into these residents. So we've got to collect it, we've got to make sure that we're getting it. So that the collection aspect, and that is one of the reasons why all these communities that we benchmarked, every one of them has registration. It's a means to be able to validate, right, and confirm who's renting. But the other one that I really want to put out there, which is the most critical one for all of us here, it's enforcement. So if you think about it, it's, basically, how are we getting the money, right? And basically, and then how are we enforcing what we have on the books? I mean, right now, everybody here knows we have an ordinance in place, right, that we cannot enforce. But I can take you to 12 individuals at least that are all renting their houses in R6 areas, but paying their hot tax. So wait a second. We as a city are acknowledging an illegal activity and taking money from it. We have to address these issues quickly about land use, and registration is most certainly one of them. But the thing and the concern that I have with the current ordinance is that my concern is, are we commingling issues and putting issues together on something else that we can't enforce? Okay, so that's really what I wanted to speak to today, is just let's be mindful. I agree 100%, because what's interesting is everything that's in the ordinance is a finding that we came out of the ISAC committee and a recommendation. So, everything from occupancy to parking to traffic, so all of these things, and as Dan said, public safety is most certainly a big issue, but I'm not quite sure it belongs in the registration ordinance. So, thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Charles. Okay, Councilman Smith.
You turn your microphone on, please.
Oh, sorry. Right now, under ordinance, if somebody's renting short-term in a residential area, it's illegal. And the thing I keep hearing, and it was part of the presentation, it's difficult to enforce because you have to see the transaction or have a sting operation. How does this make things easier to enforce? If somebody is renting in a residential neighborhood, if we pass an ordinance, does this make it any easier to enforce, or do you still have to have the same level of proofs?
It will create another tool of enforcement. It's not a panacea, but very rarely do you have a panacea. The tool of enforcement will be that you will be able, the core of it is that permit number that must be in the advertisement. You will be able to go to the advertisement, and the key is connecting the advertisement at that point to the renter. So if you can connect that advertisement to the renter, you can then prosecute. Right now, it must be it's an illegal land use predicated on a largely invisible transaction between consenting adults. So you have to prove right now you have to prove the transaction occurs, rental for less than 30 days, that they actually rented for less than 30 days, thereby converting the illegal land use, that they actually did the deed and money exchanged, so to be an illegal land use prosecution. So sometimes people will admit to all that, but often not, and hence the requirement for a sting operation. This ordinance will create an additional tool by allowing someone to look through the advertisements and call and then prove up the advertisement, connect the advertisement to the person doing the advertising, and thereby prosecute that case. It won't be an illegal land use case, which has all those other elements.
So then it's a much simpler proof then, more enforceable?
It is simpler. It's not going to be 100% enforceable because you'll have to put in some effort. Yeah. It's not going to be nearly as easy for a code enforcement officer as going out and seeing grass that's taller than a foot tall. That would be the easiest case. The grass taller than a foot tall. It's not completely visible. You do have to do some footwork, but it doesn't require the footwork of a sting operation.
Okay. As we're going through this process now, Mr. McGinn, you mentioned that this is a two-step process on there. Registration first, and then the second step would be rules that would what? So what we're talking about today is basically registration and what you have to do to comply with the registration. And it does not allow short-term rentals, as our UDC does not allow it in residential areas. Mm-hmm. So what is the phase two?
Well, the phase two, in doing the benchmarking research, and so there's quite a bit of cities within Texas and across the country that do allow some level of short-term rental in single family, and there's all different methods that we have found out there, and I think it would be just exploring that with the community to see if that's something that our community would like to see in some of their single-family neighborhoods or certain areas or districts within the city limits. So. It would really be just working through that. We would obviously have all the information about benchmark cities, like San Antonio has a method in the way they do it, a percentage of houses on a certain block. Arlington has a certain district where they allow for it to occur. New Orleans has a percentage, a house can rent 20% or some percentage of the overall nights within a year to short-term rental use. So there's different ways that have been done out there.
Yeah, can I just add, Councilman, phase two is going to, if the council approves it and the staff recommends it, is going to allow short-term rentals in districts other than where they're allowed today, which is multifamily and designated ones on the island, right? Mm-hmm. So we've heard from constituents from Convention and Visitors Bureau and others that say, we know there's folks that are renting some of their property that aren't in those districts that still want to, and they're responsible, and so it's how do we do that? How do we allow that? And at the same time, safeguard and protect the neighborhoods that we have today that we like, right? So they're not all turned over into short-term rental developments, if you will. So,
And what's the timeline on this? When could we expect the phase two?
Well, at this point, we're looking at the logistics of what that looked like, and I think we'll have a better feel when this comes back for the second reading to kind of lay that out, what the timeline will look like.
that's fair. That's a good answer. We don't really have it yet today, Councilman. We are securing a consultant to help us, because recall, we have no staff that we could turn over and dedicate to this. So Dan's been, with Andrea's help and Steve Vieira's help, we've pulled together a team, but we want to bring in a consultant that may have done this, that has done this before, and we have one in mind that Andrea's been helping to secure. So when we work with them over the next couple of days or weeks, and then in early January, we'll get a better sense of time to be able to bring back that part two.
Well, and I'd like to say, in my opinion, Corpus Christi is two very distinct markets out there. I know we have some internal capacity that's worked on short-term rentals in inland Texas cities, and then we have the beach market. So we don't have a one-size-fits-all. We have really two very distinct, our inland and then our beach, and 90% of our issues come out from our beach market rather than the more benign inland on there. And as I'm looking at this ordinance with it in the implementation phase, the way it's written, it's on publication. That's when it becomes effective. And by that, at that point in time, any short-term rental in a residential area is illegal right now. But as our city attorney said, then it becomes much more easily to enforce with it. And I think it would behoove us to consider, we've got the two different markets, a market that we've really heard a lot from. They weren't down here today, but they were here in force before. Those of you that went to the town hall, you saw 130 at one town hall, 60 at another on the island markets. This is the singularly most important issue to them. As in Port Aransas, if we look at short-term rentals, talking about the two different markets where you have just these real high tourism markets, whether it's Tahoe or Maui or Galveston, Port Aransas. This is, in many of these cases, the biggest single issue. And I think as we're starting this ordinance out with it, so right now, it reads on publication. It becomes effective on publication. So if we pass this two reading ordinance on there, when Rebecca runs it in the paper, then boom, it's done. And we probably do $2 million a year, something like that, and hot tax. I don't know how much of that is in residential, but it is significant. And in the markets that we haven't heard all the opposition in, and that would be everything west of the Oso Bay. If we look east of Oso Bay, that's where it's getting in the neighborhoods, it's creating these party houses on there, creating all the traffic problems that we hear all the issues with. Is it possible to have the applicable date split geographically? Can we do that?
On the phase two or phase one?
Well, on this phase one, could be, okay, so where I'm going on the lesser impact areas with it, it would behoove us to have that implemented the time we have the rules, the phase two rules come in place. Because if we don't on there, we've got a lot of products sitting out there that we'll be enforcing for 6 months, and then, or whatever that time frame is, and then suddenly we make rules and make it okay on it. So what I am suggesting in those areas that we make it effective when we have phase two effective. So, okay, you guys, you got to go get registered on here, but here's the process you do, and if your STR meets the criteria that's going to be done in these phase two, we don't have a gap in there where you're being enforced and then suddenly, oh, okay, it's okay. What we're seeing right now is we pass it on publication, it's not okay, then we go and get the ordinance done 6 months later, whatever that time frame is, and then suddenly it's okay. So, and that's what I would like to see is we have these geographic areas where it is a pressing issue on there that becomes effective on publication, and then the rest of the city where it's not, that it becomes effective on the timeline that we're talking about having phase 2 ready.
Okay, Councilman, we'll take that into consideration. Miles and I were talking over here. We want to make sure there's no legal issue with it, so we don't want to say yes today. But just for the community and for the council, the next council meeting is not till January 11, so we have a little bit of time. So we'll get that answered most likely before then and share that response with you, with the council. We appreciate that input.
Okay, Councilman Hernandez.
Thank you. Okay, in this budget cycle we just had, I recommended to Peter, and if you remember that conversation, $50,000 for enforcement. You okay, Neiman? For enforcement of what is illegal short-term rentals. Have we used any of that funding for enforcement? And what I mean enforcement is sting operations, right? Specifically for that.
No, Councilman, we have not implemented that at this time because of the challenges we're having with enforcement. So that was where we.
The reason I put that 50,000 there, I was anticipating, I thought it wasn't enough, but I was anticipating some ordinance that would cover some of this stuff. This doesn't. Okay, so, according to Miles, the transaction is similar to prostitution, and that you have to see a financial transaction, make sure it's less than 30 days. So we specifically put that in there. So I know I've made recommendations to specific locations where I got a complaint on a house. I said, please use that funding to do a sting operation on this location.
And
okay?
that is the full intent. And
Yes, let me finish.
Yes, sir. Go ahead, please.
Okay, so what is the fine for operating an illegal short-term rental? Is there a fine?
The fine currently in the UDC is up to $2,000. Now, keep in mind, that doesn't mean $2,000 because if a person takes it to a jury trial or trial before the court, it'll be whatever the court sets or whatever the jury establishes.
Okay, so there is nothing in this particular ordinance that says anything about what kind of fee. Now, is that the maximum we can use based on the ordinance or violation?
500.
Yeah, if you don't, normally an ordinance that's not in the UDC is a maximum of up to $500 per violation.
But it is.
Okay, so this really has no teeth to it.
Councilman, it does say 500.
Well, but it's up to 2,000 on currently. Is what I'm trying to get across here, right?
Well,
so if we're not utilizing the tools that we have right now to enforce this, because I understand if somebody's having a party next to my house on a regular basis, I would be pissed. Now, the complaints I get, I don't get very many. I represent the South Side. I get a handful. In the last 3 years, I've got a handful, maybe 5 or 6. And anytime that happens, I report it to court enforcement or our leadership to try to address via, and that's exactly why I put in that 50,000. Now, it's illegal right now, right? We're not using the tools that we have to go after them. I'm a little concerned that some of this is premature because I don't know how this stops them from happening in single-family neighborhoods. I really do. How does this? What if we're not going to do if we can't prove it, right? We have to do sting operations because it's similar to prostitution. I'm using our attorney's words here.
My goodness.
That's what he said. That's what he said.
It's a little harsh.
He said it. Okay, so I'm a little concerned. This is kind of premature, and I know we want to address something with that, but I think we have some tools here that we're not using to go after these short-term rentals and actually do the sting operations. I'm willing to amend the budget even more, and I'm not going to talk for my council members, to add money to that, to go after these rentals, especially on the island. I've only asked for one, I think it was on St. James. But, I mean, let's go after it. Let's not wait. Let's take the opportunity to get this stuff.
Councilman,
This is a little concerning. I don't think this addresses everything.
I'm gonna jump in because Greg and I have been dealing with this in Flower Bluff, and, well, in addition, but I'm saying for 5 years, us together on the island in Flower Bluff. And this is definitely a step. And the reason why people, it is looked upon as a good thing is because right now, we've no idea, and there is no tool at all to know who has one of these, unless you call it in, or I call it in, right? Registration.
I'm sure people on the island have called it in.
Yeah, but registration means you've got to start somewhere. A registration is a tool to say, okay, now forget about the issue of how we enforce. That's a whole nother conversation, right? That deals with 5 code enforcement officers. Maybe it deals with, focusing X amount to just it. We can figure that out. But right now, they don't have a tool outside of, I've got to watch the money exchange, I've got to prove this and prove that. We're nowhere. If we start with.
I understand what you're saying,
let me
but
finish,
if you get a complaint and you go to the website, let's say I get a complaint for this one house, it gets reported. You assign it to a code enforcement officer. They go to VRBO, Airbnb, whatever, rent that place. As soon as that money transaction goes over there, they go over there and hand the citation.
How are you going to see that?
You're making the transaction. It's taking it out of your account into theirs. That's the proof of the transaction, right? That's why I included that funding in there, because that's the proof of the transaction.
Right,
if we're not doing that, then we're not. We're doing a disservice to the folks on the island. We really are. I
just have to say, for me, registration is, you have to start with, you must register. And these are things, though, Councilman, that are.
But if you're in a single family area, they're not going to register because it's illegal. It's illegal now.
Right.
Why are we doing those sting operations?
Councilman, what they would be cited for if this ordinance were approved is for failure to register with the city. That's how we would cite them, and that's how that differs from what Miles was talking about.
But if they're actually doing it, that's up to $2,000, right?
Well,
is that am I misunderstanding that?
Well, the $2,000 comes with a caveat. Because whilst $2,000 sounds like it's more than $500, it also comes with an increase in the required elements. You have to then prove intent when you have a $2,000 fine. You can make a violation that's subject to a $500 fine devoid of an intent requirement. So in actuality, a $500 fine can make something more enforceable than a $2,000 fine.
So in addition to that, the registration program will scrub the sites that are where these places are advertised. That will give us the location of that site. And once the permitting becomes part of that, it shows whether they're permitted or not. And so that just it does.
Don't we already
it gives
have
us
the
an additional tool.
locations? I just go on Airbnb and I've got it on my phone. I could go find the sites. Like I said, if you just utilize the funding that we've provided to go after these, the ones that, and I go after the ones that I'm getting complaints on, that are having parties at their house. And I asked that specific one to you. I sent it to you. Am I correct? Am I correct? I sent it to you to utilize that funding, and I know you weren't aware of it. That's why I made sure you were aware of it. Utilize that funding to go after these folks that are nuisances, right? I just don't know how this helps directly, other than because they're not. It's already illegal, and it's already illegal. We already have a method to go after them.
Right.
We should go after them. Thank you.
Okay, let's hear from a few others. Councilman Barrera.
I woke up. Okay, so single-family homes are out of the question. I guess that's what I saw on slide 8, and that's what I keep hearing over and over again, right? So
Yes, currently, yes.
No, not currently. If we approve this.
Yeah, there's no change.
And see, I think that's what I get from Councilman Smith, is that is basically we're still, and Councilman Hernandez somewhat, we're still inviting those homes to those Airbnbs to continue to be illegal because they're still going to operate. I mean, I've already talked to, Steve and I have both a close mutual friend that next door they have an Airbnb, and sometimes they're a nuisance and sometimes they're not. So, and I know of several throughout the community, the entire community, that are, for the most part, non-issues. But the island, obviously, because of the opportunity, because of the beach and the nature of the area for individuals to want to go out there, yeah, that's going to probably provide an area where it's a nuisance. And that's the big challenge, I think, with the people on the island, is the nuisance. It's not that they're opposed to the Airbnb. They're opposed to the house next door being a party house. So I think that the ordinance that's drafted doesn't do anything to mitigate that. I understand now, because really what you're going to have, and even then, if you invite, and I would suggest still that we have to have them all permitted, no matter what the scenario is. Because then, once again, at that point, we now know if we have a home that's a nuisance and it's a party house, then all of a sudden now, that property owner, because it's registered, now has liability. So then we go to that property owner, and I think that's where that would be my suggestion, is you put the meat of the ordinance that the property owner is liable for the nuisance. Because right now, once again, I know of individuals in my district that utilize Airbnb for services such as contractors that may be in town, that might be staying for a couple of weeks versus just a weekend, and they're using it for professional reasons, and they'd rather stay, and they might have 3 or 4 people that are going to come around, and they're going to be there for a week or so, and they'll be gone on the weekends. So, Peter, I think you need to tighten this. Well, this needs to be tightened up some more. I like where we're going. I think we really need to talk to the community, those individuals that utilize it for the sake of, that you don't have challenges, and where you don't have the nuisance issues. But once again, by permitting, I think what all you're going to invite is that, if we still haven't tightened up the ordinance for it to be legal, I think we're still going to have the problem out on the island. Because we still have a difficult time. I think the requirement is to have them all registered, and then there be something with regard to tied to a nuisance to it. So based on what it is right now, I don't think I can support it. So.
Yeah, Councilman, I think you recognize that we do that. This is part one of a 2-part, maybe 3-part ordinance. But as Councilman Smith said, that this is the beginning. It starts somewhere with the registration process for those areas that are allowed to have short-term rentals today. There's a registration fee. There's an improved process on using an identification number when you advertise. So it definitely is not the all-inclusive ordinance, but the community has asked for something. They know that we can't do everything. Again, fixing a 10 to 20-year legacy problem doesn't happen overnight. So incrementally, we're bringing a recommendation for step 1 today, and January 11th would be a second time this could be considered by the council. Meanwhile, we're still working on phase 2. We're about to hire a consultant. We're putting together a stakeholder group. Dan's already collected a lot of best practice ordinances out there from across the country, not just the 7 Texas cities that we usually look at. And so, that's just some feedback on what we're doing tonight or today.
Well, I agree, but I agree with Councilman Smith, and what's going to happen is that it's going to be illegal, and then it's going to be legal later. So I think that's the challenge, that you're going to have several confused renters, that once again, right now utilize their property for commercial purposes. And that's a short-term rental, and they're now when they don't provide a nuisance, but yet obviously they're illegal. But that once again now we're going to further tighten up that ordinance when they're not the problem. And I think by doing so, by approving this tonight, I think I would agree that we need to tighten it up and not, I would consider that we table this item for now based on the fact that we're going to, because I agree, we need to have something, and you're right, it's a work in progress, and it's something that should have been fixed a long time ago. Thank you.
I guess since the mayor pro tem are not here.
I'm next up on this. It's me, Councilman Pusley, and then Molina on there. So, no, you're after. Yeah,
It's on the list.
yeah. I'm looking at the list. I'm special. To Councilman Barrera's point, that's why I was talking about the effective date. And, this is a can we've been kicking. I know Dan in his presentation said 2018 when CVB came up for it, but the discussion started before that. And we've got to start someplace with it. And, that's why I suggested with that effective date on there, we pass the ordinance on there, but we have a deferred effective date. The ordinance as written right now, if it was one reading ordinance on there, I wouldn't be for it. But we do have, we're coming up in January, and we have time for staff to hear us and tailor it to what we're saying. But I think it's so important that we get something on the books, get started on there with it, and like I say, we can have an effective date later on, but at least we finally got that start of all these years with it since STR started going. Finally, Corpus Christi is starting to address those with it.
I agree. Councilman Pusley.
Okay. I got just a few questions here, Dan. The other day here, a couple of weeks ago, I went on Airbnb, and they have several different ways you can look for short-term rentals, by zip code, by city, whatever. So I just did a zip code here in the downtown Ocean Drive area, and there were dots everywhere. I mean, too many to even count. And so I didn't even bother with doing the whole city because I suspect it would. So we have a significant number of these operating. And Miles, this question is for you, and I've asked this question before. If we go through this process of creating a licensing policy, why can we not send a letter to Airbnb and all the other companies that do this and say to them, the city of Corpus Christi has a licensing mandate with respect to short-term rentals. You need to advise anyone doing short-term rentals that exists, and that if they violate that, the Airbnb people, we're going to go after them and the other people that are leasing the houses. I don't see why we can't do that. Okay, so you can think about that, and I'll come back to it. I stumped the attorney. That's what we're doing this afternoon. I also, over in Port Aransas, where I have rented houses a couple of different times, nearly everybody over there that owns one of those properties doesn't live in Port A, and they use a management company to lease them out. Are we going to require those management companies to be licensed? And that's something we ought to look into because they are in Port A.
Yeah, we don't have that answer tonight, Councilman Pusley, but we'll put that on our work plan.
Put that on you.
Yeah.
Cost to administer. I'm very concerned that you've got this $100 fee on there. I see this is going to create a lot of labor for whichever department's going to be handling this. I think $100 to license is way too cheap. I think it ought to be at least $250. So think about that. With respect to what's going to be illegal after we put this policy in place, so you're telling me now that it doesn't matter whether it's RS6 or RS 4.5 or RS whatever if it's a single-family zoned subdivision, they can't have a short-term rental in that subdivision. Is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. And I had another question on here is, how are you going to collect the hotel motel tax? Is that going to be built into the fee that's charged? Somebody's going to have an accounting system.
Yeah, Heather's gonna, go ahead, Heather.
Sure. Heather Holbert, Director of Finance. So we already have an online platform that all of our short-term rentals and regular hotels submit their hotel motel tax on our hotel tax on this platform. And so this would be the same platform that we would use for issuing the permits and or renting compliance. So this is a tool that we already have in place, and all of the hoteliers and short-term rental owners that are collecting hotel motel tax are already using this.
Okay. So, and you think this system keeps everybody honest?
Yes, I mean, it is.
I would think it would be harder to keep a short-term rental more honest than it would be a hotel motel.
So it is, I mean, it's still based off of, it's a self-reporting. And so we do audits within our budget. We do have audit money to go out and do audits of hotel motel, of hotels and or short-term rentals. So it is up to the business to report what their taxable nights are and what their stays are, and then they drop that information and it calculates what the taxes due.
Okay. Yeah, so therein lies a problem I have, if they reported 50% of what they're doing, that's an issue.
And that could be for whether it's a short-term rental or a brick and mortar hotel. It's the reporting mechanism is the same.
So we have to depend on everybody being honest.
Exactly. And then like I said, we do go out and do audits and pull their records and look at their folios and things like that to see how many taxable nights they had stayed.
Okay. So there's no way we have to go back in and audit that at some point?
There is. They are subject to audit.
Okay.
Just like the comptroller does sales tax or the state hotel tax.
Okay, I think that's all I have right now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Rebecca, do we have public comment on this?
Did Mr. Duffley came up? I don't know if anybody else needs to come up.
Okay, great. I'll entertain a motion to approve,
Motion to approve.
and I'll second that. All right, any other discussion?
So, but what about with the caveat that you said to put a timeline on it?
We're going to bring that back in the 11th of January. We just want to check it from a legal standpoint. I think it's going to be okay. We'll respond before then. We just don't want to do it tonight in case something.
Yeah, our concern is rational basis and justification of that rational basis with a proper finding. You're dividing up the town and you're saying this will apply to one part of town and won't apply to another part of town. So we have to have a specified basis for divvying up the town just like that.
We're going to have an effective date on one part of town and an effective date on another. It will apply to all of town at some point in time.
Citywide, just.
Let's find reasons to do it.
Well, and that's why we need to draft that up, and I'd hate to draft that on the fly here because there's going to be a little bit of discussion that happens in the legal department for the best way to do it.
Well, I will be very sympathetic to Roland's concern when it comes up next time on it. He's correct in what he's saying. So I'm making this motion based on we're going to make alterations to that ordinance when it comes up.
Point of order. Rebecca, Mayor, to me, this feels like it's an unfinished ordinance. And I'd like to see city staff come back with something more complete. And I would recommend that we table this. I don't know if that's something that we do during his motion or...
Did ta-
We got a motion on the floor.
We do have a motion on the floor. Well, I understand where you're coming from, but all of that is coming back.
Right.
And some,
Yeah.
correct?
We'll have the, we'll have.
You're comfortable
yeah.
with, I'm so sorry,
Right.
moving it forward? It's right.
Right.
This is really going to be working. I mean, believe me, this is extremely important to the whole. Yeah, well, sure. Okay.
Mr. It's in order if you wanted to postpone, if there was a motion and a second, but.
Well, there, oh.
Point of order, I guess the question was that, can you put a motion to table on top of a motion in a second?
Not a motion to it would have to be a motion to postpone. So in other words,
Motion
you
to
want to postpone it to like another date.
But we have a
Right.
motion and a second, so let's
Right,
vote.
so if he,
and,
yeah,
I mean,
if he wanted that, I'm
you're
just saying.
okay with moving it. Okay, it's all of us, but.
So you want to
Sorry.
postpone it? Or no, you want to
No,
move
we have a
forward?
motion. Where are our council members? First, pizza in the bag, just so
Point of
you know.
order, you have a motion on the floor, so we have to vote that up or down, and then we can go with the tabling, ma'am.
I was looking and it's like an amendment kind of to do the motion to postpone, but we can vote on it. Yeah, if you prefer.
Here, and I just want to say, look, I'll support it because I know what you're trying to accomplish. But I'm telling you ahead of time that if it's not cleaned up by the 11th, then I'm going to vote no.
Well, it would do none of us any justice to put something forward that isn't going to address all the issues we spoke about today.
Because now once again, like I said, we're just inviting illegal activity outside the arena. And I think if we had a specific ordinance for the island, but you're going to have to figure that out, Miles. Okay, I'm ready.
Okay, so
Real
I have a
quick.
motion and a
Do it,
second.
do it.
One more discussion. We're not using the tools we have now to address this, and so we're asking to add more. And it seems premature if we're not even using what we have now. So I'll probably vote. I'm going to vote no on this.
Okay. Go ahead, Rebecca.
Okay, so for passage of ordinance number 38 on its first reading, council members Molina?
Aye.
Pesley? Aye. Smith?
Aye.
Barrera?
Aye.
Hernandez?
No.
Hunter?
Aye.
Lerma?
No.
Martinez? Guajardo?
Aye.
Okay, the ordinance passes.
Okay. Moving on, item number 40. North Beach Canal request for information update.
Yes. No, I know you did. I put it in because you asked. Yeah. I'll find out.
Right, sir, we're about to do the North Beach RFI. I'm waiting for IT to pull it
North
up.
Beach RFI?
Right there, sir.
Okay,
So
good.
that's showing on the-
This is another important policy issue for the council's information tonight, or for us to brief you and get some input. As we're waiting for the PowerPoint to come up, Neiman's going to present, but the background is we've been working on North Beach nearly 3 years I've been here, and there's some significant investment taking place right now in North Beach. This pertains to the drainage solution. We did have a study done most recently that costed out 3 drainage options on North Beach: a navigable canal at $80 million, a linear canal that would have park amenities at $40 million, and then upgraded or replaced a below-ground drainage system. I think that was in the neighborhood of about $12 million, if I'm not mistaken. The council has wanted us to test, is there anyone out there that would bring private sector money to any one of those solutions? And so we put a request for information out, and it was extended the timeline by a week. We did get one response from 2 local persons, or one local person, and Jeff Blackard was in that proposal. But that proposal had no additional dollars brought to the table beyond what we did. So Neiman's going to bring us up to speed on that, and we'll hear from the council. Is the PowerPoint ready?
They don't have the PowerPoint with them, sir, but that's not much graphics to provide in the PowerPoint. It's more of a verbal discussion anyways. And the city manager is absolutely correct. Okay. Just to provide a little bit of summary background for the audience that may just be tuning into the topic. In 2019, City Council had agreed to a fund upon availability up to $41.2 million for construction of a navigable canal at North Beach. In addition, they had tasked Land, which is Lockwood, Andrews, and Newman Incorporated, to conduct a feasibility study regarding the potential for a navigable canal. In 2021, Land completed both phases, being Phase 1 feasibility and Phase 2 probable cost of its report detailing drainage solutions for North Beach. Specifically, the report focused on two potential options for constructing the canal. Number one, constructing a navigable canal through inlet through the beach, or option two, constructing an inlet through the north end of the peninsula. In addition, Land had found that there may be some potential negative impacts that a navigable canal may have on traffic in North Beach, so they recommended two efforts, which we are calling mitigation efforts, if they wanted to try to mitigate cost and have a cheaper alternative and mitigate the impact on traffic that a navigable canal would have. One being pipe and ditch improvements, and two being natural channel or a linear park. So again, Council in 2019 had agreed upon availability to fund up to $41.2 million for the construction of a canal. However, the 2021 land report placed the canal's probable cost estimate between 70 and 80 million, basically identifying a funding gap. As a result, Council tasked staff to publish an RFI to explore how a navigable canal could be funded entirely or partially by interested parties. This RFI was intended to determine with certainty if there's an interested party willing to substantially fund the canal project. As a result of the RFI, we had asked 5 specific questions. Number one, what is your proposed technical solution? What is the project implementation timeline? We asked for exhibits illustrating the project. We asked for what additional projects would the project provide, and most importantly, we asked how would the funding gap be bridged between $40 million that could potentially be brought by the city and that $80 million projection cost. So that the RFI was published on October 22nd. I'm sorry, it was published on August 1st, I'm sorry. And when it was published with the understanding that the deadline would be October 22nd. There's a meeting on August 13th for a pre-submittal, August 16th for a pre-submittal, and then August 20th for an optional bus tour of the site. During that time, we only had received interest from 4 attendees representing 3 companies. By the time we had hit the October 22nd extended due date, we had only received 1 RFI, which was from the Breakers, which is basically a partnership between Blacker Company and the Fraser Company. The response from the RFI includes a development which is being called the Fraser, which is a premier residential development in addition to the navigable canal. The project splits the construction into 3 phases and is proposed to be concluded in fiscal year 2025. And we appreciate the fact that there's a potential investor who has tossed their hat in the ring to assist the city in such a critical issue. However, there's a long way to go from receiving the Blackard response and actually developing a mutually benefiting partnership. The first step in that journey is addressing the fact that the response has left us with more questions than answers. Specifically, a city response was sent to the respondent to assist with clarifying the proposal. We are specifically concerned about more questions clarifying funding sources, fill dirt, which is going to be a critical component to the canal project, and the engineering design, specifically water quality, ensuring that we have mechanisms in place for the water in the canal to circulate. The letters were sent out with specific questions asking for clarification to the Breakwater Company. They have sent the response back since the publishing of the board book, but the bulk of the response is really dependent on, or really states that not much information can be provided until the city basically pays for $5 million or the entire phase one of the proposed project. Pay $5 million, out of that will come engineering drawings and engineering plans. From there, the respondent could provide us more clarity on how much funding they could bring to the table and more timelines and, more fidelity to that plan. So naturally, there's going to have to be further discussion that's had between city staff and the respondent to make sure that we are pursuing something that's not only benefiting, the respondent, but more importantly, is protecting the interests of the city. And that's a quick summary of the North Beach RFI, but we'll happily stand by for any questions or concerns that you all may have.
Great. Councilman, do you have your lights on? No? Councilman Lerma.
Thank you, Mayor. Peter, we had a meeting with Placard and the Fraser at Fajitaville 3 weeks ago, a month ago?
About a month ago.
About a month ago, right?
Yeah.
And it was more of a open communication type of meeting to get communications open so we can start discussing on what's needed, what's wanted, what is it that, the city needs from the Fraser and the Placard. What is it that the Placard and Fraser company need from the city? So that's just the opening comments that we had. I know that Peter stated some comments that we were going to hire or you were going to look at getting someone from San Antonio, Peter, an engineer? Is that who it was?
Right, well, through the...
I can't remember the gentleman's name that you talked about.
Yeah, it's a consulting firm, an engineering firm,
right.
design engineering consulting firm.
And that you were going to get with that individual and bring him on board to communicate with both your staff and Placard and Lynn Fraser. I don't know where we're at that point.
Yeah.
I know that you were going to make the contact and then you were going to let the parties know so we could meet the staff, the Placard, Fraser company, and we all meet together and start this thing rolling. So I don't know where we're at that point, sir.
Yeah.
I know that we talked about funding briefly at that, but it was premature. And I'm aware that, it's in a way it's kind of funny, but we went from a $42 million navigable canal that was accepted by the city as far as that dollar amount, I guess a couple of years ago. I don't know exactly when, to be honest with you. It was before my time, okay? Let's put it to you that way, okay? And of course, 3 years have basically passed, so we went from 41.2 or 41.7, whatever it is, to the LAN report to 68 million. But now the comments are being said that now it's a 70 to 80. So we've attached another 12 million in 30 days or 60 days when we got the LAN report that it was at 68 million, okay? I don't know where these numbers are being brought up out of the thin blue sky or something, but we need to stick with the facts, okay? The facts was that 41.2 was approved, okay, for a navigable canal. Not all the infrastructure on it, just the canal portion of it. LAN did a study, a report, and it presented to this council. And the navigable canal part was around 42 or 43 million, which was close enough just for the navigable canal part. Not the infrastructure all the way around it, though, as far as, lifting of the properties, the streets, the utilities, that was totally something different, separate, So the point I'm getting to is that we need to get down to the facts, and the only way we're going to do that is if we get this company and staff to meet together and let's work this thing out. You've got a potential investor that lives there that has invested his own money in building a apartment complex, a lighthouse that's over $30 million of an investment. And if that does not tell this council that this gentleman or this investor is committed to this project, I don't know what else is going to convince you. But we need to move forward. and working with this developer, this investor. Staff needs to work with them, and let's try to see the positive outcome of this project. But nobody wants to open up the doors. I thought our meeting that we had, the four of us, we were trying to get those doors open. Now we're shutting it back down again. There's no excuse for this. We need to get staff. We need to get their company. We need to work together because there's funding there. There's funding in Austin. They stated to us that there's funding in Austin, Peter. All they had to do was make the connections for you to go up and make a presentation because they would hand deliver you the money. Not necessarily the Fraser company or the Plager company, but they would give the money to the city. So we need to work these details out, ladies and gentlemen. Give this investor the opportunity. We give investors in the island all the time opportunities of all kinds of different things. We give investors, developers out in the Anahuacal Island, the time and the tools that they need to succeed. Why are we turning this investor completely away or not even trying to work with them? There's no excuse for this. I implore my council members here today to get this project moving forward, work with city staff, work with this company. Let's get the questions answered because that's the important part. I don't see them that they were invited here to try to answer some of those questions if that's the case. They should have been invited. They weren't. Okay? Do not close this investor out, is what I'm saying.
Yes, sir. And Councilman, we understand, and if anything, we completely agree. As I stated, we're happy to receive a potential investor in the project, and as stated, staff is working with the understanding that the door is not closed, but rather it's going to be, this is just the beginning point, just like you stated, and it's going to be a process into us ending up in some type of understanding that's mutually benefiting for both the investor and the city. And that step starts with sending questions to the respondent for clarification, which we have done. They have sent responses back, and now we're at a point where, okay, we need to sit down at a table, have a good understanding going, well, what do you mean by response A to question 1 of the first paragraph? To get down to the fidelity on, okay, what exactly is it that you all are proposing to us so we can wrap our head around that? And that conversation is going to be had.
Neiman, because I think that's important. They may not understand what the question is in writing, so they need clarification, but then so do you. Maybe they thought they gave you the answer and they didn't give it to you properly. So that's what I'm saying. We need to get with these investors, sit down at the round table, and let's dish this thing out. Come on, let's get it going. We've wasted enough time. We've wasted enough of this council's time, to let you know that the previous council voted a 9-0 to move this Naval Canal project forward, but we need to find a funding source. Well, we've got a funding source, so now let's move it forward and just try to figure out how much can you come up with and where are we going to get this funding from?
Yes, sir.
Let's get those questions answered.
Councilmember Hernandez.
Just so I'm clear on this, obviously we have the challenge of the bridge that hasn't come down yet. And I guess we're not going to see it down until 2025, 2026, somewhere there. They've got to build the first bridge and then open it up and then close the next one, then take it down. So there's a lot. This can't all be done at once. Is there some phasing that you've looked at or possibility of that?
Yes, sir. The respondent's proposal does include a 3-phased approach beginning in fiscal year 22 and expanding through fiscal year 25.
Okay.
And it does actually account for the fact that the big elephant in the room being the Harbor Bridge needs to be taken down. So.
Okay, and this is something that that was alluded to earlier in the day with regards to who's going to own that property, right? So we'll have to make those arrangements as well.
Yes, sir.
That's all part of the discussion, right? It's just not going to magically be the cities, and we're doing so. That's another consideration.
Okay, right, sir.
And I wanted to just kind of clarify what Councilman Lorma was saying about the navigable canal and how it should be broken out. Obviously there's different funding sources for different aspects of this. If you're talking about the canal itself, that would be a stormwater issue. If you're talking about the streets, that would be a streets. If you're talking about something on the beach, like a berm, that would be from the beach maintenance. So there's different aspects of how this would work, and I know you're putting it all together, but to make sure that we're speaking the same language, it should be broken out as such. And I know we put in $5 million to it through that, I guess, what do we call it? The American Rescue Plan.
Yeah.
Oh.
So there's
Federal
some
stimulus
money for us to get started on this, and whether it's design or something along those lines, what are we doing there with that? I mean, what have we done?
We went to this step to see, is there a willing participant in the private sector to bring money to the table? The answer was not yet. So they submitted the proposal, but there was no identified additional funding. And I'm going to explain what Councilman Lerman and I talked to them about.
Okay.
So we still are where we are, which is we have $5 million in three choices. We can do a navigable canal at $80 million. We can do a linear canal at $40 million, or we can do an underground system at $12 million. Is that the number? Was it 12, Jeff, the third option? I don't want to get that number wrong.
Does that include raising up everything? Because
Yes, they do. Remember the LAN report was a thorough report, and it does include raising the street.
Because right now, the problem we have is that all that underground stuff is below sea level, and it's completely
Yeah.
filled. Anytime you have high tide, it doesn't do anything.
Right. It included a modern new system. What was the third price tag, Jeff?
The pipe and ditch.
Yeah, can you give him the mic? Or what was it? Okay, let's see.
17.
Okay, so option one, the navigable canal, 67.8. Option two, navigable canal, what is this here, Jeff?
There's two
Okay,
different-
sorry, there's two different inlets. That's why Councilman Lerma, the price tag changed. So option two, the navigable canal is between 67 to 68 million. The natural canal and linear park, 30 million, 33 million, 32.9. And then the pipe and ditch improvements, a brand new underground system is 17 million. So 70, 40, 33, and then 17 are generally the price tags for those three options. So where we're at is we have 5 million, and
Okay, the $5 million is solely for stormwater.
it was
It
listed as
wouldn't be.
drainage.
It wouldn't be for raising streets or anything else. It's strictly for drainage.
Right, that's what council approved it for, but there may be some guidelines where we could use it for other infrastructure.
Okay, I think we identified it first.
We did for drainage, right, but council has the flexibility because that CARES money allowed us to use it for infrastructure, so it could be roads, water, sewer, and so on. Right now, we target it for drainage because that is the issue.
Yeah, considering we have a lot of saltwater intrusion into our wastewater system, thus the problems at the Broadway treatment plant, I think there's still work that needs to be done, not only just through stormwater, but also wastewater.
Yeah, agreed.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. I think one thing, there's some talk about an elephant in the room. We've really got two elephants in the room on that is the permitting. It's not an easy task to permit a canal these days and times. Earlier today, we spent a lot of time talking about desalination and how long we've been working on permits on that, and a permit like this to build a canal out of questionable circulation, I think we're really underestimating the time frame. I think the bridge will come down for a permit, if a permit will be granted on there. Another thing, talking about North Beach in general and the TERS 4, when the TERS 4 was established, a lot of the reason for the TERS was to do these kind of improvements. That $41 million number, when we did our TERS calculations, that's what it could generate with it. So really a big reason for establishing that TERS was to do projects like this. And then to Councilman Lerma, thought on there, we have an $8 million commitment right now on North Beach to building a hotel. It's been out there for 2 years. With it originally was a 6-month commitment. They said they'd get started in that time. We actually accelerated some meetings to hit the time frames with it, and about this time of year. And then they came and asked us for a 30-month or 36-month extension. But we're out there. I mean, we've got city money obligated right now, $8 million, if they want to get started with it. So we always have to keep that in mind when we're looking at this. So, there's been a lot of attention to North Beach, and I think it'd be nice if we had our stormwater people here, but the saltwater intrusions absolutely were coming from North Beach and downtown, but I think more time and effort, or more money and effort, has been put together on those North Beach lines than they have downtown. And I think most of the saltwater intrusion there has already been taken care of, but that's for the wastewater people to tell us. But just getting that permit is not going to be easy.
Yes, sir.
And when you get a permit for it, you have to have title to the land. So if you go in there on a phased approach with it, which about 1/3 of the canal is sitting where the harbor bridge is, and we don't have title to it, the permit will be outside that boundaries because we don't have title to it. And then if we want to include it in there, then at that point in time. But when you're doing all your calculations on there, which are complex and modeling and things like that, they're two different ones. So if you bifurcate it on there, there's no guarantee you'll get the second. And there's maybe no guarantee for the first, because the way the design is, you need that circulation pattern coming from both north and south to hit that criteria. So I just want to make those comments on there.
Thank you, Councilman. Councilman Barrera?
Thank you, Mayor. I know they had said an underground, I mean, the pump station that we've had here in downtown, I mean, it's been there since what, the 40s? Why have we not, I mean, we obviously have to look to fix the drainage. And I've said that I'm not opposed to the canal, I just don't think it's going to work. And I think it's utilizing real estate that is not, it's not the best utilization of the real estate, because that way somebody can utilize it to build it if we just improve the beach. And I mean, I heard, of course I know he's nuts, but another designer that had basically said that if we put a boardwalk, we built up the beach, and we put a pump station out there, it'd be by far less than the $42 million that we had said, and that it would still improve all the area and it would much improve. Now, I know this developer proposed that, and we've gone on for the last 3 years, and we've had a hard time saying no because of all the politics in the council. But have we looked at a pump station, Jeff, or have we ever thought about it, or do we have any expertise in it? Because we need to fix the drainage.
The pump stations downtown is a little bit unique, because downtown you've got the entire bayfront, but it ties into terrain on the backside. So what the seawall project did in 1940 was to create, everything east of Water Street was out in the bay. So it set an elevation that was based on the 1919 hurricane, and it raised up basically a barrier to storm surge equal to that elevation. Now, in order to get water out of there, you had to put the pump stations in, but you basically got a 360-degree perimeter around there that protects you. So just having a pump station doesn't help you if you don't have some kind of wall, some kind of system, either berm, levee, dikes, to keep the water out. So if you've got storm surge coming in, you'll just pump in a circle if you don't have that.
I got you. And that's what I mean by exactly that, by putting a boardwalk around the area of the beach, so that way, I mean, I don't know. It's just that we've been vacillating.
It has to go all the way around the back.
Yeah. So see, we've been vacillating on this for 4 years just to get a lot of people frustrated. And we've spent, what, $700,000 in engineering studies?
No, more than that, Councilman.
How much have we spent with the land study?
I think it might have been in that neighborhood. We had 2 steps to it.
So we've spent $700,000. That doesn't include staff time.
Right, yeah.
And the
That's
time we're
right.
spending now,
Yeah.
just to have a bunch of frustrated people. And I mean, there's got to be some better solution. And I've said in the past that no is a perfectly good answer. And you're not putting us in a position for us to be optimistic to find something that the District 1 councilman would be satisfied, other than to continue to work with the developer that just keeps taking us around in circles. And I think that's the thing. I mean, unfortunately, I'm looking to you guys for leadership, because I think if you asked for it to vote right now, it'd probably be pretty split. But that's because we haven't, and I don't know that Billy is wanting or Councilman Litterman, my apologies, is wanting to have confidence in trying to to push it through with a 5-4 vote. And you haven't even given him anything than a 5-4 vote to vote for. Give us something to vote for. That's my opinion.
Yeah, there's no action today, Councilman.
I understand.
This is just a briefing.
I understand. It's a briefing, and we're still going around in directions, and then the developer's frustrated, the district councilman's frustrated, because we haven't come up with any solution. And I'm asking you to come up with something. And like I said, no is a perfectly good answer. If it gets us to the point, we just had a real controversial vote today. We had a couple of them. And, they were really, really difficult. But they gave us something, and then, we're all going to have to accept it and move forward.
Yeah, that'll be the next step, Councilman. So this was the report out from the council's action where you asked us to go out and get information. Is there a willing funding participant? Mm-hmm. The answer is no. So we're going to come up with the next step after today. It's
okay.
Yeah, January. We'll be here with an action item to move it forward. We have three choices. We do a $70 million navigable canal, a $37 million linear canal, or an underground system at $17 million. Are the three options, or we could look at option 4 that hasn't been asked by the council before for some type of pump station, right? So.
Well, once again, as I've said before, I'm confident. I know you make over 6 figures. I'm sure you make close to either that or above. I'm sure you make that or above, and I'm sure you make that or above. Each one of us, with the exception of the mayor, is getting paid $16 a day. So I'm looking to you for some solutions.
Exactly. That's why we're going to be here in January. Yeah, that's
Add
why.
the fourth one in.
Yeah.
Add the fourth one in. All right, so this is it's an update. You've given us the update.
Yes, ma'am.
Councilman, do you have a...
When you come back to us next time, one of the things that I want to hear about is identification of where our funding would come from.
You mean?
I mean, we don't have $41 million
Exactly.
in your office desk drawer, right?
No, we don't. All we have is $5 million. So we've listed those out before. It includes half of the next bond program. It includes other debt. It could include stormwater rate increases to pay for stormwater improvements. So we have a list. We can show that to you.
Okay.
Yep.
All right.
All right. Thank you very much. Now we'll move on quickly in the spirit of time. Item number 41, stormwater fee implementation overview.
Yeah, this won't take long, Mayor. There's just about 5 slides in this presentation, but it's important to show the council because the stormwater fee, the new fee will take place in January. And we won't be here till after, we'll be here January 11th, so we want to let the council know what we've done.
Great.
Yeah.
Get snappy.
Mayor, Council, Gabriel Hinojosa, Assistant Director of Public Works. Here to give you a little briefing on the stormwater utility fee that was passed in September. So with that passage in September, the city of Corpus became the last major Texas city to establish a standalone stormwater fee. I'd like to make a point is that stormwater fee created a program that we tailored to the needs of the city of Corpus. So these other cities, they tailored to their needs. With this fee, we tailored a program to our needs. So with this fee, it also allows us for proper maintenance and long-term planning of the stormwater system. So implementation since September. Our first activity was to create a work plan group. Our weekly meetings were held with the stakeholder group that included IT, UBO, Development Services, Nueces County Appraisal District, Public Works, Infor, Utilities, and our outside consultants. So we got together, we discussed how this stormwater fee plays into the workflow processes of each of these programs. So it's been an intense work group. I've appreciated the help of everybody. I've learned a lot about the different groups and how fees are associated with these different groups. Excuse me. So with this work group, we also created a robust communications plan. So the website is live now. The website address is www.cctexas.com/stormwater fee. So the main feature on this website I'd like to mention is the interactive GIS map. So with the help of the consultant in our IT department, we were able to create an interactive GIS map that the public can go search their address, search their property, click on their property, and get the information that is associated with their property. So it'll tell them if they're in the residential category, if they're in the non-residential category, what tier they're in the residential category, and the fee associated with that property. So it's a very robust tool that the public can use if they need information on their piece of property. Also, yes, sir, it's up and running now.
I just pulled it up.
Public Works also attended community outreach events such as the Halloween at the Hooks, the neighborhood services events that were at the different districts. So we've been getting out there, getting the word out there to the public that this is coming. Also, you'll start to hear and see radio commercials and TV commercials, both in Spanish and English, starting at the end of this month. So we'll be getting out the word in those two platforms about the stormwater fee here at the end of December. And also, the utility customers should have been receiving a pamphlet and then a more robust pamphlet with their December and July utility bill inserts. Also, Public Works is assembling a customer service kind of team. So we have the stormwater reconciliation team. So that was an improvement that came with the stormwater fee. So we've hired actually 2 internal candidates with Savannah Russo and Heather Hayes. They both came to us from UBO. So they had a lot of experience on the billing side of different fees. So they've been a great help so far. We also set up a call center in the Public Works break room. So we have 7 temps that actually started today. We started their training. So this is just to avoid the overload of calls in case they come into the call center once the customers start seeing the line item on their utility bill. And we've created a stormwater fee helpline just for that. So it'll be 361-561-1100, and it'll get straight to those temporary positions, or actually to me or to Savannah or Heather. So we've created that just to have that piece of customer service come January 1st if anybody has any questions. So with the stormwater fee, what improvements is this going to have? The public's going to want to know, what is this fee going to? So the FY22 stormwater improvements that were approved during the budget session were street sweeping, so additional in-house sweepers. So these additional in-house sweepers will be part of the fleet package in January, so we'll be seeing those coming to council. Also, I just wanted to give you a little update. So currently, with the in-house and contractual, we have about 490 lane miles that we swept this fiscal year only. So we're concentrating on the downtown area, the collectors and arterials with those in-house and contractual services. The additional channel and ditch maintenance crew. So this will add an additional channel and ditch maintenance crew. Currently we have over 600 miles of channel and ditches that we have to maintain. And currently we have only 1 crew. So this is adding that second crew that is really necessary for us to keep up with the maintenance of this area. So the equipment specs have been submitted to fleet, and they should be coming to council here pretty soon. There's also FTEs, so our full-time employees. I think we have 12 full-time employees coming with this ditch and channel maintenance crew, so these will be advertised beginning in January. Also, I mentioned earlier, so the stormwater utility fee team, so Savannah and Heather have already been hired, and they are currently working at our office. And also, another big improvement with the stormwater fee is also the construction contract. So our IDIQ is a big part of stormwater. So it's currently about $5 to $6 million a year in construction. Currently, some of our big projects are the Glen Oak improvements in Flower Bluff. So those plans are complete and are being reviewed. Once they're reviewed, the contractor will have a delivery order and hopefully begin construction here early in 2022. Our other big project for the stormwater fee and the stormwater IDIQ program is the Williams Ditch. Environmental permits have been submitted, and we are awaiting comments. Just like with anything, it could potentially take 3 months or up to a year to get those permits and comments back. Those are the improvements that were scheduled for FY22 with the stormwater fee. And just a reminder that the monthly fee is going to be starting in January, so the citizens will be seeing it, the utility customers will be seeing a line item in their bill that says monthly stormwater fee come January. I believe the first cycle goes out January 6th. So again, the customer resources that are available, so we have the website cctexas.com/stormwater fee, where they can get information on there, and also the stormwater fee helpline, the 361-561-1100, which will directly be assigned to Public Works. And that's the end of the presentation. If you have any questions or...
Well, I would comment, I just put mine in, and it's really quick. And it gave me the $10.71 stormwater fee. Yeah. And it gives you your impervious area also. This was very convenient.
So that was one of the ideas in the work plan group to get this together. We thought it'd be a real beneficial tool to the public.
Great. Thank you.
Yes, sir. So the first bills that go out in January will have the stormwater fee.
Perfect. Okay, I don't see any questions. Thank you very much for that. It was very informative. Yes, thank you. Okay, moving on. Almost last item. 42, donation of $30,000 by Greg Perks to the Coastal Bend Community Foundation for replacement of the 2 swing sets at West Guth Park.
Mayor, this was brought to me by former Judge Greg Perks. Several years ago, he and a group of people got together and they were trying to create a regional park, and they collected a bunch of money and they never were able to get the park off the ground. So he contacted me here, been a couple of months ago, and wanted to know if the city could use that money. And so I got with Dante, and then we looked at some places where we could spend $30,000, and he gave us an idea. I got with Councilman Lerma. Dante thought that doing that in the West Guth Park, he has a couple of swing sets out there that desperately need to be replaced, and it would take about $30,000 to do that. Amazing what swing sets cost, isn't it? Yeah. So anyway, Mr. Perks was supposed to be here today to make this presentation. They've got Dante and them have some paperwork to do, because he's going to make the donation to the Coastal Bend Foundation, and then when we get ready to do the work, the city can do the work, and then we invoice Coastal Bend Community Foundation, and they will reimburse the city. And I did that at the county when I built the Fallen Heroes Memorial. Worked very well.
Great.
Mr. Perks and his wife went on vacation overseas somewhere, and I have not been able to get a hold of him. So I've been calling him for 3 days now, and he hasn't answered his phone, so I'm assuming he's just somewhere where he doesn't get cell reception. So I would like to table this until first meeting in January.
Okay.
And he alluded to me that he has to get the donation made by the 31st of this month, so I'm assuming he'll be back before the end of the year. But I'll table this, and as soon as I get to talk to him, then I'll get with Dante and we'll reschedule it.
All right.
Okay, great.
There's no action, right? So we're just going to delay the
there is no, we'll
presentation
just
until,
delay.
January 11th, sir?
Yes.
Is that what you said? Okay.
Okay, so. Yeah.
Mine too. That's good. All right.
All right, no, you're fine. So the council will now go into executive session on item number 43. Yeah, not yet. Per Texas Government Code 551.071 and 551.072. We will return.
We could get $500,000, drop it a bucket, because you're 1031.
Okay, we're back in session. No, we're back in session. Yeah. All right, we're back from session. No action required. So there being no further business, I adjourn this meeting.